Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 3026, Costly Shortcut. Much had changed in the week after the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan brought their kinship networks online. They simultaneously performed lightning actions that brought every loyal member to the fold while exposing hundreds of traitors and those with different thoughts. Dealing with these people was difficult, especially since only a minority of them turned out to be Crown terrorists. The Crown terrorists were easily enough to handle. These hidden sleeper agents acted very violently when they were discovered. Their personalities seemed to switch to a completely different mode and they became incredibly rabid. Yet as long as their identities became known, they no longer had any chance to cause any further harm. They all possessed methods to end their lives without a word and did not hesitate to activate them upon capture. Ves requested to see the bodies of these dreadfully fanatic enemies, but when he finally swept them with his senses, he came out disappointed. He thought that the 5 Scrolls Compact employed spiritual manipulation in order to turn random, decent people into suicidal terrorists. Even though he failed to study a living Crown terrorist, he saw no traces of obvious spiritual tampering from the bodies of the exposed individuals. Ves had a pretty good sense when it came to detecting any tampering or other anomalies related with people's spirit. He had experimented on so many people that he would have to be an idiot if he still couldn't tell the difference between a natural condition and an artificial condition. He became disappointed when he found out that the 5 Scrolls Compact relied on some other method to turn people into their tools of destruction. Our findings haven't different from others who have studied the physiologies of Crown terrorists. A crosser medical expert sighed as he commanded a bot to wrap another cadaver with a shroud. The prevailing theory on the galactic net is that these Crown terrorists haven't been subjected to technological brainwashing methods at all. They were simply subjected to lots of ordinary influencing. Teaching, in other words. This answer made a lot of sense. The best way to avoid any unnatural traces from showing up was to teach or indoctrinate people with ordinary methods. Was it illegal for people to teach others in a normal fashion? No. Teaching was one of the fundamental activities that kept human civilization aloft. Outlawing teaching sounded just as absurd as outlawing love or hunger. Taking it away directly undermined the future of the human race. The Big Two would probably get overthrown before they could succeed in implementing such tyrannical directives. In order to make sure he didn't miss anything, Ves requested the doctors to vacate examination chamber before setting up a jammer. Blinky! Mro! His companion's spirit emerged from his mind once again. The purple starry cat let out a cute yawn. It had been napping peacefully before Ves rudely woke up his spiritual cat. Go sniff these corpses. Try and find out if there are any unusual energy traces. Mro. The star cat not only examined the body lying on the examination table, but also the ones that were stored in coffins stacked in an adjacent compartment. Sadly, Blinky returned empty-handed. Ves could do nothing else than to rub Blinky's head. It's okay. It was a long shot anyway. You can go back now. Mro. Since his own investigation had reached a dead end, Ves decided not to spend any further time on this issue. He had already solved the main problem by giving his allies the tools needed to root out traitors and prevent other ones from infiltrating their ranks. The expeditionary fleet should not have any concerns about threats from within at the moment. The Glory Seekers and Crossers had also become very enamored by the effects of their new kinship networks, so the wave of mistrust that previously dampened their moods was no longer casting a shadow over their heads. This left Ves free to return his attention to his design work. Gloriana did not look pleased when he finally returned to the design lab. Master Willix is due to arrive soon. I want us to be able to move on to the next phase of our design projects by then. Will you be able to complete your assignments in time? Huh. VS briefly looked surprised. She's coming in a few days? Yes, and I want to present everything that we have accomplished so far in the most perfect state possible. I can't do that when you have been spending your time on other matters lately. Hey! Don't blame me! I had to bail the glory seekers and the crossers out of their own predicament. Aren't you grateful that I have brought the glory seekers closer to the superior mother? You could have done that after we had completed our projects, VS. You keep getting distracted by this and that. Can't you just sit down and work on our expert mechs for a long and uninterrupted stretch of time? Hey, I promise I'll maintain my focus this time. You know I want to design the best expert mechs as well. I'm still a mech designer, you know. PFFF. His wife crossed her arms. Well, that's hard to tell these days. You've spent so much time managing clan affairs that your primary title should have been Clan Patriarch. VS hunched over a bit and accepted his wife's admonition. She was right in a way. Though he felt justified in securing a favorable agreement with his allies, it did detract from his main work. Gloriana continued to rant for several more minutes before she recalled her tight schedule. You're behind schedule, so I don't want to see anything else but results from now on, okay? Start first with completing the improved luminar crystals that you have promised to deliver. We can't form any plans if we don't know what we're dealing with. I need you to deliver samples to me so that I can figure out their exact properties. The success of the Chimera project and the Sentry project hinges on this result. She piled up a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but VS did not shy away from it. It was the opposite, in fact. He needed a kick in the pants, and Gloriana had just thrust her sharp-heeled boot right between his legs. Naturally, he did not dare to slack off any second. After discussing some other issues, VS left the design lab and briskly headed for his personal workshop in order to complete one of his side projects. Ordinarily, VS still believed he needed at least a couple of days or even an entire week to complete his objective. There were so many different permutations of formulas that it took too much time for him to narrow down a correct solution. While he didn't mind spending a week on increasing his depth of knowledge towards luminar crystals and the odd effects they evoked, he made a firm promise to Gloriana earlier. The downside of relying on trial and error to find solutions was that there were always way too many dead ends. What VS needed to accomplish right now was to find a shortcut that could allow him to skip these dead ends ahead of time. He needed to find the right direction straight away so that he could complete this chore as fast as possible. He considered several different ideas. The most viable one was using up some of his valuable design points to acquire new crystallography-related sub-skills from the system. Yet VS had big plans for those points and did not want to squander it on another ordinary benefit. He kept pressing his mind for new solutions and eventually stumbled on an idea that might actually work. It's been a long time since I did this. Previously, I've always been reluctant to use it because I have to expend too much of my spiritual energy to maintain this state. Now, though, with Blinky around, VS no longer needed to worry about running out of his own spiritual energy. In fact, he already filled up a lot of his P-stone with excess spiritual energy converted by his companion's spirit. Since this is the case, I guess I can try out my idea. He moved over to a nearby storage cabinet and retrieved a small mech figurine. At the same time, he ordered one of his honor guards to retrieve a couple of P-stones from the vault. The P-stones that arrived were fairly ordinary ones that did not contain any spiritual fragments or other notable ingredients. Instead, they exuded a vibe that completely matched VS. Every single stone had been pumped full with spiritual energy with attributes that fully conformed to VS. Before he engaged in his experiment, he briefly activated Blinky. The companion spirit silently emerged and settled a small distance from Lucky. Blinky, I need you to keep monitoring my state. If my condition ever looks dangerous to you, then do your best to interrupt it. Also, keep monitoring my actions while I am in a special state. I never really figured out how Luminar technology ties in with spirituality, so I hope you'll be able to glean some insights. Bro. Ves turned to Lucky next. As for you, I hope you can keep an eye on my condition as well. You probably won't be able to help me as much as Binky, but who knows what might happen. Meow. After making sure his two cats were watching out for him, Ves took a deep breath and began to connect to one of his design spirits. Illustrious One! Descend into my mind and help me make the crystals that I need. A grand presence entered his mind. This time, Ves did not form a shallow connection for the purposes of communication. He did not establish a slightly deeper connection that allowed him to exchange more direct thoughts. Instead, Ves opened up his mind and welcomed a portion of the illustrious one in his mind. Though this move was not without his risks, Ves believed this was the best way to address his current issue. His entire demeanor changed. Since Ves knew that he had lots of spiritual energy to spare, he did not hesitate to pull the illustrious one deeper into his mind. This was very intensive, and Ves could already feel that he was burning a copious amount of spiritual energy in order to maintain the demanding connection and keep his mind in working condition. Yet by paying such a huge price, Ves truly began to embody the illustrious one. The changes were too many to count. While he hadn't literally turned into a design spirit, a part of him had undeniably changed. Under his new and unusual state, he calmly picked up the crystal cube and felt an inexplicable familiarity to this pivotal alien relic. He no longer regarded it as a black box. Its strange internal circuitry used to look like indecipherable symbols to Ves. That hadn't changed, but he possessed a much greater insight into the major functions of the crystal cube. So this is why you are able to operate this device? Ves gasped. Ves immediately knew the value of what he learned. He already formed notes in his mind before storing it into his cranial implant. What he recorded would still be there even if he ceased to channel the illustrious one. Though it was tempting for him to keep recording all of his new observations, he still had to complete his primary task. When he gazed upon the stack of luminar crystals that he created in previous sessions, he no longer viewed them as regular crystals. Each of them shone, sang, and shimmered to him in different ways. They weren't exactly alive, but they might as well be now that he had gained the senses of the illustrious one. Ves was able to glean so many more details about these special crystals that he felt as if he had been blind prior to this moment. This is amazing. I've actually missed so many details about these crystals. They've got a lot more potential than I thought. He even identified a possible solution to strengthening the structure of the crystals just by looking at some of the samples. Chapter 30:27 Luminar Circuitry Patterns. Ves placed his hand on a peastone and absorbed a significant proportion of stored spiritual energy. His current state was very special at the moment. He channeled the illustrious one to such a deep extent that he truly started to entertain illusions that he had become a luminar. Of course, this was still an illusion. He retained enough awareness as a human to retain his original cognition. The only difference was that he had plugged in something extra to his mind that vastly expanded his perspective and allowed him to think and perceive in a completely different manner. If it didn't cost so much spiritual energy to maintain this deep immersion state, Ves would have gladly spent hours in this state in order to understand technology and reality from a completely alien viewpoint. As it was, he had a job to do. His glowing eyes settled onto the crystal cube and the machines he used to synthesize his crystals. I know what to do now. He had already warmed up the production machines and prepared all of the necessary materials. He decided to test out his current hunch by creating a luminar crystal using a formula he had already used before. As the production machines went to work, Ves constantly monitored the process. He only took action when the initial form of the crystal took shape. Different from last time where he only tentatively interacted with the crystal cube, this time he manipulated it as if he was an old hand at it. The crystal cube seemed as familiar as the design suite he often used to design his iconic mechs. While he hadn't mastered all of the secrets and intricacies of luminar technology, the bounty of knowledge and perspective that the illustrious one brought him had given him a lot of revelations. Ves never knew that the luminar design spirit possessed so much understanding and technical proficiency in crystal technology. It probably inherited this legacy from both the ancient crystal builder and the blinding one. Yet inheriting didn't necessarily translate into understanding. Perhaps the ancient crystal builder or the powerful blinding one was able to make extensive use of luminar technology, but the illustrious one was a separate existence. It had essentially memorized a lot of information by rote, but completely lacked the training and skills to actually make use of it. The scattered but priceless pieces of technical information was nothing but gibberish to a design spirit that never went to school. Ves understood now why the illustrious one was only able to provide him with limited help before this. The design spirit wasn't actually an expert in these matters, and his ability to interpret all of this inherited information was severely constrained. Yet now that a real mech designer came in touch with all of this inherited information, the story had completely changed. Though Ves wished he could understand even more crucial knowledge, the insights he had already managed to glean in this short time was already enough for him to figure out a solution to his current problem. As a luminar crystal slowly took shape, Ves continued to input different commands into the crystal cube. In fact, now that he began to channel the illustrious one, he felt as if the alien relic had truly opened up to him this time. The cube executed each of his commands with greater diligence. Slowly but surely, a complex array of alien circuits formed within the crystal he was making. There were twice as many circuits as before, as Ves had deliberately inserted a specific array that was actually quite common in the more advanced crystals that the aliens used to make. Though this circuitry pattern was actually quite complicated and had to be rearranged on an individual basis depending on the properties of every crystal, the crystal cube was able to automate all of these calculations and ensure that each circuitry pattern integrated adequately with every crystal. Ves suspected that a true crystal specialist might be able to perform this process to a much more effective degree, but Ves lacked the foundation to do so. He could only take a step back and activate the right settings so that the crystal cube did most of the work on his behalf. This is actually quite a handy tool. The crystal cube actually had more functions than forming internal circuitry, but the illustrious one wasn't able to figure them out yet. Perhaps that might in the future. Soon enough, the production machines finished synthesizing and polishing the crystal. Ves picked it up and inserted it in the test rifle before handing the weapon over to his honor guard. You know what to do. Just fire a couple of test shots. The loyal guard nodded and moved to the firing range. When the soldier pulled the trigger, the rifle spat out bright white beams that mainly dealt physical damage to the target dummies. Compared to before, the conversion of thermal energy to kinetic energy was a lot higher than before. Ves didn't need to look at the sensor readings to know that the target dummies got punched significantly harder than before. Ves wasn't that excited about the effect, though. The efficiency of the transformation was too low, and a lot of energy was wasted in the process. In fact, it was much simpler and more effective to employ a railgun or a Gauss rifle in order to deal physical damage to an enemy. There are still a few advantages to this type of luminar crystal, though. For one, just like any other pure energy-based rifle, it produced no recoil. This led to the odd and extremely special instance of a mech being able to deal a powerful punch without worrying about enduring the opposite and equal reaction. On the surface, it was a gross violation of Newton's third law of motion. This opened up the possibility of arming laser rifleman mechs with specially designed rifles that could be loaded with different crystals like the test rifle that his honor guard had just fired. When the ranged mechs faced an opponent that was resistant to laser beams and positron beams, they could slot in a different luminar crystal in their weapons and suddenly fire odd beams that hit like solid projectiles. In the same way, when facing an opponent that was resilient against physical damage, the rifleman mechs could swap out their physical luminar crystals for one that allowed them to fire powerful lasers or other energy-based beams. His glowing eyes brightened. This was a great way to increase the versatility of Venerable Joshua and Venerable Devia's upcoming expert mechs. In fact, he even wanted to apply this weapon technology to the next generation of his ranged mech designs. I can definitely turn the next edition of my Crystal Lord design into something special. This wasn't the time to design the Crystal Lord Mark III, though. He quickly reminded himself that he was actually trying to improve a different aspect. Please bring back the rifle. When his honor guard passed on the slightly heated weapon, he commanded a bot to remove the freshly used luminar crystal. Ves deployed some scanners and began to record a lot of readings. He noticed plenty of difference from the last crystal he synthesized with the same ingredient formula. The increased utilization of the crystal cube had made a huge difference. It was like the auto designer that Ves had previously used to develop the initial form of the Ouroboros. Its simplistic design interface was so dumbed down that even a child could design a working mech with this user-friendly system. Yet without understanding how mechs actually worked and how many variables affected their performance, it was impossible for an amateur to design a good mech. Only someone with the right expertise was able to make full use of all of the range of possibilities offered by these interfaces. Though Ves did not feel that he had reached the level of a master mech designer in the art of manipulating the crystal cube, he definitely felt as if he had graduated from a novice to an apprentice. Ves did not claim to reach a higher level than that. The crystal cube possessed a lot more depth that he and the illustrious one had yet to decipher. When the bot removed the luminar crystal, Ves commanded it to place the object in a special chamber that he had also set up beforehand. For safety's sake, Ves took a lot of steps back and hid behind a shielded enclosure. After activating a number of sensors, he activated a command that quickly resulted in a loud noise. Clang! A solid metal rod dropped down from above and fell straight through a pipe before colliding against the luminar crystal placed directly below. If the heavy metal rod fell right on top of V's body, his skull would have probably shattered on impact. Yet when it impacted against the luminar crystal, not a single crack emerged. Under ordinary circumstances, luminar crystals were much less capable of resisting physical damage. They were naturally good at absorbing or at least resisting energy damage, but they fared worse when hit by hammer-like blows. Yet despite launching a powerful physical attack right away, the crystal still remained remarkably intact. Did I succeed? Ves performed extensive scans just to be certain. The scanners failed to detect any significant damage even on a microscopic level. Then let's amp up the damage. If it can remain functional against a second-class attack, then that is enough. The metal rod spontaneously floated up into the air again. Once it had reached the ceiling, it began to drop downwards but with greater momentum than last time. Clang! The crystal still remained intact. Ves repeated the test several times. It wasn't until VS employed enough force to make a second-class light mech feel pain that the much-abused luminar crystal finally began to crack. Of course, the prior blows must have caused it to accumulate a lot of stress, but that still didn't change the fact that the crystal he made had finally met his minimum standard. "It's a success," VS grinned. Even though he only obtained a preliminary result, he was pretty sure that he could replicate this result on other types of luminar crystals. As long as he integrated the same physical reinforcement circuit pattern on his next batch of crystals, he would be able to obtain definitive proof that this was the right way to make second-class luminar crystals. "I don't even have to make use of high-quality exotics or other extravagant materials in order to make these new crystals." Previously, VS had continually tried out formulas that utilized a greater proportion of higher quality materials. This was actually a stupid way to make a better product. The luminars may have been successful in the past, but he seriously doubted that they were willing to squander so many resources on inefficient production methods. VS had plenty of hours left to refine his initial result. He did not hesitate to drain his p-stones of accumulated spiritual energy in order to sustain his deep immersion state with the illustrious one. By continuing to meld with a portion of the illustrious one, he managed to make some progress in optimizing and improving his new method. The physical reinforcement circuit patterns that he applied to his subsequent crystals all became a bit better, allowing them to resist more damage before cracking. The rate of improvement eventually plateaued as VS hit a bottleneck, but by this time the crystals he made were so hard that they could even be used as the basis of a low-quality crystal-based armor system. Sadly, there were so many practical problems involved with trying to design a mech that was made completely out of crystals that VS rejected the notion of designing such a ridiculous machine. Even so, the hardness and toughness of his latest batch of crystals were more than enough to be utilized in his upcoming expert mech design projects. Chapter 3028 Show and Tell. When Gloriana visited her husband's so-called mech cave, she expected to be let down by her husband yet again. Didn't he realize how much effort she was putting into elevating the Larkinson clan's first expert mechs? These stellar machines would definitely play a pivotal role to the clan for many years to come. As a mech designer who yearned to design the most powerful mech that embodied all of her ideals, the opportunity to lead not one, but several expert mech design projects with hardly any stringent requirements was extremely precious. It was even better that she was able to embark on these projects when she was just a young journeyman. As long as she successfully completed them, the experiences she gained and the lessons she learned would definitely be able to supercharge her progression to the rank of senior. Therefore, she did not hesitate to commit everything she had in order to succeed. Yet how could she know that her own husband would turn out to become a major stumbling block? His multiple responsibilities, his scatterbrained mind, his lack of regard towards her priorities and his unmerited optimism all threatened to drag down her projects. If he didn't play such a pivotal role in providing all of the expert mechs with greater strength, she would have removed him from the projects a long time ago. "Damn VS," she muttered under her breath again. "Why can't you be more focused for once? You are so productive when you invest yourself in a pursuit. Why aren't you doing that this time?" Meow. Clixie felt Gloriana's frustrations and offered her support by swishing her tail. "Maybe I should tell you to keep watch over my husband. Just claw him whenever he slacks off or gets distracted." Meow. "He's such a boy." When she finally entered her spouse's personal workshop, she adjusted her expression and stormed right at VS as he was tinkering with some sort of rifle or something. "Do you feel remorseful now?" she began. "Are you finally feeling guilty at letting us down? Your huge delays are causing all of our projects to run behind schedule. You should feel ashamed for presenting unfinished work to Master Willix when she arrives. If you just did your job properly, we could have shown her something substantial and proved that we aren't squandering this opportunity. Huh! Don't you have anything to say for yourself? Both Ves and Lucky looked befuddled at the woman. Gloriana, I didn't fail this time. I finished my side project pretty much. I've succeeded. You succeeded? Gloriana abruptly lost her rhythm. Mel? Even Clixie didn't know how to respond to this situation. Shouldn't Ves be groveling and apologizing in front of his wife by now? Why wasn't he following the script this time? Ves slowly began to grin and pointed his thumb at the array of crystals that he had prepared on the work table. I've already prepared my samples a couple of hours ago. They're the best that I can come up with so far. The crystals not only satisfy our durability requirements, but also come with a number of really neat effects that are very difficult to replicate through ordinary means. I've become so inspired by them, in fact, that I have even taken the liberty of drafting some energy rifle designs that take full advantage of their versatility. Gloriana looked as if she had just short-circuited. The conversation swung in a direction that she had not anticipated. Privately, she judged the odds that Ves would be able to complete this side project at less than 1%. In fact, 1% was a very generous estimate. Having worked with luminar crystal technology several times due to Ves, she knew quite well that the alien tech was very difficult and abstruse. It was the signature technology of an extinct alien race. Every alien race and civilization that had reached the stars excelled at certain techs. Just like how people specialized in different professions and how mech designers specialized in different design philosophies, different intelligent species also chose to pour the greatest emphasis of their technological development in specific directions. Perhaps their research and development in other fields of science and engineering were merely average, but as long as they poured their efforts into the tech that resonates with them most, they could absolutely surpass the efforts of other, more established species. This meant that even if the Luminars invented their distinctive crystal technology a long time ago, it was not necessarily a given that subsequent races were able to inherit and master all of this unique knowledge. Under these difficult circumstances, someone who didn't specialize in crystallography or reverse engineering alien tech like Ves shouldn't have achieved any results at all. In fact, Gloriana had long wanted to convince him to set aside his silly fantasies of empowering his mechs with alien tech and go back to using proper hexer systems and components. You don't believe me? Ves frowned a bit. Give me a minute to tweak this demonstration weapon. This is going to be my concept for the Sentry Project's main rifle. He turned his back to his wife and quickly picked up his multi-tool in order to make some hasty adjustments to the rifle he had been working on. It didn't take long for the weapon to be ready for light usage. Gloriana had to rein in her temper when she saw the rifle. Even though she knew it was just a momentary test object, the weapon had obviously been made in haste and with no regard for longevity. Just the sight of it was enough for her to feel as if her eyes were stabbing needles in her brain. What the hell are you doing, Ves? Hey, you just gave me a single day to come up with a working proof of concept. Don't blame me for lacking time to fabricate a proper rifle. Let's just get this over with so you can take this foul piece of junk out of my sight. Ves knew he had to work quickly, so he skipped some safety checks and went straight to prepping the weapon for battle. He first inserted an energy battery in order to power it up. He then moved over to the sample crystals he prepared. Each of them looked different in several ways. Due to their different material compositions, they came in different shades. The more orthodox crystals were either transparent or white, while the more exotic ones came in shades of blue and purple. He manipulated his rifle so that a large chamber opened up in the center. Ves picked up a crystal and slotted it into a cavity. He then rotated a cylinder and placed another crystal into the next cavity that faced the opening. He repeated this loading action several times until he loaded the internal revolving chamber with 6 different crystals. Once he finished loading the rifle, he handed it over to an honor guard, who already moved to the firing range. Ves confidently moved over to Gloriana's side and pulled her closer to him. He breathed deeply in order to delight his nose with his wife's light and ocean-fresh scent. "Watch carefully, honey. You're about to witness a good show." The first beam that emerged from the test rifle was a bog-standard laser beam that melted the dummy bot on the other side of the firing range. Though there was nothing special about this attack on the surface, Ves waved his hand and activated a projection that showed all kinds of rifle parameters and sensor readings. Gloriana quickly interpreted the data and widened her eyes. Compared to the current generation of luminar crystals in use by mech models such as the Crystal Lord Mark II, the Bright Warrior Mark I version B, and most notably the Bright Beam Prime, the leap in improvement was substantial. "The efficiency of your new crystal is higher," she gasped. "Hardly any waste heat has been generated by this shot. This rifle can fire continuously for many minutes without growing too hot to handle." Ves grinned even wider now that Gloriana finally acknowledged his work. "That's right. While this is merely the least exciting sample crystal that I've prepared, its value is already evident. This is the perfect crystal to use when a battle has dragged out for a time and the rifleman mech has already heated up due to firing lots of damaging beams. As long as the mech still possesses a reserve of energy, it can steadily use it up with constant attacks that won't drain the mech too quickly." It was actually the perfect crystal to use for mechs designed for attrition warfare. The crystal practically generated no heat at all when put to use. It absorbed thermal energy instead. This allowed it to serve as a heat sink for the rifle, allowing it to be used more intensively without worrying about pushing it to breaking point. Gloriana looked enamored by all of the possibilities, but she soon grew a bit suspicious. "Nothing can be this good without a price. What are the downsides to this crystal?" Ves sheepishly shrugged. "The crystals that I have prepared today all suffer the same faults. They seem to be common deficiencies that affect all crystals derived from luminar technology. First, though these crystals are harder than the ones I've made before, all of the energy pouring through the internal circuits causes them to wear out over time. The more intensively they are used, the faster they deteriorate. Perhaps they might have to be replaced after a single battle." "That doesn't sound so bad. They can be used like ammunition but for energy rifles." He shook his head. "This is not a practical solution for every mech. This is their second fault. If scaled for mechs, these crystals are powerful enough to be employed in custom mechs and expert mechs, but they can cost as much as several mechs put together. They also have to be made by hand by me, since I am employing special techniques to make them. Mass producing them is pretty much out of the question." Gloriana grew a lot less enthused once she heard that. The innovations that Ves had accomplished were very significant, but if their application was too limited, then they could forget about popularizing it in all of their products. "Are there any other faults?" "There are some, but I'll just write that in a report. Let's proceed to the next test shots. My rifle can discharge much more exciting attacks." The next attack was a positron beam. Compared to a standard beam, this one hit harder and had a considerably faster propagation speed. While positron beams already traveled to their targets at a significant fraction of the speed of light, any additional speed was absolutely useful for long-range combat in space. The third attack was the light beam that the Luminars pretty much treated as their most favorable attack method. It dealt more damage than a typical laser beam, but not that much. However, after repeated observations, Ves discovered the true value of this attack mode. "What's the secret behind this odd light beam?" Gloriana asked. While this beam is effective against material targets, it is also effective against non-material targets. In fact, I think that is actually what they are mainly used for. This is an all-round attack method that is very suitable for hurting intangible opponents that can't be harmed with conventional attacks. What does that mean exactly? Don't you realize the implications? Ves excitedly turned to his wife. This light beam attack can effectively hurt powerful entities like the Dark Gods. Though a single beam won't actually be able to hurt them that much, what about 100? What about 1,000? In theory, they could even be used to hurt his designed spirits, though in practice that was difficult to accomplish. Spiritual entities ordinarily resided in a different realm where material attacks could never reach. There were also many other ways for intangible existences to avoid getting hit by such straightforward attacks. However, against more substantial opponents, the value of these light beam attacks might be much greater. These light beam attacks might also be a lot more effective at harming expert mechs. Ves revealed his most explosive guess. Gloriana looked completely shocked. What? Do you realize what kind of claim you are making? Chapter 3029, Limited Use. Had humanity successfully come up with attack methods that specifically harmed expert mechs? The answer to this question was likely yes. These special weapons were not unheard of, but they were actually very rare because they were too high-end. Their cost was so prohibitive, and their material requirements were so absurd that only special mech units of the Big Two and several first-rate states ever employed them in battle. There was just something about expert mechs and expert pilots that produced results that couldn't be fully replicated through standard methods. True resonance, while difficult to accomplish, possessed potent extraordinary properties that served as a powerful amplifier. Countering it was very difficult. In general, employing overwhelming firepower was the easiest but also the stupidest method. Resonance shields were specifically geared to resist a lot of ordinary attacks. It was a lot better to deploy an expert mech against another expert mech. This was because resonance-empowered attacks dealt much greater damage to resonance shields. Since they shared a common root, it was logical for them to have this interaction. Yet was it easy to acquire an additional expert mech? No. The hexadric hegemony wouldn't be in such a sorry position if it could pull out expert mechs and expert pilots out of its hat. If the Hex army was able to equip its ranged mechs with rifles that fired light beams like the one that Gloriana witnessed earlier, then this solution could effectively solve the biggest fundamental shortcoming of the hegemony in the Komodo War. Unfortunately, before her optimism soared any further, Ves rudely reminded her of the shortcoming of this tech. I know what you're thinking about. I entertained those thoughts as well. Ves softly spoke to her. There is no way to mass-produce these crystals, though. Perhaps the ancient luminars managed to develop a viable mass production method, but I don't have the know-how. I can only make these crystals one by one on an individual basis. It will take centuries for me to equip every ranged hexer mech with the right luminar crystals. This was a huge letdown to Gloriana. Though she didn't know why it was so troublesome to produce this special crystal, she didn't think her husband was lying. How difficult is it for you to develop a viable mass production method? I wouldn't know where to begin. I'm still scratching the surface when it comes to grasping and utilizing luminar technology. If I perform this research by myself, I will probably have to squander my entire life to achieve a result. The Komodo War will be long over by that time. Then why hand over the results you've gained so that others can set up a research group around this topic? Didn't I tell you already? Other people won't be able to replicate my results. One of the critical discoveries I made about luminar technology is that it is dependent on a different power. A normal approach won't work. In truth, the real reasons why Ves didn't want to share his results or propagate his new discovery were much simpler. The first reason was because he didn't want to lose the crystal cube. It was an extremely crucial piece of alien tech that was essentially irreplaceable. Until he was able to decipher most of its functions and replicate them on his own, the crystal cube absolutely had to remain in his possession. It would be a huge waste to hand it over to someone else. Ves was pretty certain that there was no other human in the galaxy who was adept at spiritual engineering while at the same time possessing an insider's look on luminar technology through the illustrious one. The second reason was because Ves was very mindful of the general policies of the MTA. The association always worked hard to increase the emergence of more expert pilots and higher-ranking pilots. Whether it was because they wanted humanity to gain more god pilots, or because they wanted to harvest more ingredients, the fact of the matter was that the MTA took a very dim view on weapons that threatened or diminished the role of these transcendent pilots. Even if Ves was able to solve the mass production problem, he wasn't stupid enough to violate the MTA's bottom line and promote a new weapon that could easily strip the defenses of expert mechs. It should be fine if he kept it to himself. Every organization developed some trump cards and special solutions that served as the foundation of their strength. The overall impact of revolutionary technology was much less if it remained contained. While Ves didn't say all of that to Gloriana, he already told her enough to set aside her unrealistic hopes. "Let's move on with the demonstration," he said. "I've discovered several more weapon effects that I think are useful enough to be applied to our ranged expert mechs." The fourth attack launched by the test rifle came in the form of a so-called physical beam. The sheer oddity of an energy attack that didn't heat up the target that much but instead hit like a physical projectile instantly distracted Gloriana from her earlier musings. She couldn't help it. The effect of the physical beam was too inexplicable. "How does this work? How can the rifle let out a beam that is pure energy when it shoots out of the muzzle but somehow transforms into a kinetic attack when it reaches the target? It doesn't make any sense." Gloriana obsessively pored over the charts and other data in order to figure out the working principles behind the physical beam. Yet try as she might, she found nothing that could give her a satisfying answer. Ves just shook his head at the sight. He tried to figure out the theory as well, but from the vague impressions of the illustrious one, the actual mechanisms behind this attack method were far from simple. The only reason why it worked at all was because the crystal cube had already been programmed to form such an odd crystal. Without it, Ves wouldn't know what to do. This was a reminder that the tech he was able to employ right now was not actually reliable until he mastered it to the same degree as the ancient Luminar race. Eventually, Gloriana made the same conclusions as Ves and reluctantly suspended her study. "I don't have the time to delve into this topic. It's incredibly fascinating, though. I agree with you. This crystal has massive implications to the expert mechs that we intend to arm with energy rifles." She was already revising her own ideas about the Chimera project and Sentry project. She even thought about arming the other expert mechs with backup pistols that incorporated this tech on a smaller scale. Before the honor guard fired a fifth shot, Ves cautioned her to temper her expectations. "I managed to stumble upon the fifth and sixth crystal by chance. Their effects are very remarkable, but their refinement is very rudimentary." The only reason Ves was able to make them in the first place was because he managed to decipher some hints from the crystal cube and glean some vague insights from the illustrious one. When the honor guard pulled the trigger for the fifth time, a very narrow knife-like beam pierced right through the dummy bot, and even punctured the metal wall set up to block any attacks from spreading out to the rest of the workshop. "This penetration power is remarkable." Gloriana instantly recognized the key property of this attack. "It is." Ves nodded. "The efficiency of this attack is rather low, though. Evidently, it takes a lot of effort to narrow a beam so that it becomes flat but also constant. It was therefore a specialty tool against solid armor that was very hard to damage under normal circumstances. Against large, soft targets such as giant exabeasts or energy-based protection, the lower-than-average power of this flat-cutting beam was really lackluster. Though Ves was confident he would be able to improve its efficiency and overall performance if he spent more time on refining the relevant crystals, it would take a lot of trial and error to yield superior results. There wasn't anything more exciting about the slicer beam, so they soon moved on to the last test. A very odd and iridescent energy beam impacted a small energy shield that Ves had deliberately projected in front of the target dummy. The strange energy beam easily managed to scramble the energy shield before inflicting light damage to the target dummy. Gloriana looked slightly fascinated. "Is this an EMP attack?" "I'm not sure yet. I haven't had the time to study all of the data and guess the working principles behind this attack method. For now, I just call it a disruptor beam attack, because it can disrupt both energy barriers and delicate electronic systems. It hardly does anything against normal components, and armor plating can withstand the beam with ease." In other words, it was a specialized attack mode that could not be relied upon to carry the entire battle. That didn't make it useless. There were many instances where energy shields could extensively increase the longevity of both high-end mechs and powerful ships. In fact, a weapon that was capable of firing disruptor beams could do a lot of damage against the Larkinson clan. This was because the Spirit of Bentheim relied heavily on her heavy-duty ship-grade shield generators to withstand enemy attacks. The ship possessed both an abundant number of these shield generators and could also supply a lot of power to them in order to sustain this method of protection for a long time. If these shields could be popped with ease, it was a lot easier to penetrate her hull armor. All in all, Gloriana completely forgot about her original intention to admonish her husband after witnessing all of the novel crystals and attack methods they enabled. Just one of these crystal types already conveyed a lot of benefits to their expert mech design projects. But now that Ves came up with 6 in one go, Gloriana wanted to make use of all of them in her projects. In fact, Ves created a lot more crystals that were able to channel even stranger effects, but their power and utility left a lot to be desired. He thought it was best to settle on a limited selection of crystals, at least at first. "If we can design a refined, mech-grade version of this test rifle, we can equip the Sentry project with a formidable laser weapon that can switch between 6 attack modes. Just think about it. Venerable Devia's expert mech can employ the best and most optimal attack methods against every specific opponent." If they were truly able to implement this idea on an expert mech, then the versatility and effective firepower of the Sentry project would go through the roof. This was an amazing contribution to the design projects. Even with all of the faults that Ves had mentioned, as long as it was possible to make these crystals on an individual basis, then it was more than enough to service a handful of expert mechs. Gloriana's eyes turned into stars as she gazed towards the man who gave her a pleasant surprise. She leaned forward and planted a kiss on his smooth-shaven cheek. "You did a good job," she admitted. "You came very close to ruining it all, though." "Hee hee, you underestimate my power." "Whatever you say, Ves. Let's figure out how we can leverage these new applications into our expert mechs." The two activated a design interface and began to tweak the designs of both the Chimera project and the Sentry project. While it sounded nice to be able to slot a dozen different crystals in a single weapon, it risked becoming too large and cumbersome if they truly designed such an extravagant rifle. This was why they settled on preparing a larger and heavier precision rifle for the Sentry project. It would be able to accommodate 6 different crystals at best, thereby providing it with 6 different solutions on the battlefield. The Chimera project didn't require that much choice. Since the mech had to be able to wield its weapon with a single hand, the carbine it was armed with had to be small and light enough to be employed in dynamic, mid-range duels. Therefore, It would only have room for 3 to 4 different luminar crystals, but that was more than enough. Chapter 30 Incoming Measures. Ves managed to save his hide from an angry Gloriana by producing solid and usable results. Though he still had a lot more room for improvement, he could deal with them later. The most important point was that he was able to prove his concepts and provide enough solid data for Gloriana and the rest to plan their integration in the expert mech designs. Though it was rather reckless to implement newly invented tech that had not gone through any robust testing, Ves was confident that it would work out somehow. He knew enough about luminar technology that the crystals derived from it were not unstable or prone to malfunction. While Ves initially aimed to make Gloriana happy, he actually obtained a lot more gains besides that. He didn't even pay much thought to the fact that he managed to avoid her wrath this time. The true gain from this side project was that he had become stimulated to employ an old method to achieve a drastically greater outcome. In the past, Ves connected his mind to his design spirits numerous times. He usually did so in order to borrow their glows to enhance his stature. Ves found this trick to be rather tasteless these days. He had gained enough reputation, prestige, and speaking ability to be able to hold his own in front of a crowd. His own identity was more than enough to command the attention of any group of people. Yet that did not mean that melding his mind with his design spirits became obsolete. Ves just lacked a purpose and reason to utilize this technique. It wasn't until today that he found a wonderful new application of this technique. Now that Blinky's existence allowed him to squander his spiritual energy reserves without worrying about running low for weeks or months at a time, he could channel his design spirits to a much greater extent and for considerably longer periods of time without paying a huge price. Of course, this technique was not without its risks. Messing with the spiritualities of living people or entities was always fraught with danger. His attempts could have led to very severe damage to both Ves and the design spirit he was channeling if something went wrong. If Ves was stupid enough to invite a hostile design spirit like Zygra past his mental defenses and right into his mind, then the angry crowned cat could easily inflict a lot of damage before being expelled. The only reason he felt confident enough to go through with the attempts was because he implicitly trusted the Illustrious One. Ves made the Illustrious One, along with several other design spirits. Compared to other entities that originated elsewhere like Kilankso and Ilvain, Ves deeply understood his own spiritual products as if he was their own father. This bond between them was very intimate and allowed him to feel completely comfortable in the presence of his own creations. The only spiritual product that went out of control and transformed into an existence that was much more powerful and inscrutable was the Superior Mother. He blamed Cynthia for that. In fact, even if the Superior Mother mutated into a vastly more powerful entity than he anticipated, he bet he could still employ the same method to channel her and gain her perspective. His back shuddered at this notion. There was no way he was going to allow his mother to get a first-hand peek at his mind. He had to remind himself that channeling a design spirit was not a one-way connection. Just as Ves was able to borrow aspects of the spiritual entity he invoked, that same existence would also gain a greater understanding of himself. Ves didn't care too much if the Illustrious One learned some aspects of himself. The Luminar design spirit's personality was quite muted, and it was unlikely that he would abuse what he learned. He couldn't say the same for the Superior Mother. As loving and affectionate as she could be, Ves knew very well that he had been a naughty boy sometimes. He did not want to get smacked by a giant spiritual hand. In any case, as long as he did not meld his mind with the wrong design spirit, he could gain a lot of other benefits from performing this action. This had a lot of potential. If he could acquire more alien design spirits with a technological foundation, he could potentially employ more powerful alien inventions. If he melded his mind with design spirits with a considerable arsenal of spiritual techniques like Kalanxo, he might be able to learn some of her refined applications as well as other insights. If he channeled a design spirit that was representative of a population group, then he would be able to speak, empathize, and understand them as if he was their fellow comrade. In short, Ves did not necessarily have to figure out every problem by himself. As long as there was a suitable design spirit around, he could always request their assistance in a much more direct and effective manner than before. Ves had become preoccupied with imagining the possibilities in the next few days. Though he made sure to allocate enough of his attention to rush his remaining tasks, he couldn't get rid of distraction. It wasn't until Master Willix finally met with the expeditionary fleet that Ves had to drop his fanciful thoughts. The Golden Skull Alliance already expected her arrival ahead of time. The Larkinsons, Glory Seekers, and Crossers all wanted to look their best in front of an important, high-ranked member of the MTA, so they all cleaned up their vessels and adopted an elaborate ceremonial formation. The capital ships of the Allied fleet all formed up in a row. Seeing their bulk lined up in a neat line was quite impressive. What was even more eye-catching was how all of the sub-capital ships formed into a precise, angular box with a clear route running from the front. Every space-worthy mech deployed in space and formed into uniform rows or followed well-designed patrol routes. "She's coming! Let's roll out the welcome mat!" A very familiar-looking portal formed in front of the Allied fleet. Its coordinates fell exactly in line with the ones that Master Willix had transmitted beforehand. The ubiquitous force looked surprisingly small in the face of all of the larger combat carriers and capital ships of the expeditionary fleet. Yet no one had any doubt that the high-tech frigate was more than capable enough to wipe out, or at least inflict severe damage to the collective might of the Golden Skull Alliance. Ves wondered when he would also be able to design and build such an impressive ship. It was likely that reaching Master wouldn't be enough to satisfy all of the requirements. The ubiquitous force was armed warship, and ordinary people weren't allowed to make and utilize those kinds of vessels. Perhaps the only way for him to ignore this rule was to become a star designer. When Ves reached this exalted height, he would no longer be subject to all of the rules. He would get to make them instead. No one would be able to accuse him of being a war criminal if he had become powerful enough to permit all of his own actions. Before he reached this height, Ves still had to pay due respect to Master Willix and the Mech Trade Association. Humanity might be divided, but nobody denied that the Big Two called the shots right now. Disrespecting them was a very bad idea. A large honor guard that consisted of shiny and gleaming bright warriors from the avatars of myth began to flank the ubiquitous force. Even though the MTA frigate was surrounded by several hundred second-class mechs, the vessel showed no indication of distress. The modest-sized vessel adjusted her pace so that she wouldn't overtake the mechs, and allowed them to lead her forward. Along the way, different mechs from different mech forces went on display. The mechs of the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan might not possess any intrinsic life, but that did not detract from their solid designs and robust performance. The mechs employed by the Larkinsons were a bit more eccentric. Each of them possessed a distinct charm that became a bit more amplified when they grouped up together. From the ferocious Piranha to the new and relatively unused Eternal Redemption, the Larkinson clan showed that it had full confidence in using the products designed by its patriarch. Even if Ves was still a journeyman who could not match up to seniors and masters in many aspects, his clansmen all embraced the unique advantages he developed. The only mechs that were missing from the lineup were the prime mechs. Ves chose not to show them off in such an ostentatious manner. He was afraid that Master Willix would take an interest in the unending alloy used to clad the mechs. What if she confiscated it all in the name of research? There was no way that Ves would be able to say no to her request. Fortunately, VS had a good excuse to keep them well away from the visitors. The prime mechs were the current trump cards of the Larkinson clan. The less they showed up in the open, the less his enemies would be prepared to face them in battle. Down in the hangar bay, a procession of Larkinsons had already lined up into precise ranks. Each of them wore their finest dress uniforms. The Larkinsons wanted to present a unified image to the visitors. If their ranks looked too disorderly or heterogeneous, then there was a risk that the incoming guests would think that the clan was sloppy. This was something that Gloriana absolutely couldn't tolerate. VS, his wife, and their cats all lined up as well. Gloriana even decided to eschew her usual dresses and lab outfits for a slim and well-fitting Larkinson uniform. Relax, Gloriana. I think we're trying way too hard this time. Haven't we met with Master Willix in person several times now? This is different, she hissed. The context of this visit is a lot more formal and important than before. We cannot treat a visiting MTA master as if she is an old acquaintance. Besides, we also have to make a good impression on the mech pilots that she will put under your care. You don't want them to look down on our clan, right? She had a point. VS already tried to anticipate what kind of MTA mech pilots he would have to train. If they were snobby, arrogant brats who thought they could run the show in his fleet, then they had another thing coming. Since Master Willix already granted him permission to deal with them as he liked, he would not go easy on them. Otherwise, VS might never be able to push them into becoming expert pilots within just 5 measly years. The ubiquitous force did not enter the hangar bay of the Spirit of Bentheim. It did not dispatch a shuttle either. Instead, a substantial group of individuals spontaneously teleported to an open area of the deck. It only took seconds for the MTA delegation to arrive. VS only threw a brief glance towards the unmistakable form of Master Willix. He instead gazed at the 20 strangers wearing a varying mixture of neat, civilian outfits. Even though the MTA mech pilots deliberately loosened their demeanors, VS could definitely sense that they were more than what they appeared. The members of the Big Two possessed an unmistakable sense of confidence and conceit that was rooted in their bones. Just the knowledge that they were a part of one of the most powerful organizations of humanity was enough for them to develop a superior air. 11 men, 9 women, all relatively young and in their prime. As VS swept them with his spiritual senses, his heart dropped like a rock. Damn! You're not making this easy, are you? He muttered. He didn't need to take a closer look. He could already tell that none of the MTA mech pilots possessed spiritual potential. Chapter 30-31, Exclusive Research. VS was certain that Master Willix and the rest of her following weren't impressed by the welcoming ceremony organized by the Larkinsons. The second-class mechs fielded by the Larkinsons and their allies probably looked like toys compared to the fancy first-class multipurpose mechs the meshers usually handled. Indeed, when VS carefully studied the expressions of the 20 mech pilots that he was supposed to kick into shape, the highly trained men and women did not show any indication of awe. They were professional, though. Even if none of them thought much of the space peasants, the MTA mech pilots still acted in a manner befitting a member of one of the greatest authorities in the galaxy. In fact, they didn't actually have to act in such a prim and proper manner anymore. The fact that they had exchanged their MTA uniforms for very ordinary civilian clothing meant that they were not here in an official capacity. They were just a bunch of random civilian mech pilots looking to take part in V's special training program. As long as this was the case, VS didn't have to be afraid of the MTA mech pilots bossing everyone around. Yet just because they were ordered not to kick up a fuss didn't mean they would cooperate with VS and his fellow Larkinsons without question. These were true favored sons of the galaxy. Anyone who managed to rise up from the ranks of space peasants and managed to join the MTA were all remarkable in their own way. Their egos alone were probably the size of planets. Making these people obey his instructions and respect the instructions of other Larkinsons would not be easy. Ves already thought about this problem beforehand, but he still wasn't certain about his approach. Well, he didn't have to make a decision right away. He still had an opportunity to pump Master Willix for information. Once the initial ceremony had ended, many clansmen retreated from the hangar bay in an orderly manner. The Larkinsons still had jobs to do, and it was impossible for them to drop everything and allow the spirit of Bentheim to go out of control due to lack of supervision. Ves and Gloriana led Master Willix and her entourage deeper into the factory's ship. They all remained fairly silent and composed until they reached a formal reception compartment on the upper decks. Nobody paid any mind to the various refreshments laid out on the table. The comfortable decor along with the quaint and harmonious decorations did not attract any interest either. The MTA delegation did not come to the Larkinson clan in order to have fun. Everyone was all business. With Lucky and Clixie scurrying off elsewhere and most of the guards left outside the compartments, the guests and their main hosts were finally able to talk without inhibition. Both of you have progressed substantially. Mazer Willix spoke as her lab-coated form stepped closer and inspected Ves and Gloriana like a teacher. I was afraid that I would be wasting my time by traveling to your fleet, but the documents you have sent me have intrigued me quite a bit. You, Ves, have especially given me a pleasant surprise. Your research on luminar crystals has progressed in a completely different direction from one of our own internal research teams. Ves felt uncomfortable by the praise. He wasn't as impressive as she made it sound. He didn't invent anything new or put too much effort into pioneering a new discovery. He merely took advantage of special circumstances to quickly master some of the nuances of luminar crystals. He knew very well that his ability to perform true and independent research on luminar crystal technology was actually not that impressive. In light of this circumstance, Ves made sure to understate and simplify his findings in his logs and reports. He didn't want to attract too much attention from the MTA, yet it appeared that Master Willix didn't easily let him off this time. How much did she know? Ves quickly threw a glance at Gloriana, but she only looked incredibly enthused at meeting the female master mech designer again. Ahem. Ves lightly coughed. My discoveries aren't worth noting yet. Though I have found a new way to leverage luminar technology, the approach is rather unique to me. Someone without my design philosophy will have a very hard time replicating my methods. Only the luminar race can fully exploit their iconic crystal technology. This hasn't changed, and as long as this is the case, even I won't be able to. Is this your opinion? Master Willix slightly frowned. You know, if you submit all of your research to our association, you will be credited with a large amount of MTA merits. It is not impossible for you to earn several million MTA merits if you have truly achieved a breakthrough in luminar crystal technology and found new ways to produce vastly more powerful crystals. Do you think I wouldn't be jumping at that opportunity? Alas, my method isn't replicable by others. Only those who share my design philosophy will be able to make the strengthened and more potent crystals that I have been able to create by chance. If you are able to pass on satisfactory findings to me, your innovations will be tied to me as well. As long as your research can contribute new understanding to the vast repository of knowledge of our association, my standing will rise. This is an alternate way for you to assist me in fulfilling my objective. The whole point of Ves taking on these 20 mech pilots was because Master Willix required more clout. Turning the subordinates of current and potential political allies into expert pilots was a considerable favor that could not be repaid so easily. However, the practice of turning mech pilots into expert pilots was so difficult and fraught with uncertainty that Willix definitely wasn't betting on only this solution. She should be engaging in several different endeavors in order to maximize her chances and put herself ahead of the competition. Now that she saw an opportunity to pick up an easy bargain, she didn't want to let this opportunity pass so easily. It was a pity that VS really couldn't afford to share all of his current findings to Master Willix. Since the Meshes refused to pass on their own research on how to make second-class luminar crystals to him, then they shouldn't complain when VS kept hold of the method he developed by himself. My research wouldn't be of use to you, VS repeated. Didn't you try and fail to replicate my design philosophy? If you can't get past this hurdle, then you don't have the qualifications to make use of my unique method. Master Willix did not look pleased when she heard that. She scrutinized VS quite carefully with her observant eyes, but she did not pick up anything suspicious. VS was actually telling the truth this time. He had nothing to hide, and he wasn't trying to pull the wool over the master mech designer's eyes. After all, he was the only one who could channel a composite luminar spiritual entity. What he said earlier was all true. Only luminars were able to draw out the full potential of their tech, and VS was the only person who was able to channel the illustrious one. Master Willix eventually dropped this inquiry. Very well. I have taken a considerable time out of my busy schedule for several reasons. Before we discuss your expert mech design projects, I'd like to introduce you to these fine ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you can guess who they are, but their original identities are not important to you for the duration of your training task. Just know that all 20 of them must remain incognito. We have prepared suitable false identities for them, so it will not be easy to find out their true identities. Even their names and appearances are different, so don't expect to be able to track them down once they have returned to the association. I see. Master Willix made thorough preparations for this training task. The only reason for the mech pilots to spend time with the Larkinsons was to break through to expert pilot. Once they achieved this goal, they would leave and have no further entanglement with the clan. It seemed that she had been quite wary of the possibility that the Larkinsons might subvert the mech pilots somehow. It would be very bad if they yearned to become a Larkinson after spending years fighting alongside their hosts. I understand your concerns, VS said. I will do my best to prevent them from becoming exposed, but the mech pilots themselves also have to do their part. Their current demeanor is quite obvious, you know. Only meshers and fleeters have this supremely confident air around them that make it seem that they can even fight against battleships and win. How could a master as observant as Moira Willix not be blind to this? She just shook her head. They are mech pilots, not intelligence operatives. It shouldn't matter too much as long as your clansmen do not actively investigate. Our clan is quite adaptable and tolerant to outsiders. They won't be anything special anymore. After exchanging a few more words, Master Willix gestured towards the 20 mech pilots she brought. From now on, they are under your care. The MTA and I will not intervene in the slightest for the next 5 years. How do you intend to take care of them, Mr. Larkinson? VS hadn't made a choice, but he couldn't delay any longer. Master Willix obviously wanted to see him take charge in an effective manner. He had to prove to her that he had a solid approach in mind. He slowly stepped forward. His footsteps echoed against the deck. Though he felt a bit nervous to address the MTA mech pilots in Master Willix's presence, it was not a bad idea for her to be present this time. As long as she didn't say anything, he would basically show these skeptical-looking mech pilots that Master Willix fully backed his decisions. As long as he managed to rub some of Willix's authority on himself, it would be much easier for him to command these meshers in the future. After getting a greater sense of the mech pilots he was dealing with, VS decided on a more moderate approach. He could not treat them too gently for fear of getting stepped upon by their feet. An absence of pressure would also prevent them from stimulating their potential, thereby allowing them to break through their previous shackles. On the other hand, he couldn't treat them too harshly either. No matter what Master Willix promised to him, he was still dealing with elite MTA mech pilots who all possessed much higher standing than a native of the galactic rim like himself. If he truly pissed them off, who knew what they might do if they returned to their old positions? Perhaps they might use their influence to mess with the Larkinsons or employ their relations to have their allies retaliate against the clan instead. No matter what, Ves had to make sure that none of the surviving MTA mech pilots would have any reasons to blame him for all of their future suffering. This was why he settled on a specific moderate approach that would hopefully shove away as much responsibility towards him as possible. As he continued to gaze at these confident and unflinching MTA mech pilots, he felt this was the right way to go about this task. In any case, he wouldn't be holding their hands all the time in the next months and years. He had a lot of elite mech forces under his command, so he intended to let his own men be in charge of their daily training. This was not a mission that he would be able to complete quickly. Ves still had many priorities to deal with, and working on his expert mech design projects took precedence. Chapter 3032 3 Training Packages. Let me make this clear from the beginning. Ves spoke up, dispelling the cloud of silence that had descended over the reception room. You are part of the best and strongest mech organization of humanity. You are not children, nor do you lack any guidance or training. I am sure that you can pilot far more advanced mechs that can demolish our entire expeditionary fleet. I respect your strength. I respect your qualifications. I respect your luck in being able to get accepted into the MTA. The mech pilots all looked prouder, and for good reason. They were just like Charlotte Hofmeister. They started off as average third or second class mech pilots from very normal states, but managed to vault straight into heaven. They enjoyed the most effective scientific training methods. They received extremely effective augmentations. Their salaries were paid with MTA credits, which possessed a purchasing power that was so great that their parents probably had to work at least 1 billion years in order to earn a comparable amount of money. All of these circumstances and more meant that these young but highly trained MTA mech pilots were anything but inexperienced dummies who didn't know what to do. It would be a great mistake to underestimate their intelligence and wisdom. Since these meshers were so full of themselves, why not play into their common personality trait? At this moment, Ves knew exactly how he should treat these superior mech pilots. A respectful expression appeared on his face. You are all adults, and I'm not your nanny. Only your choices and effort will determine whether you are able to transcend your mortality and step on the path to God pilot. The Larkinson clan and I will merely act as your facilitators. While we will assist you in various ways, each of you must keep in mind that true strength can never be borrowed. You have to earn it yourself. Though the MTA mech pilots may not have paid much mind to him before, the words he said just now caused all of them to look thoughtful. Ves inwardly grinned. Even meshers weren't immune to his charm. As long as he was able to pull them into his narrative, he had already grasped the rhythm of controlling them. All he needed to do was to secure his current impression into their minds. He waved his hand, causing projections of all 5 Larkinson expert pilots to appear in front of his audience. Don't look down on our ability to train expert pilots. Our clan is only a couple of years old, but we have already managed to raise 5 genuine expert pilots despite our relative lack of resources and amenities. We also managed to produce 17 more expert candidates, but unfortunately only 11 of them remain alive. He was sure the MTA mech pilots had already done their research, but the information carried more weight this time. His smile turned grim. You can never gain something without taking risks. The greater your ambitions, the greater the hardships that you have to overcome. This is the core principle of the Larkinson clan and also the reason for our success. None of our expert pilots and expert candidates are flowers in a greenhouse. Each of them has thrown themselves in battle against swarms of pirate mechs, actual warships, and a hostile force that has brought a superior number of expert mechs. Each time, we were outnumbered and outgunned. Each time, we have lost thousands of good men and women. Yet the survivors among us managed to persevere. The best even manage to thrive. Each of our expert pilots are among these exemplary figures. It was hard for them not to show their admiration towards other expert pilots. It didn't matter if there was a vast difference in identity between them and the Larkinson expert pilots. The latter had reached a height that the vast majority of mech pilots would never be able to reach. To them, the status of becoming a strong and powerful expert pilot was much more desirable than becoming one of an endless amount of mech pilots in the service of a huge but impersonal organization. If they didn't want to become expert pilots so badly, they wouldn't have shown up here today. Master Willix wouldn't be so bored to select mech pilots who lacked the motivation to work hard. None of these mech pilots were anything comparable to the initial version of William Murbish. They possessed both the skill, heart, and courage of a true mech pilot. Yet that was not enough for them to fulfill their dreams. Their weak and undeveloped spiritualities were hard limits that would forever block their attempts of separating themselves from the masses. Only through outside help would they be able to break this limit, and Ves just happened to have some ideas on how to approach this problem. The issue was that his methods might be a bit too extreme. He couldn't force these people to take part in his risky and potentially fatal experiments, but he just thought of a good way to persuade them to become his test subjects. Ves clapped his hands, causing the projections to disappear. My clan and I have a proven track record of raising expert pilots and expert candidates. We are so good at it that Master Willix did not hesitate to arrange for you to serve with us for a number of years. Ves boldly invoked Master Willix's name in her presence. The fact that she didn't say anything but merely stayed silent was a powerful message in itself. His credibility directly rose in the eyes of his current audience. That said, I will not presume to dictate your training without input. As I stated earlier, I am not your nanny. You are capable enough to make your own choices in life. It is for this reason that I have prepared 3 different training packages for you. Each of them differ by intensity, expectations, and rules. He began to pace from side to side. The least restrictive option is the self-training package, he introduced. He just came up with it, so he didn't have a fancy name to describe it yet. Just as it says, this package will give you a great degree of autonomy while you remain a guest within our clan. If you think you know how to stimulate your potential the best, then you are free to compose your own schedule. We can offer you plenty of specific training activities that can help you improve. For example, you can choose to receive instruction from our expert pilots, or have us prepare one of our special living mechs to complement your training. While our trainers are willing to give you plenty of suggestions, the ultimate choice lies with you and no one else. Choose this package if you want to grasp your own fate. Ves knew that there should be plenty of skeptical and strong-willed mech individuals among the MTA mech pilots. He didn't want to deal with their stubbornness, so he decided to give them a way out and let them sort their situation out by themselves. Of course, the immediate implications of making your own choices and grasping your own fate was that they fully owned the outcome. If they failed to make any progress, then they had no one else to blame but themselves. They chose to go down their path, so there was no reason to put the blame on Ves. The mech pilots all looked thoughtful at this option. Some became more interested than others. Ves carefully recorded their faces. The second option is our voluntary participation package. You won't be able to make a lot of choices as our trainers, and I will expect you to follow the training schedule that we have prepared for you, as well as take part in any battles our clan gets embroiled in. That said, we will not force you to accept all of our suggestions or abide by all of our requests. If you want to say no, then we won't push you, but remember that expert pilots are extraordinary for a reason. If you don't want to follow our arrangements, then that is your choice, but true expert pilots never make excuses for themselves. This was a middle option that Ves probably would have settled upon if he intended to adopt only a single approach. It was a good enough compromise between cooperation and autonomy. His clan would genuinely put the mech pilots through activities that should be helpful, but some of them might not be very pleasant. If the mech pilots wished to skip out on those, then they had the right to do so, but it would be their fault if they happened to miss out on a great opportunity. Ves set it up this way so that he and his clan would not bear much responsibility if their clients failed. They made their own choices, so they should own up to them. Hopefully, the mech pilots who chose this package wouldn't invoke this right too often. I'm sure you can already guess what the third option is all about. The complete dedication package is the most extreme one. Don't pick it unless you have a lot of confidence in our clan's ability to mold you into an incomparable expert pilot. You have to be on board with us 100% for the duration of our most hellish and high-intensity training package. He adopted a bloodthirsty grin that seemed very out of place on someone who was supposed to be a mech designer. I'm sure you know about hell training programs that have high mortality rates, but also happen to have the highest conversion ratios of expert pilots out of actual wars. The complete dedication package is similar, though the risks you face may not be as you think. We have our own unique methods to draw out the potential of our mech pilots, but some of them can be very extreme. If you commit to our decisions, then we will not allow you to refuse. You just have to trust us that we want the best for you as well, but I won't lie to you that death or disablement are very real possibilities. For example, one of my earlier successes managed to turn from a cowardly mech pilot into an unshakable expert pilot. All he paid in return was becoming mute. This was a very worthwhile trade-off to mech pilots. The allure of becoming an expert pilot was just that great. In any case, the MTA had many ways to cure this affliction, and it wasn't as if life was unbearable if they lost their voice. As long as they became expert pilots, their voices gained weight no matter how silent they sounded. However, few of the MTA mech pilots looked enthused at this option. Ves was asking a lot from them if they chose the complete dedication package. They had to put their unreserved trust in Ves and the Larkinsons because a lot of things could go very wrong if it turned out their trainers were doing an awful job. Ves waved his hand and divided the area in front of him in 3 different zones. Each zone represented a different choice. It's time to make your choice, but before you do so, let me give you one more rule. Each training package will run for 1 year. No matter which one you choose, you have to stick to it for an entire year even if you regret it the next day. Expert pilots must be decisive, so I expect you to be nothing less. Even if you think you made a grave error, you can still make the best out of your situation as each option is meant to fulfill your dreams one way or another. Now, don't think too much and decide your training package. Ves deliberately limited their thinking time because he wanted to maintain his current rhythm. The MTA mech pilots all had to know that no matter how they spent their next 5 years, the Larkinson patriarch would always remain in charge. In the end, 9 mech pilots immediately entered the zone that stood for the self-training package. This caused Ves to dismiss them in his mind. These meshers evidently had little faith in his ability to elevate them to the rank of expert pilot. If that was the case, Ves would just throw them to the trainers of his clan and stop paying any further attention to their progress. 7 mech pilots moved over to the middle zone. Ves had a better impression of these mech pilots. Though they did not put all of their trust in the Larkinson clan, they at least showed a willingness to cooperate and follow the schedules set up by the Larkinsons. That left 4 MTA mech pilots who had yet to make a choice. In fact, they were already staring at the last zone. The decision they were about to make wasn't light at all. They knew that once they stepped into this empty zone, they would be handing over their lives to strangers. They never imagined that meshers such as themselves would be put into a position where they had to relinquish all of their power and decisions to an indigenous organization. Ves merely smiled in expectation at them. His twinkling eyes along with his prior words already conveyed what he thought. Expert pilots never hesitated. If they ever wanted to become equals to demigods, could they afford to be any less? In the end, the last 4 MTA mech pilots simultaneously stepped onto the most dangerous zone. Ves openly grinned. The 4 poor sods had consciously chosen to become his year-long test subjects. With Master Willix as a witness, these unwitting fools would never be able to go back. Chapter 3033, Fixer Iron. After the MTA mech pilots had made their choices, Ves recorded their decisions and sent them off. General Vull had already made adequate preparations to receive the new guests and put them through some introductory training sessions and familiarization activities. Ves planned to discuss with Vull on how to flesh out and organize the 3 training packages later. He knew that he only had to give them his general ideas and let the rest of the military wing of the Larkinson clan take care of the implementation. He was a mech designer, not a mech instructor. Turning mech pilots into expert pilots was not his main job. He only planned to spend enough time on them to further his studies on spiritual engineering and to prevent the meshers from feeling neglected. In any case, he had 5 years to produce solid results. This was plenty of time for Ves to find ways to solve their spiritual potential inadequacies and help them stimulate their potential. If Ves failed to produce any positive results after a year of laid-back instruction, then he would consider upping the intensity and encouraging more MTA mech pilots to choose the more intensive packages. A number of clansmen soon arrived and took the MTA mech pilots away. Meanwhile, Ves and Gloriana guided Master Willix over to the design lab. Every assistant mech designer was present in the main lab. They all stood at attention even before Master Willix entered the compartment. Keddies and Juliet stood in front. Both of them maintained their cool and did not lose control just because they were in the presence of a great mech designer. Master Willix briefly swept her gaze over the assistants. "Your manpower here is insufficient. We didn't have any good opportunities to expand our design teams lately, ma'am," Ves excused. "You should address this shortcoming soon. The Crown Uprising has already uprooted a decent number of mech companies. There are more mech designers on the job market than before, so it should not be a challenge for you to recruit an extra 100 apprentices. The mech designers from most second-rate states in the Winged Serenade Star sector are quite decent. I will consider stopping by to pick up a batch of recruits. Don't delay too long. The higher you set your goals, the greater the need for rigor. You cannot handle every little task yourself no matter how many augmentations you have." Both Ves and Gloriana nodded in acceptance. "Well, let us discuss the projects in more detail. I have brought some interesting resonating exotics that can drastically change the fighting approach of the upcoming expert mechs." The journeyman as well as Master Willix entered a secure meeting room. Once they took their seats, Gloriana began to present a quick summary and status update on the 5 expert mech design projects. Master Willix was already familiar with most of the contents, but the presentation still set the stage for their upcoming discussion. "Thank you, Miss Woden. I am pleased to hear that you are not satisfied with the current state of the draft designs and are still working hard to improve them. If the new luminar crystals live up to their promises, then I agree that they can add a substantial degree of power and versatility to the expert mechs armed with ranged weapons. I do caution you not to put all of your stock in unproven and experimental technology, though. You must at least perform rigorous tests on the performance of different improved luminar crystals in order to verify whether they can endure the stresses of high-level combat. I will task a design team to perform this study," Gloriana quickly promised. This was one of the many instances where assistants could take a burden off the shoulders of the lead designers. Any recent science or engineering graduate could perform these basic tests as long as Ves prepared the test crystals. After Master Willix pointed out a few other details about the expert mech designs, the discussion soon turned to the most important item on the agenda. As promised, I have brought a number of key resonating materials that will complement all 5 expert mechs under development. Not all of them are equal, and not all of them are my first choice, but they will all define your expert mech for years to come once they are completed. Master Willix brought 2 resonating materials per expert mech. Gloriana had been looking forward to receiving them for a long while. She had already discussed extensively with the Great Master on what kind of resonating abilities their expert mech should acquire. While Gloriana and the others had plenty of ideas, it was useless to develop them any further when they weren't sure they would be able to get their hands on the right materials. Though Gloriana and the Larkinson clan did their best to procure the resonating exotics they needed, they only managed to satisfy their low-end needs. They weren't powerful enough to gain access to the more expensive and exclusive exotics. The quality of the expert mechs they were designing would have ended up a lot lower if Master Willix didn't come to the rescue. Ves sat up a bit straighter in his chair as the MTA master started off with his favorite project. Let us begin with the Chimera project. This is the most unfocused expert mech design of the 5, so it is not clear which of its aspects should be strengthened. Whether it is defense, offense, mobility, or utility, this hero mech will benefit regardless of how it is augmented with resonance abilities. An abundance of choice can often lead to no choices at all. This is why I am glad that you have still been able to choose your preferences for this project. Both Ves and Gloriana held long discussions on what kind of resonance abilities they should aim to impart in the Chimera project. They eventually managed to settle their differences, which gave Master Willix a solid direction on what to choose. The MTA Mech Designer introduced the first key resonating exotic for the Chimera project by projecting a mineral in front of the faces of the lead designers. Mr. Larkinson, you are familiar with Rorica's bone, are you not? She asked. Yes, ma'am. I have plenty of personal experiences with Rorica's bone, he replied. Is this resonating exotic related to it in any way? It's not how you think. Rorica's bone is called this way because there are signs that it is derived from organic matter. Fixer iron is an old and well-known metallic exotic that has definite inorganic origins. Ves frowned a bit when he heard this. He always liked Rorica's bone for its seemingly magical regeneration properties. The fact that it had organic origins only increased his opinion about this material. If possible, he wanted Master Willix to provide him with a resonating version of Rorica's bone. Whether it was actually related to Rorica's bone or not didn't matter. What Ves prized was the regeneration property and the organic connection. Fixer iron doesn't sound very sophisticated, ma'am, he commented. Willix lightly shrugged. Most old exotics that humanity has discovered in the early days of our ascension into the stars bear simple names. The material scientists back then did not put much thought behind the implications of their individual naming preferences. That is why a lot of metallic exotics bear the word iron in their name. It didn't help that Fixer iron's effects weren't entirely clear before the advent of expert mechs. Does that mean that Fixer iron will not perform as well as the alternatives? She shook her head. Far from it. Fixer iron is a staple solution for second-class expert mechs that require battlefield regeneration capabilities. It may not be the most optimal or efficient resonating exotic for the purpose, but it is one of the more widely available resonating exotics. We have substantial stockpiles of this resonating exotic in almost every sector headquarters of our association. Master Willix subsequently elaborated by mentioning some key properties while projecting a table that listed all of the relevant data that Ves needed. He had to admit that Fixer iron was quite a practical choice. While it was definitely a strategic material that couldn't easily be found on the market, it was still widespread enough for the MTA to not care if Master Willix took out enough material to satisfy the needs of a single expert mech. So what can Fixer iron bring to the Chimera project? Ves pressed. Also, what makes it different from Rorica's bone? Rorica's bone is not a resonating exotic. It works passively by absorbing any heat and ambient energy around it before converting it into matter that conforms to the structure of the objects and components around the exotic. Fixer iron can achieve the same effect, but will only perform it when influenced by a compatible resonance source. Venerable Joshua Larkinson happens to react well to fixer iron and vice versa. I see. Essentially, fixer iron was an active and more potent version of Rorica's bone. Whereas the latter only worked at a slow pace, the resonating exotic that Master Willix had brought could restore heavy damage within a dozen seconds. Of course, the downside of this was that the expert pilot had to actively cooperate and expend his strength in order to sustain the energy-intensive regeneration process. It couldn't regenerate a damaged mech for free, as it were. This meant that each time Venerable Joshua wanted to repair any battle damage, he would have to pause all other combat actions in order to fix his expert mech. This did not sound ideal. How long can a typical expert pilot regenerate his mech using this resonating exotic? That depends. There are too many variables at play here. I don't need to remind you of that. In my estimation, the current direction of the Chimera project should allow it to regenerate enough battle damage to shatter it entirely twice over. What? That much? VS reacted with surprise. This is why fixer iron is popular among many expert mechs, Mr. Larkinson. While it is theoretically possible for this material to restore so much damage, the expert pilot will have to expend much if not all of his energy to do so. Don't put too much stock in this material until Venerable Joshua Larkinson has increased his resonance strength. We will pay attention to your advice, Master, Gloriana seriously said. Willix briefly showed them a projection on where she could best integrate fixer iron in order to provide the most comprehensive active regeneration capabilities. Fixer iron is an exotic that works best with components in close proximity, she explained. Also, it can only restore components that are within reach. If an enemy ever manages to sever a section which integrates a large amount of fixer iron, then the damaged mech in question will not be able to regenerate anything because the severed piece is no longer attached. This was why it was best to integrate fixer iron within the torso of a mech. Nowhere was safer than there. By ensuring that the enemy wouldn't easily be able to pry away the fixer iron that kept the Chimera project alive in battle, the latter would always be able to get back to optimal condition. All in all, VS was generally satisfied with the first resonating exotic that Willix introduced. Fixer iron might not sound glamorous, but its effects were very solid. Willix introduced the second exotic that she prepared. You have conceived the Chimera project as a troubleshooter and a highly versatile combat problem. In this capacity, the expert mech has more than enough defenses to fulfill this role. You still need to increase its offensive power. Regular attacks will not allow it to defeat expert mechs fast enough. This was true. Expert mechs were darn tough. It took powerful attacks to wear out their defenses over time. VS wondered what kind of solution that Willix was about to present. Would she whip up a resonating exotic that could augment the Chimera project's melee or range capabilities? Chapter 3034, Iridescent Mercury. The Chimera project's main theme centered around adaptability and versatility. It did not explicitly aim to be the best at anything. However, it would be nice if it was able to excel at something. Increasing its damage-absorbing capabilities by pairing it up with fixer iron was a good choice. Though the resonating exotic did not excite VS and Gloriana all that much, it paired well with Venerable Joshua's domain and was easy to integrate in his upcoming expert mech. Increasing its defenses was not enough, though. An expert mech almost always needed offensive enhancements as well. It was a waste of an expert mech and expert pilot if their vast potential wasn't channeled into an offensive direction. Master Willix did not immediately reveal her selection for offense-oriented resonating exotic. She merely smiled and asked a question. How do you envision the Chimera project on the battlefield? What kind of role should Venerable Joshua adopt? Ves thought long and hard about these questions, and so did Gloriana. While their views diverged from each other, they still found a lot of common ground. Since Ves was more passionate about Venerable Joshua's expert mech than his wife, he decided to answer this question. Venerable Joshua is a versatile mech pilot, ma'am. When paired with a versatile mech, he can function as a troubleshooter. In other words, he can shore up any weaknesses in our lineup, rescue any troubled units, or add some extra strength to any important actions we might attempt on the battlefield. What should he and his expert mech excel at aside from the basics you have mentioned? Think beyond the technical and think strategically instead. Master Willix was obviously hinting at something greater. When Ves did as he was told and pulled back his perspective, he envisioned a large battlefield in space where thousands if not tens of thousands of mechs grinded against each other. The greater the amount of mechs, the greater the amount of confusion. The role of individual mechs and mech pilots became smaller, and even expert mechs would find it hard to change the overall strategic outlook of a huge battle. However, was this really the case? A few thoughts flashed through his mind. He had become involved in many instances where a single individual managed to change the course of a major battle. Outside of rare and unpredictable breakthroughs, the role of leaders gained more weight as battles grew larger. This was something that was becoming more and more relevant to the Larkinson clan as its mech forces expanded into the thousands. At this scale, the qualities of regular fighters became less impactful, but the qualities of the senior officers became more pivotal. A good commander was able to stabilize a battle line that was under heavy assault. A poor commander could easily cause it to collapse ahead of time. The role of higher-ranking leaders such as Ves and General Vol became even more evident. Though most of their influence affected the military wing of the Larkinson clan when it was out of combat, they still performed essential functions during a battle. Whether it was boosting morale, issuing broad commands, responding to enemy maneuvers and so on, the mech pilots of the Larkinson clan all looked up to their leaders for hope, instruction and more. It was as if a mech suddenly turned online in his mind. The hint provided by Master Willix allowed Ves to recognize the most suitable role for Venerable Joshua. Venerable Joshua has always been the most likable expert pilot in our current roster, he noted. He doesn't possess any significant leadership qualities, but he is able to befriend everyone regardless of their individual beliefs. From the penitent sisters to the Ovanans, Joshua has earned great respect from all of them due to his amiability and ability to pilot their signature mechs. He is the standard bearer of the Larkinson clan. He could already picture how Venerable Joshua made his mark on the battlefield. His large, imposing mech would shine bright and deliberately attract attention. Whether it stayed in the rear and launched precision attacks on critical enemy machines or charged forward in order to lead an assault, all of his actions would be magnified to those who were able to view or track his actions. While any other expert mech could fulfill this role as well, none of them were quite as suitable. The Bulwark project was too slow and would only be able to provide encouragement from the rear. The Sentry project was too passive and did not fight in an ostentatious manner. The Disruptor project was too fleeting and functioned best when operating far from other friendly units. The Decapitator project and Vanguard project were too offense-oriented and lacked broad appeal. Compared to all of these choices, only the Chimera project possessed the balance and versatility to function well in any place on the battlefield. You understand now, do you? Master Willix smiled. Ves took a deep breath. I do. We chose to design a hero mech for Venerable Joshua in order to make the best use out of his broad skill set. Yet we did not think sufficiently about what kind of role that he and his expert mech could really play. I get it now. Hero mechs might not be the most efficient or effective mech type we could choose from, but it is the iconic kind of mech to inspire other soldiers in battle. Hero mechs were called this way for a reason. Ves had explored this mech type extensively in the past. From the Ouroboros to the Transcendent Messenger, the few hero mechs that Ves designed had all become iconic standard bearers whose symbolic value surpassed their combat value. Adding such an expert mech to the Larkinson clan's lineup made a lot of sense as well. One of the core doctrines was psychological warfare. According to this school of thought, the Larkinsons should do their best to increase their own morale while damaging the morale of their opponents. Venerable Joshua and his hero expert mech were very well suited to accomplish both objectives. As Ves thought about orienting the Chimera project in this direction, Gloriana began to frown. Master Willix, what does this have to do with the second resonating exotic that you have selected for the Chimera project? Did you select something that isn't capable of enhancing the offensive power of this expert mech? There are many solutions to increase the attack power of your expert pilot, Miss Woden. The selection of enhancing options should fit the role and needs of the expert mech, not the other way around. I have vast experience in judging and determining the roles of expert mechs. In my judgment, the Decapitator Project, Vanguard Project, and Sentry Project can already provide you with strong attacks. Instead of trying to force the Chimera Project to keep up in an area it doesn't excel at, it is much more fitting to enhance one of its strong points. The Master Mech Designer no longer kept everyone in suspense. She switched the projection to display a light and delicate-looking substance. This is iridescent mercury. It is a mercury-like exotic that is fairly rare but does not see much use as a resonating exotic. Why is that, ma'am? Its perceived combat value is too low in the eyes of most people. Willix simply responded. This is because it doesn't directly enhance any solid combat parameters. When an expert pilot resonates with an expert mech that is laced with iridescent mercury, it becomes more noticeable and harder to ignore. This sounded quite useful, but there had to be a downside to it, or else Master Willix wouldn't have mentioned that it was rarely used. What's the catch? Its compatibility with other resonating exotics is not good, she said. One of the reasons why Fixer Iron is stocked in every star sector is because it has low resonance interference. It either plays well or does not inhibit the performance of other resonating exotics. In comparison, iridescent mercury is a lot more difficult to pair with other materials. If you commit to using this resonating exotic, you will have to forego many other powerful alternatives. You can only add weaker resonating exotics or none at all when you make use of this special material. What Master Willix basically stated was that committing to the use of iridescent mercury came at a heavy price. Ves and Gloriana might have to settle with passing on the possibility of integrating a very powerful attack ability for the Chimera project. Suffice to say, Gloriana did not react well to this choice. Even though she respected Master Willix, that did not mean she blindly followed suit. As a classically educated mech designer who attended one of the best universities of the hegemony, she was trained to form her own opinions even in the face of great authority figures. I do not doubt that iridescent mercury can add a useful function to the Chimera project, Master Willix. However, it does not align with the expert mech's fundamental purpose. What we need the most are solutions against other expert mechs. The Komodo War as well as the Battle of Reckoning that we barely won has both showcased how disadvantageous it is to fight with less expert mechs than the enemy. We are confident that our regular forces can defeat the enemy's regular troops, so we do not particularly need to amplify the Chimera project's ability to affect this lower-level struggle. What we truly need is to guarantee our chances against enemy expert mechs. Did I say that iridescent mercury is irrelevant in expert mech duels? Huh! Both Gloriana and Ves looked nonplussed. Master Willix let out a coy smile. I may have been too busy to perform much research in your husband's design philosophy, but I did discover some notable interactions. Iridescent mercury's main effect is rather limited under ordinary circumstances. However, according to my tests and calculations, it has a complementary effect towards glows. If my theories are correct, it can drastically extend the effective range of the Chimera Project's glow to encompass several large formations. What kind of range are we talking about? Ves cautiously asked. Kilometers. Maybe tens of kilometers. That much? The effective range of an ordinary glow was much less. Unless Ves did something special like with the Valkyrie Redeemer, the glows of all of his mechs were only effective at melee range. If iridescent mercury could truly extend the range of a glow, then the significance of the Chimera Project would drastically increase. Ves was already starting to think if it was possible to debilitate thousands of mech pilots at once by integrating the glow of the ferocious piranha in this new superglow machine. Don't get too excited, Mr. Larkinson. My tests also show that the strength of the glow will substantially drop past its usual range. Damn. Ves cursed. While I admit that extending the range of glow to this extent can still be useful, at best it will free more of our regular mechs, Gloriana said. There is a second benefit to iridescent mercury that I have not mentioned yet. While it will weaken the strength of a glow past its normal range, it does the inverse at closer distances. At close distances, I predict that it can strengthen a glow beyond its usual level, even to the point of affecting an enemy expert pilot. What? Are you sure about that, ma'am? While Gloriana looked suitably astonished, only Ves knew full well what this possibility implied. A glow that was strong enough to affect the rock-hard mental defenses of an expert pilot was absolutely remarkable. It could definitely swing the outcome of group battles between expert mechs, as this advantage was not limited to affecting just a single individual. Ves finally understood why Master Willix was willing to forego other powerful enhancements in order to settle for iridescent mercury. This resonating exotics effect was absolutely remarkable, and one that synergized very well with both Venerable Joshua and the Chimera Project. Chapter 30-35 Resonating Alloys. From an objective standpoint, the known effects of iridescent mercury were rather marginal and niche. It saw minor use in certain expert mechs piloted by notable leaders and commanders. Yet the allure of using other resonating exotics that improved a concrete combat-related priority was too great. Few expert pilots and mech designers valued the effects of iridescent mercury over the alternatives. The situation was different here. Iridescent mercury happened to resonate quite well with Venerable Joshua. This allowed him to derive greater value from this material than many other mech pilots. What actually stole the show was Master Willix's unexpected discovery that iridescent mercury possessed highly complementary effects towards glows. She even presented a bold theory that explained why this might be the case. If you think about it, iridescent mercury seems almost useless in any other circumstance. I suspect the overall function of this resonating exotic is centered around amplifying mental effects. This is why this material can make expert mechs command more attention. However, when it is paired with a mech designed with a glow. Ves naturally understood the conclusion that Master Willix was hinting at. Everyone else can't make the best use of iridescent mercury. Since they mainly amplify the expert pilot's inherent presence in those cases, much of the potential of this material is wasted. When paired with one of my own mechs, the resonating exotic can affect more factors. This results in a direct strengthening of one of the greatest advantages of my design philosophy. Iridescent mercury had just entered into his crosshairs. Though Master Willix had cautioned Ves that her judgment was largely based on assumptions rather than solid proof, she was not the sort of mech designer who made spurious guesses. If she was willing to mention this material to Ves and Gloriana, then she must have great assurances that it lived up to its promises. Though the Larkinsons still had to perform follow-up studies on iridescent mercury in order to know for certain that it could play a major role in enhancing the Chimera project's importance, as long as it was viable, Ves was very willing to adopt it even to the exclusion of other powerful alternatives. Master Willix spent the next 5 minutes explaining some of the specifics of using iridescent mercury. The good news was that it did not interfere with the effects of fixer iron. A lot of other weaker resonating exotics would either not be impacted or be subjected to just a minor drop in effectiveness. The bad news was that it truly left Ves and Gloriana with too few options to strengthen the Chimera project in other ways. You are better off not integrating a third powerful resonance ability to this mech, Master Willix advised. The materials that you can still squeeze in this expert mech are either unattainable or not suitable for this particular mech design. Ves and Gloriana shared a heavy glance. We'll just settle on incorporating lesser amplifiers into the weapons systems of the Chimera project. Ves spoke his thoughts. His wife slowly nodded. Though this did not fall in line with her original ideas, the option presented by Master Willix made too much sense. As a mech designer who was sensitive towards fit and synergy, she could not deny the huge value of iridescent mercury to the Chimera project. The meeting soon moved on after determining the main resonating abilities of the Chimera project. While this did not exclude the addition of other useful resonance functions, they would most definitely lack the impact of the Chimera project's rapid self-repair and glow amplification capabilities. The Vanguard project is much more straightforward. Master Willix addressed a different project. Since it is based around a simple concept, there is no need for us to overcomplicate its resonance abilities. As an assault expert mech that is meant to resist tough opponents, it can better fulfill its role by amplifying both its defense and offense. She quickly presented 2 decent but suitable resonating exotics that happened to be compatible with Venerable Rosa Orphan. Surprisingly, Venerable Orphan is actually compatible with a decent range of defense-oriented materials. That is quite uncommon to see in an expert pilot that excels in piloting offensive mechs. This did not surprise Ves that much. Venerable Orphan possessed an undeniable connection to Kalankso. In fact, now that he thought about it, Kalankso's method of bonding with chosen humans was actually a more primitive but also intimate version of his spiritual networks. A projection of a rather dull and solid-looking metal appeared in front of the mech designers. BSN-17A is a different resonating material from the ones that I have introduced before. Willix spoke. Fixer iron and iridescent mercury are both naturally occurring materials. Ores containing them only have to undergo light processing in order to obtain usable quantities. BSN-17A is different in that it is an alloy that blends several different weaker resonating exotics in order to achieve a stronger effect. The journeymen of the Larkinson clan were no strangers to alloys, but it was rare to encounter one that was still able to interact with expert pilots. What does BSN-17A do, ma'am? Ves asked. It enhances the defenses of a mech by forming a thin but highly resilient energy barrier just above the surface of an expert mech. Isn't that a resonance shield? This is different. Willix shook her head. The coverage area and working principles are different. Ordinary resonance shields extend at least several meters from the upper surface of an expert mech. The barrier formed by BSN-17A only hovers a couple of centimeters above the contours of a frame. The efficiency and resistance of this active ability are quite good. Best of all, the BSN barrier can be stacked with an ordinary resonance shield. This allows the expert mech to brace itself against a very powerful strike such as the charge of a Lancer mech. While this was doubtlessly a useful effect, Ves felt it was a bit boring. There wasn't anything special to BSN-17A aside from passively increasing an expert mech's resistance against various interference effects. Unfortunately, That also caused the resonating alloy to interfere with plenty of other resonating materials. Master Willix did manage to find another suitable resonating exotic that did not interfere with BSN-17A. Pyrotis is a rather common resonating exotic that matches well with the role of the Vanguard project. It can amplify physical damage by amplifying the momentum driving a weapon forward. It is most often used in expert Lancer mechs, but it can also be useful for the Vanguard project. VS adopted a strange expression. Who the hell came up with this awful name? Some boy named Pierrot, most likely, Gloriana guessed. The name was much less important than the effects. Passively, Pyrotis substantially increased the resilience of a weapon, allowing it to withstand much more punishment. When an expert pilot resonated with it, Pyrotis somehow increased the force behind the weapon in a way that allowed it to strike harder. No matter whether the expert mech was charging at high speeds or simply thrusting its weapon forward, Pyrotis directly amplified the attack. The major downside of this resonating exotic was that it was very hard to show its full potential in static combat scenarios. The less the Vanguard project was able to move, the lower the amplification factor of Pyrotis. Fortunately, this was not a big deal in spaceborne combat. The void of open space was so big and empty that it was virtually impossible to pin a mech to a single coordinate on the battlefield. It's not an ideal fit for a spearman mech, but Venerable Orphan resonates strongly with this material, VS noted as he skimmed through the data. There were few resonating exotics that could provide a stronger offensive enhancement to an expert mech while also remaining compatible with the expert pilot. When Master Willix moved on to the Decapitator project, she reused a material she mentioned before. Just like Venerable Orphan, Venerable Dice is also compatible with a range of defensive resonating materials. There should not be any problem with integrating BSN-17A to this expert swordsman mech as well. Are there any other good reasons to opt for BSN-17A again, Master Willix? Gloriana asked. BSN-17A is a favored defensive material for offensive mechs because you do not need to integrate many tons of it into their frames. Just a moderate amount is enough for it to reach optimum performance. What about piling more BSN-17A onto an expert mech? VS curiously wondered. I bet Venerable Janzi is compatible with this resonating exotic as well. Is it possible for her expert mech to use 3 times as much BSN-17A than the other expert mechs? It won't be as usable anymore, Mr. Larkinson. The defensive attributes of the thin BSN barrier will increase, but the strain on the expert pilot rises too quickly. An expert mech with such an excessively strengthened barrier will not be able to maintain its enhanced defenses for long. I see. That made sense. BSN-17A may have been deliberately designed to complement offensive expert mechs. Willix chose a different offensive material for the Decapitator project. She sent a brief glance over to Kedis. I think you will be happy with the resonating exotic that I have found for our expert swordsman mech. Bissonnet is a rather scarce resonating exotic that can directly amplify the cutting power of a sharp or bladed weapon. I imagine it will complement your design philosophy quite nicely, Miss Kedis. The Swordmaster's eyes shone when she heard that. Kedis was definitely interested in trying to superimpose the effects of Bissonnet with her own specialty. What are the downsides of Bissonnet? VS asked in a critical tone. It is rarer than Pyrotis and can cost you a hefty sum. It has a medium interference factor, and there is not much room for other options when you use it in a bladed weapon. Its resonance effect is also more strenuous to maintain, so Venerable Dice must use it sparingly unless she must truly use its power to cut through a resilient opponent. Though none of this sounded nice, the trade-offs were worth it. Bissonnet's cutting power amplification was substantial. It worked best against solid matter such as resilient armor plating but did not provide a lot of advantages against resonance shields and other energy barriers. All in all, Bissonnet was a good choice for the decapitator project. The whole point of the expert swordsman mech was to provide the Larkinson clan with a solution against more powerful or heavily armored targets. After a short discussion on how Bissonnet should be integrated into the mech sword of a swordsman mech, Master Willix quickly moved on to her choices of the Disruptor project. One of the greatest challenges to matching resonating materials with expert light mechs is that you cannot use those that are too heavy or take up too much space. This rules out many exotics that have to be used in greater quantities in order to justify their inclusion. So we can only use lighter resonating exotics? Not quite. You can use dense and heavy ones as long as their potency is high enough that you can already obtain a usable result by using just a small amount of it. The problem is that this is a universally desired quality, so lighter and more potent resonating exotics are difficult to procure. Fortunately, the MTA was so wealthy and powerful that these material constraints did not hinder it from stockpiling such valuable materials. The Disruptor project's greatest strength is its evasion capabilities. Since this trait plays such a key role in its performance, I have carefully sought a resonating exotic that can strengthen it while at the same time meet all of the other requirements. The projection changed to show off a bar of metal alloy with a blue sheen. This is perfidious steel. As its name suggests, it is another resonating alloy. What is its effect? It makes an expert mech more perfidious. Master Willix straightforwardly answered. Chapter 3036 Perfidious Steel. When Ves implanted the Archimedes Rebel in his mind, it didn't take long for him to load it up with a large database of information that might become relevant at some point in the future. This was one of those days. Ves quickly accessed the latest edition of the Standard Language Dictionary and looked up the definition of a word that he had almost never encountered in his life. Perfidious, deceitful, and untrustworthy. While this dictionary definition clarified the meaning of the word, it did not dispel his confusion. What did deceit have to do with expert mechs? What the hell did perfidious steel have to do with expert light mechs? Master Willix looked amused at the confusion she managed to generate among the journeymen. She did not leave them guessing for long, though. Perfidious steel is the product of an accident. It is an unintentional invention of a company that is dedicated to developing new resonating alloys. While the material does not meet the original goals of the company, its effects are still useful enough to be put on the market. What does perfidious steel do, ma'am? Ves practically begged. This is not easy to explain. The physics and theory is beyond your level, but to put it simply, it can cause a mismatch between the perceived and actual coordinates of an expert mech. That barely offered any clarification to Ves and his fellow journeymen. Master Willix shook her head in disappointment. As mech designers and engineers, you should be familiar with the phenomenon known as refraction. She raised her hand, causing the active projection to switch from showing off a material to a very simple example of refraction. The projection showed off a very simple pool of water with a wooden rod sticking out of the surface. The most notable part about this image was that the angle of the stick above the water did not match the angle of the stick below the surface. Even though the rod was clearly a single, straight piece, the presence of water caused the observer to have the illusion that they were laying eyes on a crooked stick. The concept of refraction is simple to understand in this example. Master Willix adopted the guise of a high school physics teacher. The refractive index of air and water do not match. This means that any light that travels through these mediums actually differs. It also causes the light to bend at an angle when it passes through another material. This was all basic knowledge that any mech designer should have mastered long ago. It was also highly relevant to Ves and anyone who worked on laser weapons. Master Willix waved her hand, causing the simple example to make way for an actual clip of an expert light skirmisher that incorporated perfidious steel, Watch carefully. The expert light mech appeared to be charging towards a distant enemy fleet. Doing so by itself was quite perilous, as it was difficult for it to dodge every attack. In order to evade incoming attacks, the expert mech had to dodge in a limited amount of directions, namely up, down, left, or right. This was a problem because the light mech had to invest a lot of effort into traveling straight ahead in order to reach its target and fulfill its primary goal. These two priorities conflicted with each other. If the light mech wanted to maximize its dodging chances, then it should direct all of its efforts into dodging side to side or up and down. If the light mech wanted to get anywhere fast enough, then it had to travel forward. Focusing on one directly detracted from the other. A light mech could not simultaneously do well in both without paying an unacceptable price. Though the Disruptor project was a bit better off in this regard due to its plethora of boosters, it did not carry enough booster fuel to keep this pattern up for long. The light expert mech therefore needed another solution in order to ensure that it would be able to reach its targets quickly while still retaining enough combat effectiveness to complete its mission. This was why the archival footage presented Ves with a remarkable sight. Numerous laser beams attempted to strike the approaching expert light mech. Though the mech attempted to perform some lateral movements in order to prevent the enemy from piling up a lot of precise attacks onto its frame, there were just too many attacks. Yet, when the laser beams struck the shape of the expert mech, they went right through as if it was just a projection. Is the real mech under stealth? No. There are no stealth systems on this expert mech. That would compromise its defensive capabilities too much. When the footage continued to roll, Ves eventually noticed that some beams hit the mech. The strange part was that the beam that hit the mark had actually missed the illusion by tens of meters. Yet when the laser beam hit the real expert mech, the damage was reflected on the illusion. It was as if there was some kind of strange dislocation of space that caused the actual coordinates and perceived coordinates of the light mech to diverge. I get it now. Ves spoke. Perfidious steel acts on the observers, is that correct? Is it effective against just humans, or can it also fool artificial systems? Both. It distorts perspective. The best part about this material is that it works on more than just visible light. No matter whether you are scanning for heat, mass, air displacement, and so on, they will all point to a different coordinate than where the mech is actually positioned. That's incredibly useful, Gloriana gasped. Ves shared her shock. How come he never heard of this material? Perfidious steel should be integrated in every expert light mech if it possesses such an incredibly useful effect. However, there were always downsides. I wouldn't get excited too soon. Master Willix spoke in a calm tone. There are several major downsides to perfidious steel. First, it is an obscure product with low availability. Second, its resonance interference is high, which means that you must forego many other resonating exotics. Third, it is highly effective at longer ranges but is of limited use at shorter ranges. In melee combat, the degree of distortion can only amount to a few meters or less. The last point was especially painful. While it was just enough to allow the expert mech to slip attacks through an enemy's guard, it would not play a significant role in preventing attacks from landing on the machine. Still, Ves was quite satisfied with what perfidious steel had to offer. He did not forget about the superb armor system of the Disruptor project. With a frame clad with unending alloy, Venerable Tusa didn't have to worry about his expert mech falling apart anytime soon. Gloriana made the same realization. With perfidious steel, the Disruptor project will effectively be able to function as a defensive mech. Evasion was another form of defense. Though it was not as simple and direct as resisting attacks with armor, if the Disruptor project could attract a lot of firepower for a long period of time, then it could directly alleviate a lot of pressure elsewhere. Although it sounded stupid for enemies to focus a lot of firepower on a highly evasive machine, sometimes they had no choice. If the Disruptor project unflinchingly penetrated enemy lines and surged towards the more vulnerable portions of an enemy fleet, then the expert mech had to be stopped. VS looked at Master Willix with a lot of appreciation. Even with all of its downsides, perfidious steel fit perfectly with the Disruptor project. In fact, using this material would definitely turn Venerable Tus's expert mech into a nemesis against hostile ranged expert mechs. The second key resonating exotic for the Disruptor project was much less exciting in comparison. Due to the fickle nature of perfidious steel, there were few options left. Since perfidious steel must be integrated into the frame of the expert mech, it is best to push the other key resonating material onto an external component. The Disruptor project's daggers will suffice. We can apply bisonite to its blades as well in order to ensure that the light mech can pierce through better protected parts. VS frowned a bit. Why bisonite? Shouldn't pyrotis be a better choice? Light mechs move around a lot. Their high acceleration makes it easy for them to build up momentum. If they can initiate a charge, they can inflict heavy damage on an enemy mech's resonance shield. You make a valid argument, but in most cases resonance shields are not that difficult to break with regular resonance-empowered attacks. It is breaking past solid high-quality armor systems that is more challenging. The Disruptor project doesn't have the staying power to get entangled in longer duels. It must assassinate its target quickly. I see. He still felt that pyrotis was a better choice, but bisonite was not a bad choice. Combining its properties with Ketty's design philosophy would produce remarkable results. The discussion soon moved on to the resonating exotics chosen for the fifth expert mech design. The Sentry project is different from the other expert mechs, Master Willix stated. It is an expert mech that is dedicated to long-range precision marksmanship. The design choices that you have made so far have all been geared towards maximizing its long-range lethality at the cost of diminishing its close-range combat capabilities. I must say that you are very brave for doing so. Venerable Devia Stark must trust you to a great degree to design such a one-dimensional rifleman mech. VS merely shrugged. She can count on other Larkinsons to shield her against incoming attackers. I respect your design choices. Whether I agree with them is not in consideration, the MTA Master affirmed. In any case, I have chosen to bring two resonating exotics that can complement its strengths rather than shore up its weaknesses. The projection showed a ranged expert mech that fired repeated energy beams. The most notable part about this display was that as some of the beams propagated further, they began to bend at angles up to 30 or even 40 degrees. This allowed the ranged expert mech to deal damage to targets that didn't expect to get hit at angles that didn't completely block the incoming energy attack. This is an effect that your strange luminar crystals haven't displayed yet. Master Willix smiled. Opticonium is a rarely seen resonating alloy that can bend the trajectory of energy attacks. The theoretical maximum is 45 degrees, but the strain on the expert pilot is too great. This resonating alloy is much more efficient when it is used to bend trajectories to a smaller degree. You can still hit targets without warning at very long ranges. VS didn't see how that could be useful. He was much more interested in the possibilities enabled by bending attacks around solid obstacles such as shields or ship hulls. Bypassing enemy defenses should be the greatest use of this resonating alloy, correct? Master Willix nodded. That is indeed the original purpose for this product. Though the degree of bending is not too extreme, angles of 30 and 40% is already enough to slip attacks around a corner, as it were. It is especially effective if the Sentry project has already positioned itself at an angle from an enemy force to begin with. It will allow the expert rifleman mech to be able to deal effective damage against an enemy force without needing to fly too far away from the main body of friendly mechs. Ves deeply appreciated the tactical possibilities opened up by opticonium. Though he wanted to strangle whoever invented such a stupid name for such a phantasic resonating alloy, that did not stop him from wondering how Venerable Stark could frustrate a lot of enemies. Opticonium was apparently a rarer and less accessible product than the other resonating materials that Master Willix had mentioned. However, a rifle only needed to integrate tens of kilograms of this alloy in order to produce an effective result. The Sentry project would definitely turn into a confounding sniper when paired with this resonating alloy. Chapter 3037, GT 535. This was the first time that VS truly felt that the expert mech design projects deserved to be treated differently than ordinary mechs. Up until this point, much of his current work did not differ that much from his regular mech design projects. He just felt like designing some really fancy custom mechs. The best way to describe his lack of awe towards his current projects was that it was just one step higher from designing his prime mechs. Though VS appreciated the current mechs of his expert pilots a lot, he couldn't deny that they fell far short of what expert pilots deserved to depend upon in battle. VS realized that a void had quietly grown in his heart ever since he embarked on the current round of projects. This empty feeling may have caused him to act less steady than usual. Perhaps this explained why he pushed so much against Gloriana's strict planning. His desire to match or exceed the grandeur of all of the other expert mechs he had witnessed in battle prompted him to explore radical options. This was his usual solution whenever he felt his mech designs were lacking. He put a lot of effort into coming up with unconventional but powerful upgrades such as mounted war gear and enhanced luminar crystals. These were the solutions that helped him fill up the void in his heart and make the Chimera project and Sentry project more palatable in his eyes. At this moment, VS began to doubt whether he should have worked so hard in the first place. When Master Willix presented one dazzling resonating exotic after another, he felt that the usage of all of these amazing materials overshadowed all of his efforts. He inwardly shook his head. That wasn't completely true. While he had to admit that resonating exotics did indeed possess the spark that transformed expert mechs into brilliant combat assets, they were not all powerful. For one, they only worked when the expert pilot in question actively resonated with the new materials. This was a strenuous task and one that only became harder when the resonating material became more potent and powerful. There was always a price. No resonating exotic could deliver great power without input to power its effects. That power mainly came from the extraordinary qualities of an expert pilot. Yet no matter how powerful a demigod had become, the power they could exert had limits. They were not perpetual motion machines nor unable to violate the law of conservation of energy. As long as these conditions were in place, resonance abilities would always be costly to employ. In most cases, expert pilots were better off reserving the power granted by resonating exotics against other expert mechs and powerful opponents. Against a large number of regular enemies, it was better to rely on the more ordinary properties of their expert mechs. This was where powerful systems and components could make a substantial difference. Besides, the base performance of the expert mech also affected the power of resonance abilities. A cheap and badly designed machine would not be able to produce a lot of output. This was why the mech community obsessed a lot about the mech designers in charge of designing expert mechs. It was always best to have a master or a team of masters in charge of these crucial projects. In short, opticonium is a resonating alloy that suits an immobile rifleman mech better. If the Sentry project is designed as a more traditional mobile mid-range combatant, then it wouldn't need to bend its attacks, as it always enjoys the option to relocate so that it can attack the enemy at a more favorable angle. Since this is not the case, the opticonium will provide greater value than a more basic amplification in attack power. Master Willix had just given the 4 journeymen of the Larkinson clan a crash course on the bizarre but incredibly useful effects of opticonium. Though Ves felt a bit uncomfortable that choosing this key resonating material over others would forego the opportunity to increase the impact of Venerable Stark's expert mech, he understood the underlying logic. Mechs and other hardy targets were far harder to take down when attacked from the front. Every mech designer designed their machines in a way that allowed them to fight with great effectiveness when facing a single and ideal direction. In order to strengthen their frontal performance, some sacrifices had to be made when it came to fending off attacks from the flanks and especially the rear. If the Sentry project could curve its beam attacks so that it could attack the sides of any mech, even an expert mech, then the effective damage it could deal would be significantly greater than just firing off an attack that was twice as strong to the front of a target. What is the second key exotic that you have selected for the Sentry project? Gloriana attentively asked. Ves could already make some guesses. From what he saw before, powerful resonating materials generally didn't go along too well with each other. The best way to minimize any potential interference or unstable interactions was to place them as far away as possible. This was why a typical offensive and defensive arrangement worked so well. By putting one key resonating material in the torso of a mech and the other one in the external weapon would put them far away enough to minimize some of the negative consequences. Master Willix didn't disappoint this time. She lifted her finger, causing the projection to switch to a display of the preliminary version of the internal architecture of the Sentry project. Since the Sentry project forgoes defense solutions in favor of strengthening its offensive capabilities, it makes sense to find another solution to increase its damage output. Upgrading the power reactor and the power management system is a popular choice because increasing the absolute power of any mech is a solution that always works. Electricium secundus is a suitable choice to amplify the performance of the power reactor. Electricium secundus was another artificial resonating alloy. It actually belonged to a series of similar materials, as Electricium tertius was cheap enough to be used in third-class expert mechs while Electricium primus was powerful enough to be used in first-class expert mechs. The effects of Electricium secundus were rather simple. It directly increased the energy output of a power reactor without significantly increasing the amount of input. It was actually quite remarkable how this resonating alloy was able to convert resonance strength into a more usable form of energy for mechs. An expert mech that made use of Electricium secundus also didn't have to worry about frying the mech from the inside due to vastly exceeding the amount of energy it could channel. Integrating just a bit of Electricium secundus into the energy transmission systems vastly increased their tolerance. Ves was happy that the Sentry project would be able to pour greater power into a shot after all. Combining Electricium secundus with opticonium would result in an expert mech that could function as a supreme sniping machine. However, the use of Electricium secundus also came with a major downside. Since this resonating alloy not only had to be integrated in the power reactor, but also laced in the energy transmission systems that was supposed to direct all of the amplified energy to the rifle of the expert mech, there wasn't much room for any other resonating exotic. At the very least, committing to Electricium secundus meant ruling out the use of defensive resonating materials that would also have to be integrated in the frame of the expert mech. Neither Ves nor Gloriana spoke a word of complaint about this, though. They had already set a distinct design direction for the Sentry project. Master Willix merely presented resonating materials that matched their goals. Once she finished explaining her choices for the Sentry project, Master Willix moved on to the final expert mech design project. I saved the Bulwark project for last because I intend to do something different for this special expert mech. She spoke as she commanded the projection to display the planned expert mech revision of the Shield of Samar. Expert space knights are not unheard of, but it is rare to see one of this size and stature. That was because it was a stupid concept in space, at least according to Ves. They were too immobile and their defensive capabilities covered a tiny area. The mismatch in scale was simply too big for heavy space knights to make any sense. Master Willix observed the expressions of the journeyman carefully. Not even Gloriana was able to exude much confidence even if she chose to fulfill Venerable Janzi's vision. I know what you are thinking. Under ordinary circumstances, your doubts may have merit, but have you forgotten what kind of project you are working on? Expert mechs are different from standard mechs. It seems that you have not yet adjusted your mentality sufficiently enough. What do you have in mind for the Bulwark project, ma'am? Ves tentatively asked. He sensed that the master mech designer had subtly changed her demeanor. This meant that there had to be something special with the expert mech that she was currently addressing. Master Willix smiled. Do you recall my specialization? It has something to do with gravity systems, he answered. He would never forget something as crucial as this. It was just that Ves didn't really notice anything related to gravity systems whenever he interacted with the MTA master. As a rational mech designer, Master Willix dabbled in many other design philosophies, so she tended to be neutral whenever there wasn't any need to do anything special. This time was different, though. A hint of enthusiasm appeared on her face as she pointed at the frame of the future version of the Shield of Samar. The Bulwark project's main shortcomings are painfully obvious. Any melee mech can bypass it and attack more vulnerable targets instead. This is not a unique problem for defensive mechs. Many people have developed different solutions that can address this problem. From arming them with chains to imparting them with powerful mobility, expert mechs do not have to abide by the traditional rules that limit the practicality of standard mechs. We know that, ma'am. What if I tell you that I have developed a solution to this sort of problem as well? Huh! Master Willix smiled wider. In the past, I developed a resonating alloy in cooperation with others. When this material is integrated in the frame of an expert mech, it can allow an expert mech to bend spacetime around it as if it is a singularity. All space in its vicinity will be curved so that it becomes much more difficult to bypass it. Not just mechs, but also projectiles will bend when subjected to the artificial gravity well generated by an expert mech integrated with GT535. In order to illustrate her point, she played a brief animation of the Bulwark project if it was laced with GT535. The expert mech glowed as violent but barely visible fluctuations appeared around it. Mechs that sought to fly past the relatively immobile defensive mech suddenly found that their straight path no longer brought them away. Instead, they curved right towards the Shield of Samar. Due to the strength of the gravity well generated by the indomitable expert mech, the trapped enemies didn't possess the power to pull themselves away from the attraction force. In the end, they collided head-on against the tower shield of Janzi's mech. The collision alone was enough to shatter these unfortunate mechs to pieces. This is amazing. Gloriana's eyes shone like stars. This is everything I wanted for the Bulwark project. This is a much better option than the alternatives I had in mind. Ves was still in shock at the display. The range of the resonance ability along with the strength of its attraction force was too exaggerated. The value of GT535 should not be comparable to the other resonating materials that Master Willix had brought. Perhaps she was not as impartial as he previously thought. Contrary to his impression of a rational mech designer, Master Willix was openly biased towards the Bulwark project. Chapter 3038 Super Bulwark. The names of resonating materials were all over the place. Different companies and individuals adopted very different naming schemes for the powerful materials they discovered or made. Compared to the more ridiculous-sounding materials like pyrotis and opticonium, GT535 sounded incredibly boring. It wasn't even a real name. It was a code name, a model number, or a registration label. Yet the potency and efficacy of GT535 absolutely trounced all of the other resonating exotics by a considerable margin. Why did she choose to favor the Bulwark project over the other ones? Did she have a soft spot for large and heavy mechs? Did her main specialization cause her to develop a greater affinity towards heavy knights or something? There had to be a reason why she intended to lavish the Bulwark project with a bigger gift than the other expert mech design projects. Master Willix could guess what VS was thinking. Are you wondering why I chose to grant a more precious resonating material to the Bulwark project in particular? VS nodded. The rationale is not that deep, the older woman answered. Unlike other resonating materials, GT535 is a product that I have personally developed. You can say that it is my property. I have vastly greater rights regarding its use and propagation than with other materials. You do not know this, but it is quite difficult to bring out materials such as bisonate and perfidious steel from the association's reserves and transfer them to private individuals and organizations. This is also one of the reasons why I have not given you anything more powerful and potent. GT535 is not subject to the same restrictions, which is why I can dispose of it with much less scrutiny. I see, VS softly answered. He wasn't fully aware of all of the rules that master mech designers had to abide by in the MTA. It didn't make much sense for him that Master Willix had greater latitude when it came to using products such as GT535. Even if she developed it on her own, she was still a part of the MTA, which meant that all of her work should have belonged to it as well. Maybe masters enjoyed special treatment. Maybe the association thought that it could encourage its members to innovate more by promising that they could do what they wanted with their own inventions. If this was the case, then the ambitions of high-ranking mech designers within the MTA were not small. GT535 potency is high as it was not originally developed for mechs such as the Shield of Samar. It is more suitable to be integrated in a high-tier expert mech that is piloted by an expert pilot of notable strength, Master Willix cautioned. Does that mean the Shield of Samar will become too difficult for Venerable Janzi to control? VS asked while frowning. Not as such. As long as Venerable Janzi Larkinson does not activate this resonance ability, her expert mech will not put her under great burden. In its passive state, GT535 already provides value in the form of increasing the physical resistance of the expert mech. It has to be able to do this in order to ensure that it can withstand the center of its gravity well. It is only when Venerable Janzi attempts to activate the resonance ability that she will be under strain, but she can scale her own effort to a manageable range. A mech didn't have to fly forward at maximum acceleration. The stress put on a mech and its various systems was substantial if it did everything it could to move forward as fast as possible. In order to preserve the integrity of the mech and prevent it from malfunctioning, it was customary to hold some power back unless it was truly needed. In the same way, Venerable Janzi would be able to activate just a small proportion of the potential of GT535. While this was not an efficient process, it was a decent solution to the problem of lacking the strength of activating the resonance ability associated with such a potent material. VS wasn't sure how large the gravity well would be and how strong its attraction force would turn out. Perhaps Venerable Janzi would have to wait for years until she gained the strength to make good use of this promising but incredibly arduous resonance ability. While VS tried to estimate how much time it took for the upcoming version of the Shield of Samar to show off its full might, Gloriana studied the spec sheet provided by the principal developer of GT535. According to this data, GT535 is not an easy material to work with, she noted. An expert mech will have to integrate multiple tons of this resonating alloy. Concentrating so much GT535 in a single mech frame will result in a high degree of resonance interference. That was a huge downside, especially for an expert heavy space knight that possessed lots of capacity. It meant that they would have to forego many lesser resonating exotics because of interference issues. Master Willix didn't look surprised. GT535 is a hardy and resilient material in itself. It was partially meant to replace the structural materials of a mech in the first place. All of that sounded well and good, but that also made it insanely expensive to repair the shield of Samar if it ever suffered substantial internal damage. Though Master Willix hadn't mentioned the cost of this material, the fact that it was so high-spec implied that the cost of making it was not low. For someone in the MTA, the cost might not be a problem, but it was different for the Larkinson clan. Ves directed a deep glance towards Master Willix. As far as he knew, she was the only source for GT535. If this resonating material was about to become an essential source of strength to the Shield of Samar in the decades to come, then Ves would have to go back to the MTA Master every once in a while in order to replenish the Larkinson clan's stockpile. The ability to generate a strong localized gravity well and bend the spacetime around an expert mech as sluggish as the Shield of Samar was too valuable to give up. This was especially the case when GT535 would only begin to show its true value when Venerable Janzi developed her strength further and approached the level of Patriarch Reginald Cross. Ves keenly recognized the difference between low-tier expert mechs and high-tier expert mechs. He always envied the Cross clan to possess expert mechs that were more powerful than the ones he had seen before. There was a very definite division between strong and weak among expert pilots and expert mechs. The resonating exotics that Master Willix provided granted the Larkinson clan a chance to skip over low-tier expert mechs and directly obtain higher quality expert mechs. Even if he had to jump into Master Willix's little scheme and become more dependent on her generosity, the implicit deal she offered was worth the price. In any case, Ves already depended on her for cover from the rest of the MTA and more besides. He did not have a good relationship with any other high official within the association. Under these circumstances, Ves didn't need to obtain the advice of a diplomat to know that becoming estranged to Master Willix was a really bad idea. Don't worry about the cost and supply. I will provide you with sufficient GT535 to realize the Bulwark project and ensure a comfortable reserve, the Master promised. I will have to intervene more extensively in the design process of the Bulwark project, however. This material has to be integrated across the entire frame of the mech. Ah, you are welcome to do so, Gloriana quickly said. No one would say no to extra help from a master mech designer. Once Master Willix explained some additional quirks about GT535 that the Larkinsons should take note of, she moved on to the second resonating material that she intended to integrate in the Bulwark project. Since the future Shield of Samar will carry large quantities of GT535, there isn't much room left in the mech frame for other notable choices. The shield carried by this mech does not fall within this scope, fortunately. The so-called unending alloy you use to form the main layer of this shield is quite interesting. Its resilience falls beyond the scope of second-class expert mechs. This makes it rather difficult for me, as strengthening its defense even further is not that useful. There are more ways to improve the shield than that, though. She switched the projection so that it centered around the massive tower shield of the expert mech. When Venerable Janzi resonated with it, a large barrier formed that looked very familiar to Ves. Isn't that a space barrier? A large circular space barrier that was at least several hundred meters across formed just in front of the tower shield. Ves was not that unfamiliar with the sight. He had witnessed Venerable Janzi conjuring such a space barrier during her breakthroughs and when Kalankso was able to assist. Since Janzi and Kalankso were connected by a bond, it was no surprise that the Shield of Samar would be able to form such a huge defensive barrier. Venerable Janzi has a high affinity towards resonating exotics that manipulate space, Master Willix noted. In fact, Venerable Dice and Venerable Orphan also share this affinity. This is rather curious. Ves didn't say anything. This related to a secret that he did not want to share too easily. He at least had to obtain a high price if Master Willix expected him to spill the beans. Fortunately, she didn't pursue the matter any further. She slightly shook her head and focused on the topic at hand. BSN-11F is the big brother of BSN-17A, in a way. As their naming convention suggests, BSN-17A is a newer product that has been developed to address a different requirement. BSN-11F is more in line with the original intention of this product. It is a defense and utility-oriented resonating alloy developed specifically for night mechs. It aims to substantially increase their applicability by extending the range of their defensive coverage. BSN-11F certainly accomplished this considering how big of an area the space barrier actually covered. At its best, the Shield of Samar with this resonating exotic could even cover an entire starship. Yet VS immediately recognized the possible problems. Forming a space barrier this large should put Venerable Janzi under a lot of strain, right? Correct. Master Willix nodded. I will not lie. While BSN-11F is a good fit for the Shield of Samar, it is not a cheap material, nor will it be easy for Venerable Janzi to use it to this extent. She will have to grow stronger in order to defend a large area of space. This sounded quite bad. Sometimes, piling too much good stuff on an expert mech was not a good decision. No matter which resonance ability Venerable Janzi chose to activate, she would not have it easy. If the Shield of Samar integrated both GT535 and BSN-11F, then it was practically a given that Venerable Janzi would never be able to activate both of the resonance abilities associated with these materials at the same time. She would probably suck herself dry if she tried out such a foolish act. VS understood why Master Willix still chose to go with BSN-11F despite the huge burden it brought. The resonance ability it imparted to an expert mech worked great against ranged attacks. If the Shield of Samar ever needed to block a lot of incoming firepower onto a vulnerable asset, then it could rely on this massive space barrier to hold the line. All in all, the Bulwark project would gain so much from Master Willix that its actual potential actually caught up to a high-tier expert mech. The disparity between this expert mech and the rest was too great. If Master Willix chose to lavish so many goodies on the Chimera project, VS would have celebrated this outcome. Why did it have to be Janzi's mech, though? Was there any fairness in this cosmos? Chapter 3039 New Food. It took some time for the extensive discussion to end. Master Willix had to hold a lengthy lecture in order to make sure that VS and the others knew how to handle resonating exotics. In most cases, resonating exotics directly replace some of standard materials in certain systems and components. This allowed the journeyman to design the expert mechs in the same manner as standard mechs. The only difference was that Master Willix would swoop in and substitute some materials for resonating ones. This is not the most ideal approach to designing expert mechs, but the barrier is low enough to allow journeymen like you to design the mechs you envisioned without too many issues, Master Willix stated. The burden of trying to integrate the resonating exotics into the expert mech designs while ensuring that their performance does not grow worse falls squarely on my shoulders. You can trust me to give you as much space to display your design skills. I will not interfere unless your design choices result in excessive drawbacks or interference. In other words, Master Willix affirmed that she was not going to hold their hands too much. This was supposed to be their work, not hers. The performance of the expert mechs would definitely be worse off, but VS didn't mind this at all. As long as he was able to retain sufficient ownership of their designs, then he would still feel satisfaction when they succeeded in battle. After asking a bunch of questions, VS and the others needed no more clarification for the moment. They were all looking forward to Master Willix to add the resonating materials to the draft designs and move on to the more important phases of the design projects. Only by knowing what they were working towards would they be able to put their full skills into play. VS eagerly sought to impart the expert mech designs with life. Gloriana wanted to perfect every single element of the designs. Juliet wanted to optimize the mobility of the designs as much as possible. Kitties wanted to arm each expert mech with sharp and unfailing blades. In short, each of them couldn't wait to express their unique strengths in the strongest mechs that they would ever have the privilege of designing in the current period of time. Who knew when they would be able to design something better? Unless Ves was able to find a replacement for Master Willix and get his hands on high-quality resonating materials, it might take decades before he could top these works. The Master keenly felt their eagerness and enthusiasm. To her, the young journeymen of the Larkinson clan all resembled little chicks. They were overflowing with so much youth that they didn't realize how difficult it was to design a successful expert mech. Just because she was willing to solve the most difficult aspects of an expert mech didn't mean the rest was easy to cope with. Mechs that performed as extreme as this were never simple. The forces they had to withstand and the stresses they had to cope with all meant that there was much less tolerance for error and weakness. A major, uncorrected flaw could easily doom an expert mech along with its accompanying expert pilot during a crucial battle. While journeymen were quite competent in designing mechs, the ones under the employ of the Larkinson clan were still too young and inexperienced. Her eyes finally fell upon the ambitious face of Gloriana. The main reason why Master Willix was willing to take part in these unorthodox projects was because of the young lady who insisted on perfection. With Gloriana, the Larkinsons actually stood a decent chance of succeeding without requiring Willix to bail them all out. While the MTA Master would not allow everyone to waste their time and fail the projects, it would be a pity if she had to override the design choices of these young and naive mech designers. Seeing that you understand all you need to know at this point, I will take my leave now, Master Willix declared. Everyone stood up in respect. Would you like us to show you around before you go? Gloriana spontaneously offered. We have quite a lot of curiosities for you to see. Ves has stashed a bunch of interesting organic statues in his personal workshop, for example. What? Ves tried his best to refrain himself from storming over to his wife and press his palm against her mouth. Though he didn't hide the existence of the aspects of Lufa, two of them were more controversial than others. Ves didn't know how Master Willix would react to the aspect of rationality, but he could definitely not afford to let her know about the aspect of transcendence. Fortunately, Master Willix didn't look interested. I have already spent more than enough hours on this ship. She spoke without too much interest. My path to promotion leaves me with little time for leisure or distractions. Do not be surprised if I am not able to contribute to your projects for several weeks at a time. You will have to rely on your own to solve most of the problems regarding your design projects. I have already commanded my crew to transfer the resonating exotics that I have brought to the cargo hold of this ship. Make sure to secure them all. Do not underestimate their difficulty and do not get complacent. Also, do not forget to increase your manpower. When everyone nodded, Master Willix returned to the ubiquitous force in the most efficient manner possible. Her form grew fuzzy before fading away as she teleported straight back to her personal ship. Everyone paused for a moment. I will head down to the hangar bay in order to sort out the new resonating materials, Juliet said and left the room. I'll go with her. I'd like to take a look at Bissonnet and see what is so special about this resonating material. Keddies quickly followed suit. That left Ves and Gloriana. Both of them remained in deep thought as the lessons they learned today deeply affected their views towards the design projects. Gloriana eventually turned around and left as well. I will start on adjusting our drafts and wait for Master Willix to show me how she plans to integrate the resonating exotics in the designs. Okay, have fun, I guess. Once she left, Ves rubbed his smooth-shaven chin for a moment. He had to adjust his perspective on each expert mech design project to a substantial degree. After all, The addition of so many resonating materials profoundly altered their performance profile and substantially increased their impact on the battlefield. Though VS had to take a lot more troublesome variables into account, he embraced the challenges. As long as he gained more power at the end, he was not afraid of dealing with a couple of complications. Hours passed as VS and the Larkinsons dealt with the aftermath of the brief visit of Master Willix. The ubiquitous force had already portal jumped out of the star system shortly after her owner returned. As the clan returned to normal business, VS met with Calabast yet again. Meow. Lucky floated alongside VS and looked up at the mech designer with cute, glowing green eyes. I said no! Your memory isn't that bad, so don't pretend you forgot. I will not allow you to take a single bite out of all of those resonating exotics. You're not an expert pilot, Lucky. You don't possess any extraordinary will like Keddies either. What do you think you'll be able to accomplish if you snack on a material like GT535? It takes entire tons to form a decent gravity well, and that is only when you have enough resonance strength, which you do not have at all. Quit dreaming! The greedy gem cat wasn't satisfied with that answer. Lucky flew closer and pressed his front paws against V's chest. Meow meow meow. Just because I have a surplus of resonating materials doesn't mean that the excess is for you to snack upon. We need to keep them in reserve for years if not decades in order to ensure we have enough to draw upon if we need to perform repairs. Lucky angrily hissed and distanced himself from VS. Mio! VS sneered. Master Willix has given me a manifest that states exactly how much of each substance she transferred to us. Don't think you can sneak in and take a bite out of my resonating materials. I will prepare a special sensor that will detect whether you have been near the place where they are stored. I'll also make sure that my stash is measured on a daily basis. If even a single gram is missing from the stockpile, I know who to look for in order to cough up the missing material. Meow! Seeing that Lucky still wasn't satisfied, VS knew that he had to offer a compromise. If not, who knew if Lucky would disregard the warnings and eat some of the resonating materials anyway? VS knew his first cat quite well. Lucky was an intractable bastard who continually failed to keep his urges in check. The gluttonous metallic beast possessed a bottomless stomach for new and shiny objects, and would not feel sorry if he broke the rules. I'll order Benny to procure a batch of cheaper and more abundant resonating materials, VS said in a softer tone. I hope you can get it out of your system after you have tasted these odd exotics. They're nothing different from normal exotics if you take their resonating properties out of the equation. Meow meow. Lucky finally cheered up a bit after hearing that. At the very least, VS was a bit more confident that his cat wouldn't sneak off and eat any forbidden food. After settling his cat, VS reached Calabast's familiar workspace and entered it. He sat down on the chair across the spymaster's desk without a word and only cast a brief glance towards Arnold. The dim-witted exabeast wasn't hugging or licking Calabast's boots for once. Instead, he was lying comfortably on a pillow while dozing off. The woman working quietly behind her desk terminal occasionally reached out and brushed the plump animal's head. VS went straight to business. Did you check out the details of the 20 MTA mech pilots that Master Willix has dumped into our lap? She chuckled. That's an odd way to describe an opportunity to earn MTA merits. This should be an easy task for you. You managed to foster 5 expert pilots in just a brief moment of time. You know as well as I do that there were special circumstances behind that. It won't be as easy as this time. If I truly want to succeed, I might have to push our guests harder than I did my own clansmen. What I want to know is if there is anything I should watch out for. From my brief impression of the 20 men and women, none of them are average. That's a given. General Verl has already put them through some simple tests. Their skills are extremely good. So good, in fact, that they can even approximate the performance of expert candidates and expert pilots in some areas. That good? From what I've been told, there is still a gap, but it is a lot smaller than with others, Calabas stated in a serious tone. These mech pilots have already gone through excellent training. Our clan simply can't match that, and that will become a major problem over time. The disparity is so big that the meshers will quickly become dissatisfied with our primitive methods. You need to take that into account and find ways to retain their confidence in their new training programs. She made a very good point, as always. Ves hadn't put sufficient thought on this angle. He simply assumed that the MTA mech pilots would be disciplined enough to endure the relatively low standards of the Larkinson clan. Evidently, he was wrong. Maybe this was why so many of them chose to design their own training programs, Ves whispered. Chapter 3040 Divided Guests. Though the new MTA mech pilots did not really expose any notable information about themselves, the black cats keenly observed them as they went through introductions. Not enough time had passed for the Larkinsons to get a good sense of the traits of every mech pilot that aimed to become more. However, through scans and observation by behavioral experts, the agents answering to Calabas gleaned a lot of clues from the 20 individuals. My first impressions of our guests are that they are quite unprepared for this assignment. Unprepared? Ves raised his eyebrow. Yes, unprepared. Calabas smirked as she scratched Arnold's funny ears. Squeak! Squeak! Arnold enthusiastically responded. When Master Willix initially introduced this mission to Ves, he gained the impression that she had only recently begun to build relationships and increase her qualifications. Before the Crown Uprising broke out, she didn't really seem to be in a hurry to gain the appreciation of her superiors. A sinking feeling overtook Ves. So these guys are actually a lot less willing to go along with us than we initially expected. I wouldn't say that. I am merely stating that they look unprepared or bamboozled. They have been thrust into a very dubious training program that they never asked for. They look as if they are here only because their patrons or commanders told them to, and not because they have undying confidence in our ability to transform them into expert pilots. This has resulted in a noticeable enthusiasm gap. That sounded very troublesome to Ves because turning any of them into expert pilots was not a simple task. They all looked to be around 30 to 40 years old. While this was the prime period for mech pilots, it was extremely late for them to develop spiritual potential by themselves. From what Ves had observed from other people, teenagers and humans in their 20s had the best chance of developing spiritual potential. After that, those who never accomplished this would have to climb uphill. While Ves did not completely rule out the possibility of success, he felt the chance was too small for any of the 20 meshers to overcome this impossible hurdle. That meant that they needed help. Ves happened to have a way to place some stairs in front of this hurdle that would make jumping over it a lot easier. The problem was that the stairs in question were covered in sharp and lethal spikes. If anyone stepped on it without care, they would just impale their own feet and fall down to the ground. What Ves needed to do was to refine the design of these stairs and reduce the danger to such a degree that a trained athlete could at least place his toes in the areas where there were no lethal spikes. This metaphor generally described his current challenge. Unless he was able to reduce the lethality of the aspect of transcendence, he would probably be unable to make any progress in the mission that Master Willix dumped onto his lap. I must say your strategy to divide them into different training groups is an apt way to handle these privileged mech pilots. Calabas leaned forward a bit. The MTA's reputation is unassailable in human space. Its members derive a lot of confidence and conceit from that. Even if they have been told to hide their identities, they are not professional spies and thus cannot shake their original mentalities. Arrogance and superiority towards space peasants is rooted in their bones. If they form a united front, it will be extremely hard for you and the rest of the Larkinsons to control them while they remain our guests. I see. Ves frowned. Even I would feel hesitant to push them too far if all 20 of them take issue with my approach. This is why dividing them into different groups is such a genius idea. Calabas grinned. You not only separated them by their degree of willingness to play along with us, but also set the stage for further division between the groups. Explain. It's quite simple. From the moment they split up into 3 groups, a competition has essentially formed between them. You forced each of the meshers to make a difficult choice that has a great impact on their lives. Now, they are motivated to do their best and make as much progress as possible to vindicate their choice. Don't you see? These highly trained individuals who have always been told that they are the best can't bear the thought of losing. This was human psychology. No one was immune to envy, jealousy, regret, and other selfish emotions. In this new situation, the MTA mech pilots divided into 3 new groups would naturally work hard in order to prove that their judgment was right and that the others were wrong. If Ves had deliberately set out to divide and set the MTA mech pilots against each other, he would have patted himself on the back. As it was, he completely overlooked this dynamic. If Calabas hadn't pointed out this situation, he would have remained ignorant. Fortunately, now that he knew about it, he could tailor his future plans with these underlying tensions in mind. Competition was a powerful driver, and the developing rivalry between the 3 groups would ensure that the guests wouldn't expend all of their energy making trouble for the Larkinsons. In fact, their eagerness to one-up their rivals might drive them to cooperate even better with the clan. Ves smiled. You just made my day a little better. Do you have any advice on how to manage the groups better? Well, out of the 3 groups, which one do you wish to succeed the most? Do you have to ask? I don't want those 9 dummies who chose to form their own training schedules to get ahead of the rest. It is somewhat more acceptable for the 7 meshers who chose to keep an open mind and listen to the advice of our people to succeed. What I really want is for the 4 fellows who put all of their trust in us to make the most progress. If all 4 of them advance to the rank of expert pilot within 5 years, then that would ensure the rest would become convinced of our methods. Calabas hummed and nodded. That is the most ideal scenario. If you can succeed in transforming the group of 4 into expert candidates, then that will already prove your ability. What you need to do now is to make sure that you can actually get them that far. Tell me honestly, do you think you can succeed? He refrained from giving her a spurious answer in order to reassure her. She knew him well enough to know when he was lying. As one of his confidants, she deserved to know the truth. I'm not that confident at all at the moment. He sighed. It was difficult for him to admit his doubts and fears, but he had to do it in order to give her an accurate picture of the future. I have to perform some very dangerous experiments in order to refine my method. The problem is that I am currently lacking in test subjects. If I stayed on Prosperous Hill 6 a little longer, I might have been able to refine my method. The woman sitting opposite to him looked sharper at him. She even stopped petting Arnold, much to the exhibeast's chagrin. Squeak! Squeak! You need to make progress sooner or later. MTA merits are vital to our development. You can never have too many of them. Do I need to procure more test subjects on your behalf? A shudder ran through his spine. Ves had the feeling that Calabas would start something very dangerous if he said yes. He quickly shook his head. Let's not head in this direction. I don't want to be caught messing around with this stuff. Besides, the study I have in mind doesn't necessarily require humans. I think I can obtain accurate and representative results if I perform them on exhibeasts instead. They just have to be smart and sentient enough. I've already tasked Dr. Rania Woden to procure suitable batches of exobeasts. The Dragon's Den has a lot of impressive biomes but few creatures to populate them. This ship has to show her value. In fact, the Dragon's Den was already paying for herself. All of the former citizens of the Life Research Association absolutely adored the partial biovessel. The highly skilled doctors and other biotech professionals who had settled on this grand research vessel were already providing invaluable services to the rest of the Larkinson clan. That said, the Larkinsons had yet to maximize the value of the Dragon's Denver. As long as he could fill her biomes with lots of beasts, Ves would be able to advance his spiritual engineering a lot further. Ves and Calabas spoke a bit more about what he needed to accomplish in order to pave the way for the Mech pilots to transcend their mortality. I have several different ideas in mind, but I'm not in a hurry now. He spoke. Right now, I think it is fine to rely on conventional methods to stimulate the meshers. I need to devote most of my time on developing our first batch of expert mechs. They're all incredibly promising, and I can already feel my passion firing up. I don't want to get too entangled by other issues while I am devoting my entire time towards my main pursuit. Calabas frowned a bit. 5 years is a long time, but if you squander a year or two, you will have a lot less time left to make significant progress. I know that, but I can only handle so many priorities at once. Ves helplessly shrugged. I will have plenty of time to try out serious solutions on the lucky 4 meshers who have volunteered to become my test subject in a couple of months maybe. I won't waste the year-long period that they have given me. In the meantime, I'll just hand them over to our instructors and our expert pilots, and see if they can do something to whip these meshers into shape. To be honest, he didn't expect much out of this. The Mech pilots already enjoyed some of the best training that mech pilots could ever enjoy. Their skills were already top-notch among regular mech pilots, so not even expert pilots would be able to help them in this aspect. The only area these meshers truly needed to develop was their mind and will towards their vocation. This was a more individual and esoteric field. No successful systematic training existed in human space that impart any regular mech pilot with the qualifications to become an expert pilot. Enough about this topic. Ves tiredly waved his hand. General Vull has already made the necessary arrangements. He will be the one who will determine our treatment of these powerful mech pilots. Tell me something good this time. I may have found a lead on a suitable diplomat to take charge of our new Foreign Relations Department. Ves immediately sat up straighter when he heard that. He had long wanted to find a diplomat that could forge deals with difficult trading partners, establish new friendships with powerful organizations, and prevent the clan from provoking new enemies during its travels. The problem was that he had set his standards too high. He wanted to obtain a diplomat who was both incredibly competent, but also fully committed to the Larkinson clan. Apparently, finding someone that could satisfy both these requirements was rare. This was why Ves became very intrigued by Calabas's claim. If she was confident enough to reveal this news to him, then she was definitely confident about her lead. She tapped her terminal and activated a projection. Ves instantly recognized the winged Serenade star sector. She tapped once again to show a single second-rate state. Have you ever heard of the Grand Loxic Republic? I have. Ves nodded. That is where the parent organization of the Infinity Guards are headquartered. The Star Strider security group is a big force over there. Well, the Star Striders aren't doing so well lately, and so is the rest of the Grand Loxic Republic. The Crown Uprising has caused a lot of cracks to form in this second-rate state. Ves looked skeptical. The Crown terrorists are very difficult to stop, but they can never deal enough damage to shake the foundations of a state. Are you sure about that? What if the Crown terrorists manage to assassinate the leader of the state? That would do it, I guess. Chapter 3041, Perness Family. As Ves and Calabas spoke about serious matters, Lucky leisurely sniffed around as he moved across the office. He smelled plenty of interesting devices in the office. The Grand Loxic Republic is a prosperous state, but one that has not seen much war, as Winged Serenade does not see much open warfare, Calabas patiently explained. That has caused a lot of contradictions to accumulate over time. The unexpected outbreak of the Crown Uprising has inflamed the existing tensions and frayed the nerves of every faction. Just recently, the Crown terrorists managed to blow up the official estate of the Loxic president, killing both him, his family, his closest staff, and many other officials who controlled the affairs of the state. The sudden beheading has left a large power vacuum at the top and prompted many organizations and factions to vie for power. If you want to understand the roots of this conflict, you will need to learn about the three main factions. Ves yawned. Let's just skip that. I don't need to know the details of their petty localized squabbles when we are just flying past this state. I'm just interested in this diplomat that you are serious about. Is he willing to join us wholeheartedly, and can we pick him up without getting entangled in a massive power struggle? Survival trumps all interests, Calabas said as she idly pampered Arnold by stroking his back. The furry creature arched his back in pleasure. The chaos at the top has caused every individual and organization who staked their bets on the former head of the Grand Loxic Republic to lose their greatest assurance. The rival factions have all taken advantage of the momentary chaos to assail the greatest supporters and pillars of the former ruling faction. Ves grew ugly. So it's a repeat of what happened in the Life Research Association? He did not have good memories of his time at the previous state he visited. Even though he came away with an enormous harvest, that didn't mean he was ready to dive right into a similar situation. It's not as bad as you think. The power players of the Grand Loxic Republic aren't that stupid. They are much more prudent and don't want to set off too many waves. At the very least, the fighting hasn't spread to the cities or affected the lives of civilians all that much. The battles are all constrained to a narrow degree in order to determine which faction gets ahead. One of the main faults of the Life Research Association was that much of the decision-making power rested with scientists who mainly specialized in biosciences rather than governance. The Grand Loxic Republic was a much more normal state in comparison. The Winged Serenade Star sector was always seen as an administrative and economic center of the Yena star cluster. Every powerful second-rate state here was highly developed, and this prestigious state was no exception to that rule. As the provincial snobs of this corner of space, there was no way the Loxians wanted to tear their own castle down just so they could plant their flag atop the rubble. I don't understand. Ves frowned as he tried to understand the situation. If a civil war hasn't broken out, large-scale fighting shouldn't be possible. The moment anyone breaks out the big guns, all hell will soon break loose. No one rational enough would want their state to descend into the same chaos as we have seen in the Life Research Association. That is why the actual fighting has so far been limited to small-scale skirmishes and lots of secret operations. The spymaster let out a bloodthirsty grin. Assassination and sabotage are rife within the state. Fathers wake up to find their sons killed. Wives fear their husband will never return home. Entire organizations are being disrupted as their trade secrets and financial dealings get spilled in public. Though the damage being done is not as bloody as we have witnessed in the past, don't underestimate the ferocity of this kind of war. Mechs and mech pilots aren't the only ones who can wage war, you know. The conflict unfolding in the Grand Loxic Republic obviously made her excited. It was rare for her profession to show off its might during any conflict. Usually, the work of intelligence operatives always gets overshadowed by mech pilots. The latter was the ultimate protagonist of the Age of Mechs, while spies like her were invisible at best and despised at worst. While the current situation in the Grand Loxic Republic didn't change this equation, Calabas nevertheless directed a lot of professional interest in the conflicts taking place out of the sight of most civilians. Meow. Lucky landed next to Arnold and rudely pushed the 8-legged exabeast aside. With the gem cat's strength, the poor alien creature didn't stand a single chance. He dropped from the desk and fell onto the deck with a meaty plop. Squeak! Nobody seemed to notice Arnold's distress. Lucky squirmed his body onto the warm spot on the desk with a satisfied glint in his artificial eyes. Calabas's thin but strong fingers soon began to scratch his metallic plates at a comfortable rhythm. Meow! If Ves was the most powerful human in the Larkinson clan, then Lucky was definitely the strongest pet. No cat, dog, or any other creature could stop him from enjoying the pleasures he sought. As for Arnold, he quickly adjusted himself and squirreled over to Calabas's boot and began to rub his face across its shiny black surface. He felt more at home when he was below Calabas. Squeak! After she briefly outlined the current unrest in the Grand Loxic Republic, she activated a projection that showed a family emblem. The emblem resembled a traditional heraldic shield with yellow and red stripes on one side and an orange fox on the other side. What am I looking at? Ves asked as he observed the pretentious symbol. This was the Age of Mechs. Heraldic shields went out of style millennia ago. The only organizations that used them to represent themselves were usually pretentious people who clung way too much to the glory of the past. This is the symbol of the Perness family. Its descendants trace its roots to an aristocratic clan from the Greater Terran United Confederation. In fact, if all of their claims are to be believed, they even have a faint connection to Old Earth. Every human has a connection to Old Earth. If you go back far enough, our earlier ancestors all came from the birthplace of humanity, Ves flatly stated. Calabas shrugged. Regardless of whether the Perness family is tied to the Terrans or not, it has been doing quite well for itself. The apparent pedigree of the Pernesses has given them a substantial advantage in their orientation towards public service. While the Perness family is not one of the ruling powers of the Grand Loxic Republic, many of its descendants occupy influential middle-level positions in the state's expansive administration. This was not a trivial accomplishment. Second-rate states were large, powerful, and wealthy. Even if the second-rate states of Winged Serenade were not as large as the ones from the Komodo Star sector, the higher degree of development meant that the military and economic might of each of the former was not inferior. Under these circumstances, it was quite impressive that the Perness family managed to hold on to so much power for such a long time. So the Perness family is in trouble at the moment? The woman gave him a humorless smile. The Pernesses lost their greatest backing. The ruling faction is in disarray due to the critical assassination, and some forces have quietly stood up in order to prevent the Perness family from surviving this small storm. As long as the Pernesses are eliminated from the stage, the influential positions they used to occupy will inevitably fall into the hands of their rivals. In other words, this was just a bog-standard power struggle. Ves had witnessed plenty of them. He got caught in a few as well, much to his displeasure. Humans were the same everywhere. As long as a group showed weakness, the hyenas would definitely enjoy another feast. What makes the Perness family special is their professional focus. While it has over 2,000 Trueblood members who serve in many different government institutions, their emphasis leans towards foreign relations. Their family head, along with many of their most prominent members, are all diplomats or experts in foreign relations. Many Pernesses are actually serving in foreign missions abroad. So they are those kinds of diplomats. Ves wasn't sure whether he should be interested in the Perness family. These guys sounded like career diplomats who dedicated themselves to serving the state. They were much like the Larkinson family in the past, and that made Ves wary. He knew it wouldn't be easy to shake their old loyalties. Credibility was one of the most valuable assets of a diplomat. None of them would be able to do their job effectively if they generated too much distrust. While many Pernices may be serving elsewhere, the family head and many important family members still reside on Treden 2, their traditional home planet. Many families live there as well, which makes it very important to keep them all alive. If they're in trouble, why don't they leave? They can't. They tried. Every time the Pernices attempt to escape from the planet, the shuttles or other vehicles they are traveling on somehow crashes or gets shot down by unknown assailants. Unknown assailants? Black mechs that don't bear any identifiable marks. Calabas switched the projection to a shaky image of the mechs in question. These mechs have been showing up every now and then to disrupt any actions initiated by the Pernes family that are too big to be stopped by a couple of operatives. Ves carefully studied the designs of the black-coated mechs. He could already tell that their designers did their best not to leave any identifiable marks behind. As someone who once tried his best to obscure his own personal touches in a design, he knew that it was extremely unlikely for Ves or anyone else to determine the true origin of the black machines. So what is the current state of the Pernes family? The family members who live and work outside of Treden 2 have all evacuated from their original locations in order to reach a safe location in a different state. However, the core of the Pernes family still remains stuck on their home planet with no effective way out. The unknown enemies have effectively formed a blockade. This is also why the Pernes family can't pay a visit to us even if they have become desperate for help. They can only contact us by remote, but I'm not sure how long we'll be able to. The dark hand behind the scenes has already started to sabotage the planet's communications infrastructure. That sounds pretty serious. Ves furrowed his brows. We can't fight against a force that is powerful enough to dominate an entire planet. It's not worth it to provoke such a powerful enemy just so we can pick up a single useful family. There are plenty of other fish in the sea. We don't need to insist on grabbing one out of the jaws of a shark. His words did not make Calabas happy. She stopped stroking Lucky's back and leaned forward over her desk. Look, our clan is desperately lacking a diplomat. You always complain to me that we have been taking way too long to find one. We have now identified a golden opportunity to pick up not just an excellent career diplomat that has served for decades on behalf of a prestigious second-rate state, but we also have the rare opportunity of gaining the complete loyalty of a large collection of highly trained foreign relations workers, middle-level bureaucrats and administrators, commerce managers, and more. These are exactly the kind of professionals our clan is lacking at the moment. Ves was aware of the strain the clan administration was facing. It was not so easy to foster the kind of managers and officials that were needed to control the middle and lower levels of the clan. He understood why Calabas found the Pernes family so attractive. As long as the expeditionary fleet dropped by the Treden system, the trapped Pernices would finally be able to get out alive while the Larkinson clan was able to fill some of its critical shortages. It was a win-win arrangement that sounded quite attractive to both sides. Ves became more intrigued. Can we beat the aggressors at Treden 2? Treden 2 is a relatively modest paradise planet. While the standard of living over there is high, it isn't large or developed enough to host powerful outfits. With our strength, we have the capital to smash aside the opposition. Since we are just performing a quick evacuation operation, we can be gone by the time the hidden enemies can muster reinforcements, if they are even willing to fight us in the first place. There were always risks to any operation on foreign soil. Calabas' intelligence might be wrong, and she might be underestimating the opposition the clan might face. Yet the reward was sufficiently attractive for Ves to take this matter seriously. Get in touch with General Vull and start making plans. If I think they are good enough, I approve them. The risks have to be controlled though, and we need to minimize the negative impact as much as possible. It is not that difficult to accomplish this. We merely have to leave the sphere of influence of the Grand Loxic Republic and the Winged Serenade Star sector to avoid all of the repercussions of rescuing the Pernes family, Calabas confidently stated. He nodded. She made a good point. I guess it's time our mech forces go on another exercise. We have absorbed a lot of new mech pilots, but none of them have been baptized in combat as a Larkinson as of yet. Those empty mech pilots also need to be thrown into active combat in order to witness our power and stimulate their potential. Since those meshers wanted to become expert pilots so badly, then subjecting them to battle was the best way to spark a change. Hopefully these superior mech pilots knew how to pilot second-class mechs. Chapter 3042 Rescue Force. The ships of the Golden Skull Alliance suddenly took a slight detour from its original route. While the expeditionary fleet was still heading in the direction of the Antilla star cluster, its course change caused it to swing past several densely populated star systems. The Larkinsons, Glory Seekers, and Crossers were straying deeper into the core regions of the Grand Loxic Republic. If Ves wasn't in such a hurry, he would have wanted to slow down and visit a portion of the many famous planets and tourist destinations of the powerful second-rate state. The Grand Loxic Republic possessed a different culture and set of customs from the states that Ves had visited in the past. It was a proud and cosmopolitan state that attracted many foreign people and organizations. As one of the central nodes of the Yena star cluster, its military forces were extremely developed by the standards of the surrounding star sectors. A robust and long-established mech industry played host to intense competition at every single level of the mech market. Since the Living Mech Corporation didn't compete in any second-class mech markets, the Larkinsons knew far too little about the exact conditions of the Grand Loxic Republic. While Calabast and many other clansmen were doing their best to do their research and shore up their understanding of the Loxians, the Larkinsons were ultimately strangers to this grand but divided state. Fortunately, the established factions and powers of the Grand Loxic Republic had no attention to spare for the travelers that passed through its space every day. As an open state that depended heavily on trade, commerce, and influence to thrive, the locals did not have a habit of accosting foreign visitors. Not even the Crown Uprising was able to turn this policy around. At best, the Loxians just imposed more restrictions on its visitors and prevented them from bringing too many dangerous assets to settled planets and space stations. The distance to the Trident system was not that long. General Verl and all of the forces under his command had to make hasty preparations in order to prepare for their upcoming operations. According to the preliminary battle plan, the bulk of the mech forces would remain in space in order to guard against threats directed towards the fleet. Only a smaller rescue force consisting of several thousand mechs would descend from orbit and reach the Violet Estates, the ancestral home of the Pernes family. During one of the planning sessions of the upcoming operation, a very important matter emerged. Who would be the ones to dive from the heavens aboard combat carriers that might or might not encounter hostile fire? Who would be the ones to fly over the Violet Estates and carefully escort the evacuating Pernisers back to orbit? Who would be the ones to fight directly against the hidden hand on Trident 2, whose strength was still unknown? The Glory Seekers and Crossers wouldn't be taking part in this private action. This was purely the business of the Larkinson clan. It wasn't shameless enough to drag its allies into a conflict that did not involve them directly. The Larkinson clan had to earn all of the gratitude of the Pernes family in order to earn the respect of its members. As for the Infinity Guards, they were solely paid to protect the Larkinson clan and its fleet. Engaging in offensive operations was not under their purview. Besides, their contract would soon run out at the end of the month, and the clan did not intend to renew it any further. Who do we send down to the surface? Ves asked. A wave of silence followed among the gathered commanders. I am favoring two different options, General Vol's projection stated. First, we can take the safe route and send in a mix of our established mech forces. With the avatars, vandals, penitent sisters, sword maidens, and so on leading the way, they can show off the might of our clan in a splendid fashion as long as the opposition is within our expectations. With their current level of strength and completely armed with the latest bright warriors, our elite mech forces will be able to make a profound impact on not just the Pruness family, but also the tens of thousands of new clansmen who have yet to witness our might in battle. That was a good idea. Too many clansmen who originated from the Life Research Association or the Heaven's Word Association did not have a solid idea of the strength of the Larkinson clan. They heard stories and watched lots of archival footage of past battles. Yet witnessing these battles after the fact simply didn't convey all of the fears, hopes, desperation, and exultation of victory of seeing a fight unfold up close. It was only when the observers had an actual stake in the battle that they would truly appreciate the outcome of victory or defeat. What is the second option, then? We could send in our new sword maidens and sword associates. Ms. Kedys has brought 10,000 mech pilots into the clan. Even if not all of them have their own dedicated mechs, they are still a force to be reckoned with. If these new Larkinsons along with the recent recruits of our other mech forces are dispatched to the surface, they will gain an opportunity to get bloodied under controlled circumstances. We only need to dispatch enough veterans to keep the rookies in line. That sounds risky, Ves said in a hesitant tone. Swordsmen do not fear danger. Commander Sender's projection firmly spoke up. The Heavenswarders are all highly trained warriors. They might not be accustomed to fighting under the banner of our clan, but that does not mean that they lack any mettle. General Vo briefly paused before he gave his opinion. I do not doubt the skill of the Heavenswarders, but I am less confident in their readiness. They have yet to master how to fight as a Larkinson. Many of them are still assigned to their original Heavenswarder mechs. Performing this rescue operation with non-Larkinson mechs will send the wrong message. We need to make absolutely clear that we are sending our best. This meant that they would have to consider the first option presented by General Vo. The issue that followed was determining the force composition of the roughly 2,000 mechs that would break the invisible blockade of Treat N2. The mech commanders spent 10 minutes advocating for their men to take part in the upcoming action. Only Commander Casella Ingvar remained silent. The living sentinels weren't suited to perform a rescue operation. Her mech pilots were better off sticking close to the fleet in order to guard against any threats in space. As the competitive discussion progressed, Commander Valerie Chansey of the Penitent Sisters and Commander ABI's Firelight of the Flagrant Vandals were making a good case for their respective mech forces. Our Valkyrie Redeemers are built for war and operate well under atmospheric conditions. They excel in quick and devastating strikes. No cowardly black mech will be able to escape our gaze of death, Chansey argued. Don't forget that we are still the most highly trained second-class mech pilots of our clan. Sending in my women will maximize the odds of success of this rescue operation. The projected form of ABI's Firelight slightly shook his head. While I respect the battle prowess of your women and your fantastic mechs, the conflict taking place in this state and on this planet specifically mostly takes place in the shadows. Your Valkyrie Redeemers may excel at defeating open targets, but so what? Will you be able to detect and take down a hidden sniper mech that is about to shoot down a transport carrying important VIPs? Will you be able to scout the terrain around the Violet Estates and root out every trap and hidden enemy in time? The Penitent Sister Commander sent a displeased glance at the leader of the Flagrant Vandals. What are you suggesting, Commander? Our Flagrant Vandals haven't enjoyed a good exercise for a long time. Let us take the lead. We have received the largest quantity of ferocious piranhas. Only we can reach our objectives the fastest and respond to unexpected incidents with the least amount of delay. We can also deploy a sufficient amount of slower mechs to cover the main evacuation vessels. VS looked back and forth between the two projected commanders. He was not sure who to rely on more for this operation. While he could give equal weight to both, He had a suspicion that this would lead to an excessive amount of division. In order to ensure the Pernicers were rescued as smoothly as possible, the rescue force had to be unified in command, and that meant giving much more room for one mech force in particular. It was at this time that the projection of Commander Melker stood up. He looked calmly into everyone else's face before he made his case. The avatars of myth must be the ones to lead this operation. Ves, let my men prove their worth. For a long time, we have been overshadowed by others. While I do not begrudge the penitent sisters and the sword maidens for performing fantastically in battle, I don't want my men to be left behind. We are the first elite mech force of the Larkinson clan, and we represent its values and ideals the closest. We are the iconic fighting force of our clan, and it is only right for the Pernices and any outside observers to witness our exclusive bright warriors overpowering all opposition and giving the Pernicers a golden sight that they will never forget in their lives. He was right as well. Ves knew that he had been neglecting Melker and the avatars of myth for a very long time. The expert pilots, the penitent sisters, the sword maidens, and so on had all become shinier toys to him in recent times. This had caused him and other Larkinsons to subconsciously decrease their regard towards the avatars of myth. Ves did not make a decision, though. He instead directed a look towards General Vril. The most qualified person should be the one to make the decision. Ves was just a layman in these matters, so he did not think it was wise for him to make such an important decision. It took a minute for the general to make up his mind. This operation is not just an opportunity to rescue and absorb the Pernice family, but also to accomplish other objectives, such as raising the morale of our clansmen and impressing outsiders of our combat prowess. In light of these additional goals, the avatars of myth are the most suitable soldiers to take charge this time. We need to show our Larkinson demeanor in the best possible fashion, and fielding thousands of bright warriors will certainly do that. Commander Melker is also right in that the avatars of myth are most in need to validate their identity in battle, though I could also say the same for the flagrant vandals. The penitent sisters did not need any pepping up. They were doing quite well in the Larkinson clan, and it would take a very long time before their morale began to erode. In the end, General Vril chose to allow the avatars of myth to act as the main force and the flagrant vandals as a secondary force for this operation. Both Commander Melker and Commander Firelight smiled in satisfaction. They quietly stared at Commander Chansey and Commander Sendra. The men felt a great need to show that the clan did not need to rely completely on its female warriors to fight its battles. Melker soon made a sincere bow. "Thank you, General Vril. Thank you, Ves. My men and I truly need this opportunity. We will not disappoint your high expectations. I will be entering the field myself in order to ensure my avatars will perform up to standard. Better yet, we won't fight like Hexers or Heavensworders. We shall fight like Larkinsons." That was a good enough reason for Ves. Chapter 3043, The Only Truth. The Grand Loxic Republic was a proud state. Though the Winged Serenade Star sector was divided into 7 second-rate states, each of which possessed their own strong heritage, the Loxians rightfully felt pride in their own prosperity. Much of that had to do with their favorable and central location. With multiple highly developed port systems in its grasp, the Grand Loxic Republic stood out as a nexus of trade and influence building. Many organizations whose influence stretched across the entire galactic rim, or even the galaxy, chose to establish their branch offices in the Grand Loxic Republic. The concentration of so many powerful but distant companies, foundations, research institutions, foreign offices and more caused the state to consider itself more cosmopolitan than the rest of the Yena star cluster. The Winged Serenade Star sector, and more specifically the Grand Loxic Republic, was much more connected to the rest of the galaxy than anywhere else in the vicinity. Other star sectors such as Komodo, Vicious Mountain and Majestic Teal may have developed their own strengths, but the Loxians pretty much considered those regions to be the backwater star sectors. With so many interests intertwined with the Grand Loxic Republic, a lot of competition had formed between the locals who were qualified to take a piece of the pie. Still, for a long time, the Loxic president and the hegemonarian party he led for decades remained in power. The hegemonarian party had long been in power in the Grand Republic. It advocated for a conservative policy that attempted to rock the boat as little as possible. As long as everything went well, there was no need to go out of their way and introduce too many changes to their society. The hegemonarian party's emphasis on wealth generation and influence building led to many decades of stability and peace. The residents quite liked that and only rarely elevated others in power. Yet the longer the hegemonarians grasped the levers of power, the more eager their rivals wanted to pull them down. The problem with that was that the Loxic president was immensely capable. As the greatest Loxian statesman, he not only ensured slow but constant growth for his state, but made sure that every crucial stakeholder benefited from the status quo. It was very difficult to shake his position when he made so many people happy. In the end, it took outside intervention to pull him off his throne. The inexplicable crown uprising had caused the state, which had long been quiet, to turn restless and unsafe. The frequent terrorist attacks that erupted on many different planets disrupted a lot of the trade and influence building that the Grand Loxic Republic relied upon to remain prosperous. This had immediate effects on its short-term economy. A recession had swept over the state without any warning, causing many people and organizations to be caught off guard. Though the hegemonarian party did everything it could to stem the losses and give comfort to those who lost their relatives or their jobs, the downside to staying in power for so long was that they always took the blame for everything. The Loxic president and his inner circle faced the greatest challenge of their careers. Their plans all became outdated as the galactic storm ignited by a hidden organization more powerful than anything they had dealt with easily swept aside the status quo. Yet, just as the Loxic president was about to tackle the ongoing crisis without backing down, the Crown terrorists managed to infiltrate his presidential palace and blow him up along with many other important ministers. The consequences immediately became apparent. With the hegemonarian party in disarray due to the loss of so many important leaders and its inability to determine a new leader in a short amount of time, the other political parties smelled weakness and struck. Though the Grand Loxic Republic could not be allowed to descend into civil war and scare away all of the foreign allies and business partners it heavily relied upon, that did not mean the killing stopped. It just moved into the shadows. Though no insider in the powerful state was ignorant of the fact that a lot of fighting took place, the fact that the fighting was mostly contained in the shadows ensured that everyone had enough reason to pretend the state was doing fine and dandy. A shuttle crashed into the body of a powerful mayor of a major trading city? The Crown terrorists were at fault. A huge space station that belonged to a major backer to one of the political parties broke in half? The Crown terrorists were at fault. Some weird black mechs were killing off the descendants of a family that was noted for its public service? The Crown terrorists were at fault. The Crown Uprising was a transgalactic event that happened in every settled part of human society. The flood of terrorist attacks appearing in the news was so torrential that people soon grew numb to the mass-produced tragedies. The sheer quantity of destructive events also caused many investigative bodies to stop looking into the truth behind the incidents. There were simply too many of them to investigate all of them properly. This was why the tragedy befalling the Perness family made so few ripples in the Grand Loxic Republic. "How come we have fallen to this point, Father?" a sophisticated voice asked with a touch of despair. The light of the local star shone warmly on the glittering oceans that covered much of Treden 2. The small but pleasant paradise planet was famed for its aquatic bounty and luxurious resorts. The Violet Estates occupied one of the more noteworthy islands that dotted the planet. The series of structures were designed for beauty rather than defense, so they occupied a relatively high hill that took great cost to erect. The different estates could easily be recognized from afar due to its eye-catching location and brightly colored facade. Right now, the Perness family felt that it had been a very foolish decision to place their main homes on such an open and vulnerable site. The family had to remove powerful shield generators from their other properties and move them all back to the Violet Estates in order to protect it from long-range bombardment. Even now, the Pernesses were still in the process of setting up fortifications across their island. The rather limited number of mechs under their control were looking out at the water, on guard for any danger that might emerge from below the surface. Within the solar of the main structure of the Violet Estates, a man wearing an elegant but understated business suit looked towards the older man seated next to the high windows that looked out over the island and the seas beyond. Former Ambassador Shadarin Perness was tired. As a man who was 140 years old, he had gone through several major waves in his long and accomplished life. He slowly adjusted the green robe that helped him convey a calm and peaceful demeanor. Yet the current wave sweeping towards the Violet Estates was like a tsunami that could potentially sweep across the entire island. "Has the Reedholm Corporation responded to my inquiry?" the ambassador's light but dignified voice asked. "No, Father. Our communication capabilities have become increasingly intermittent, but the few times we succeeded in sending a message to the company representative, we have not received any acknowledgement." The ambassador smiled wryly as the filtered sun rays streamed down on his face and body. "It is to be expected." Expected? Councillor Nalavan Perness momentarily lost control. "We have worked hard to introduce the Reedholm Corporation to the local industry and help forge several favorable trade deals over the years. Director Asfeld Reedholm owes several favors to our family." The former councillor that had followed in the footsteps of his prestigious father managed much of the important communications of the family during this crisis. The lack of favorable replies had frayed his mind. The burden of saving the Perness family largely relied on the success of his mission. Shadarin Perness directed a lazy eye towards his son. "What is the fastest way to get rid of a debt? Repay it straight away?" Obviously, this was the wrong answer. Fortunately, Novilon was not stupid at all. It took less than a second for him to realize a more frightening answer. "By defaulting on it," he trailed. "Indeed." Shadarin's smile grew more humorless. "In the rules that previously governed our society, credibility was the primary currency that formed the basis of every transaction. Regretfully, the rules of the game have changed. Do you know what has supplanted the importance of credibility in this new and turbulent period?" Novilon Perness thought for a moment. "I would say value. Though centuries of loyal and diligent service has given us a great reputation, much of that is built upon the glories of the past. If we no longer consider this factor, our actual value has severely plummeted. Our great friendship with the former Loxic president and our comfortable status in the Hegenarian party are no longer worth anything now that both of them no longer have any meaning." The Hegenarian party was not going down quickly, but it had too many enemies. No one was willing to bet on its future when there weren't any strong leaders who could rise up and unite the former power base of the assassinated president. The old and stately ambassador let out a deep breath. "All of our work into deepening and fostering our bonds with the Hegenarian party has gone to waste. Should it be any surprise that the wealthy Reedholm Corporation no longer values what we can bring to the table? In fact, Director Asfeld Reedholm benefits most from seeing our family fall. The debts he owes to us has long worn down his shoulders." Novilon clenched his fist. Such a disgraceful turn would have caused the director to fall into disrepute at any other time. Credibility was everything, and no one wanted to do business with traitors and ungrateful bastards. Ambassador Shadarin seemed to accept the Reedholm Corporation's abandonment with few emotional fluctuations. "Let us move on, then. What of the Primdale family? Bonds of blood are often more dependable than written contracts and unwritten favors. The marriages between our families are not trivial. The son of the older man hesitated. We did not receive any response either, but I managed to obtain word of one of our agents within the Primdale family. According to what I heard, the Primdales are willing to lend a hand to us, but the patron they answer to has put a stop to those attempts. The expression of the old ambassador sank. We can count the Primdales out as well, then. They are at the mercy of greater forces just like us. At least they are lucky enough that their backers still retain their power. The Pruness family had worked hard to forge several bonds with the Primdale family. Even though the two answered to different political parties, there was no rule that stated that they had to avoid each other. As long as they did not make any major moves together, a few marriages between their family members never caught much attention. The Purnesses befriended the Primdales as a form of insurance. If the Hegenarian party ever faded from power, the Purnesses could rely on the help of the Primdales to swing to a different influence. The reason why the Primdales were willing to play along was because they had the same intentions. If the Primdale family ever got in trouble one day, it could request the Purnesses to bring them into the Hegenarian party. It was too bad that the Loxic president and the rest of his power base fell too quickly to make the transition worth it. The Purnesses had become poison, and not even bonds of blood could persuade the Primdale family to fulfill its original obligation. Do you know where we have gone wrong as a family? Shadarin asked his son. We are good at making friends, but our friends can't be counted in this dangerous time, Novilon steadily answered. We shouldn't have focused so much on forging bonds based on nebulous concepts such as credibility or blood ties. We would have been much better off right now if we established ties based on solid interests. The father let out a disappointed sigh. You still don't get it, son. You keep approaching the problem from the same lens that you have been trained to view in our society. What did I get wrong? The old ambassador looked out the window and raised his head to gaze at the cloudless blue sky. We should have developed our own strength. Do you think we would be bullied as heavily as now if we invested more attention and resources into building up our military might? Our family has been too naive. All of the years of peace in our state and the stability offered by the Loxic president has made us complacent. We have relied so heavily on borrowing the power of others that we never sufficiently developed our own might. In the end, the only truth in security lies in strength. Strength was the only truth in the galaxy. Chapter 3044 Times have changed. Though Ambassador Shadarin Pruness recognized that strength was the only truth that could be counted upon, his family did not have the qualifications to act on this basis. It was too weak. The Pruness family was only a small cog in the giant machine of the Grand Loxic Republic. It was not easy to cultivate a large force of mechs, especially when the Purnesses lacked a foundation in the military and other related sectors. The main foundation of the Pruness family had always rested on its many interconnected relations. Even if the turbulent wave that had struck the Grand Loxic Republic caused all of these bonds to fray, the family had no choice but to continue to rely on them. The Purnesses really had nothing else to rely upon to tide them over this crisis. It was their own fault for not taking enough contingencies into account and preparing for a devastating turn of events like the one that had recently destabilized human space. The Pruness family developed over 100 solid ties to different families, companies, and other organizations. Novilon Pruness had already reached to each and every partner that could lend a hand to them, but as he and his father went through the list, they received distressingly little good news. The Markham family has promised to assist us. Novilon formed a rare smile, but it quickly turned brittle. Alas, they are dealing with their own challenges. From what I have heard, the Markhams can only secretly transfer funds into our accounts. While that will help with alleviating the huge debt that we have incurred in order to erect our hasty defenses, it will not help us climb out of our hole. It is better than nothing, the stately father replied with a whisper. Ambassador Grovin Markham is a good friend of mine. He still holds himself to the old ways even if there is no compelling reason to give us a hand. Accept his grace. We truly need the funding and we cannot ask for more. This remark caused his son to feel even more frustration. The Markham family was substantially stronger than the Pruness family, and could have absolutely offered more aid. What was even more notable was that Shadarin Pruness and Grovin Markham used to be friends since they attended the same university more than a century ago. They never drifted apart after they entered service. They were practically brothers at this point. Yet even that wasn't enough for the Markhams to do more than lift a finger to aid the Prunnesses. Grovin Markham. Novilon spoke the name between gritted teeth. Leave it be. Shadarin spoke in a stronger tone of voice. The Markhams are in danger of getting toppled at any time. If I were in their place, I would prioritize my own safety as well. After all, no one can deny the fact that our Pruness family has become dispensable. Novilon Pruness had no choice but to go even further down the list of friendlies that they had called upon for assistance. Yet no matter how much energy and effort the Prunnesses had expended into courting them, the situation facing the family was so unfavorable that few provided any significant assistance. Multiple generations of Prunnesses painstakingly formed hundreds of friendships with many different economic, industrial, political, and ideological powers. Even a fraction of them were more than powerful enough to relieve the crisis that had beset the family. Unfortunately, what little token help that Novilon Pruness got back was as useless and feeble as trying to douse a star by throwing a bucket of water in its direction. Ambassador Shadarin Pruness patiently listened as his son detailed the exact responses of the family's former relations. The answers ranged from bad, awful, and total silence. Even though the head of the Pruness family could already predict all of the responses, he still had to hear them in person in order to carve this monumental failure to his weary heart. If he and the Pruness family ever survived this great crisis, he would ensure that the Prunnesses would never make the same mistake twice. Once Novilon finished the exhaustive list, he looked as if he had drained all of his energy. This was their only lifeline, yet no matter in which direction they cast the line, no one picked up the other end. Keep contacting all of our old friends and acquaintances, Shadarin commanded. Their answer will likely remain the same, but there is always a chance the situation might change, though we shouldn't bet on this outcome. The Prunnesses could do little else than that. Solving the crisis with their own feeble power was wholly out of the question. We need a real solution, Father. I've spoken to all of those contacts and representatives and I have not heard any sincerity in their tones. I know for certain that some of them know who is behind the black mechs that are blocking our way out, but the fact they are keeping mum despite our prior friendships is an ominous sign. The older man paused before slumping in his comfortable seat. The Hegenarian party is completely over. What currently stands for it is already rotting from within. Forget about relying on the partners who are tied to it. We need to set our sights further. We must put our emphasis on obtaining outside help. About that, Father. Go on. Novilon Pruness hesitated a bit. We have put some effort into doing as you just said. In every situation, we received a negative reply. No foreign organization wants to meddle into the internal affairs of the Grand Loxic Republic or get in the middle of a power struggle. Of course this is the case. The Grand Loxic Republic and whoever gets to rule it controls the gateway into the Yena star cluster. Any local power will find themselves choked out of many favorable trade deals and greater networks if they put themselves opposite against the rising trend. We did get one oddly positive response, though. The older man directed a serious look at his son. Since you decided to bring this to my attention, it must be credible. Tell me, Which fool is stupid enough to value a worthless family like ours and is willing to offend many powers who will soon have a great say over the star cluster? It's the Larkinson clan. To be honest, we merely cast a wide net and contacted many random foreign organizations. Even if the chance of winning the jackpot is just 1 out of several billion, it is still worth it for us to make repeated bets. It doesn't cost us much except for a moment of our time to spam our help requests. Ves Larkinson sounded genuinely surprised that such a brain-dead plan actually bore fruit. However, when the son of the family head beheld the spiky fruit he grasped, he didn't know whether he should take a bite. Who knew if it could make him sick? Ambassador Shadarin knew his son well. Do you have faith in the Larkinson clan? Their representatives sound sincere enough. Ves Larkinson spoke. In fact, they sound downright enthusiastic. Apparently, their clan has grown too quickly and urgently needs the diplomatic and administrative personnel that we have in spades. Considering how unsophisticated they all sound, I have the impression that they do need our help. A brief moment of silence followed as Shadarin dredged up what he knew about the Larkinson clan. He dug up a few news articles about notable events surrounding both the clan and its very brazen patriarch, but that was not enough for him to weigh this development. Give me what I need to know about the Larkinson clan, he commanded. Yes, father. A very quick wireless transmission followed. Ves Larkinson knew exactly what information his father sought, so he already collected and condensed every relevant piece of data into a succinct and easily digestible report. It only took a minute for Shadarin to absorb all of the information and process the many implications of what he had just received. The Larkinsons are certainly colorful, he mildly stated. That's an understatement. Ves Larkinson contemptuously scoffed. They are too young, too brash, and too reckless. Their shallow foundation originated from a tiny family from an inconsequential third-rate state. Though I have no doubt that their leader is a talented mech designer, his ability to govern and make wise decisions leaves much to be desired. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, all of the other members of his clan are all supportive of his deficient leadership. Ambassador Shadarin softly chuckled. The Larkinsons are not ordinary, that is for certain. Perhaps it will help if you view them as a mutated version of a vicious mountain clan. The two operate in much of the same manner. Aside from the lesser emphasis on expert pilots, the person at the top is still the greatest authority regardless of whether he actually knows how to run a clan of this scale. There were many questionable points about the Larkinson clan. How in the hell did it remain stable and coherent after absorbing over 100,000 people in the span of just a couple of years? How did they keep growing stronger instead of weaker by integrating so much diversity? How did the Larkinsons keep pulling off miracles in battles that were so unfavorable that defeat was the expected outcome? The Larkinsons are strong, I will grant them that, Ves Larkinson begrudgingly said. However, their meteoric growth and progression resembles a shuttle helmed by a drunk fool. It can crash into other ships at any moment, and I'm not sure if it will be able to dock at its destination without crashing into a space station. Obviously, Ves Larkinson took a dim view on the upstart clan. From the perspective of his family, the Larkinsons were like shooting stars. There were many of those in the galaxy, but they never lasted long enough to stand the test of time. Only stable, long-lasting organizations led by wise and steady figures like his father were worthwhile enough to befriend. You need to cut those thoughts out, son. Pardon? You are still operating by the old rules. Stop that. Times have changed and our family's situation has changed as well. Perhaps in the past we have ample justification to look down on this eccentric clan, but we are living in the present now where everything is different. They have strength while we have none. We have diplomats and administrators while they have a lot of vacancies in those positions. Even someone who lacks our training can tell this is a win-win arrangement. Our ship is breaking apart, son. We need rescue from every avenue we can get, and if the shuttle dispatched by the Larkinsons looks shaky, it doesn't matter because it is better than dying in space. The Larkinsons don't actually intend to rescue us, Father. They intend to annex us and make the Perness family disappear. Novilon raised his voice. They are like pirates stumbling upon a derelict ship. Upon finding us, they want to drag us back into their pirate ship and force us to become one of them. In every single round of negotiation, they have not let up their excessive demands. They intend to swallow us entirely and absorb us into their clan in total. The Perness family and its long heritage that stretched back all the way to Old Earth would become history if that happened. Shadarin Perness merely shook his head. We are at the cusp of losing all of our lives. What will happen to our family, do you think? The only difference from what you have said is that no one will remember us when we become history. If we accept the goodwill extended by the Larkinson clan, we will at least be able to honor and remember who we descended from. In addition, it would be nice not to lead all of our sons and daughters to their deaths. The Larkinsons were brutes whose minds were filled with martial thoughts. They exhibited a distressing lack of culture and refinement, and clashed against the Pernesses in many other ways. Yet the current situation made it so that the Pernesses had no choice but to take shelter underneath those uncouth, mech-obsessed muscleheads. Chapter 3045, Pre-Battle Planning. The Larkinson clan did not immediately look forward to rescuing this unknown Perness family. Ves and the clan had already stumbled several times when they became involved in great, statewide affairs. The clan and its 20,000 mech pilots may be incredibly powerful compared to many other private organizations, but it was impossible for its forces to catch up against the military might of entire states. The Larkinsons only had to make one mistake before they set off the military of an entire state against them. Seeing as how the Pernesses were likely under attack by forces that might become the next ruling power of the Grand Loxic Republic, the probability that the military might intervene was not zero. It will be fine, Ves consoled himself. The Loxians really don't want to escalate the unrest in their state too much. There are several other rival second-rate states in the Winged Serenade Star sector that can easily attract a lot of organizations that might get cold feet if they think that the Grand Loxic Republic is no good anymore. Besides, dispatching a lot of official military units against the Larkinsons might end up in disaster, as the latter had already toppled a military strike force in the past. This time, the effective strength of the Larkinsons and its allies had grown drastically. Any reasonable military strategist who studied all of the information available in public would conclude that not even an entire mech division would be enough to destroy the entire expeditionary fleet. It was not worth it to dispatch even more forces and suffer guaranteed losses in return for allowing a troublesome family to leave the sphere of influence of the Grand Loxic Republic. At least, that was what Ves hoped. Who knew if the masterminds behind the attacks on the Perness family were irrational, or had other goals? The Larkinsons might not even be able to complete its operation without suffering substantial losses if the opposition was much greater than expected. If we had more mechs, we wouldn't be stuck in such an awkward position, he muttered. The fundamental strategic problem was that the safety of the expeditionary fleet had to be guaranteed at all costs. If the clan dispatched all of the mechs that it could field down to the surface, who would protect all of the immensely valuable and vulnerable ships in orbit? Any assailant could easily deal crippling damage to the Larkinson clan by downing lots of sub-capital ships or destroying just a single capital ship. Meow, Lucky sagely commented as he clung on V's shoulder. You're a cat. What do you know about our strategic considerations? Stop thinking about stuff beyond your expertise and worry about the next time you need to use the toilet. Meow, Lucky hissed. Ves ignored his cat's displeasure and exited his shuttle now that it had touched down. The graveyard was a big ship, and one that possessed a distinctly different architecture and atmosphere than Hexer-built vessels like the Spirit of Bentheim. The best way for him to describe the overall interior design of the graveyard was that it was quite basic and industrial. Even though she was a thick and heavily armored capital ship, her original owners did not spare much thought or attention on increasing her splendor. Though that made the graveyard unsuitable as a platform to receive foreign visitors and dignitaries, she possessed a no-nonsense air that ensured that everyone aboard remained focused on their respective tasks. Right now, there were no opportunities to put much of her salvaging capabilities to use, so the combat side of the graveyard was the most active at the moment. An abundance of mech pilots and combat crew were moving about. They were working a little harder than before as they had all received word that they would soon take part in a new combat operation. The graveyard wouldn't be descending from orbit though. Her formidable defenses were essential in defending the fleet, and she was too big and massive to survive atmospheric descent anyway. Ves moved past the hangar bay and navigated to the upper decks on his own. He had downloaded the complete map of the graveyard and visited the vessel enough times to know his way around. He didn't require any special guidance from the crew either. "Hello, Patriarch." "Hi, Lucky." "Whoa, the boss is here." The Larkinsons he came across greeted him with varying degrees of formality. Ves merely nodded to each of them before moving past. He was not obligated to do anything more, and he was on business anyway. Gloriana did not allow him to stay out of the design lab for long, so he had to make sure he could conclude his upcoming meeting and return before he exhausted his quota. He eventually entered a spacious strategic planning compartment. Dozens of Larkinsons who specialized in many important areas such as logistics and tactics were already planning and gaming out their upcoming deployment on Treed N2. It was rare for the Larkinsons to hold the initiative for once. Since they weren't getting ambushed by enemies coming out of the blue, the clan was determined to make extensive preparations. "Over here, sir." Commander Melker Larkinson waved from the other side of the giant projected battle map in the middle of the compartment. "You came just at the right time. We have just settled most of the details." Ves approached his cousin while Lucky jumped from his shoulder and explored another area of the compartment. He carefully looked over at the projection which seemed to show the entire globe of Treed N2. He could see the entire expeditionary fleet maintaining orbit while staying as far away from other artificial satellites over the Paradise planet. Since Treed N2 did not attract a lot of business, it only had some commercial space stations and some other inconsequential assets above its skies. The threat posed by these civilian-oriented assets was minimal, but that didn't mean the Larkinsons could afford to get complacent. A brief animation played. It displayed a score of combat carriers separating from the main fleet before descending to the surface. Their entry was rather hot as the ships all had to reach the Violet Estates as quickly as possible in order to prevent the Black Mechs from launching a preemptive attack on the Pernes family. When the combat carriers came close enough, a substantial swarm of mechs emerged from the hangar bays. Their markings made it clear that 75% of them consisted of avatar mechs while the remainder belonged to the flagrant vandals. The latter all began to split up and fan out over a wide area. The light mass and swift speeds of the ferocious piranhas allowed them to cover a lot of distance. This was very useful as the mechs were very suited to act as scouts and monitors. Their sensors had even been modified to increase their ability to scan for large objects beneath the surface of Treed N2's oceans. However, the avatars unquestionably played the main role. They were the ones to approach the Violet Estates. They were the ones who escorted the evacuating family members back to the combat carriers of the Larkinson clan. They were the ones who flew alongside those same combat carriers until they reached a high enough altitude to eliminate most opportunities to intercept the escaping Pernesses. "Looks like you have everything well in hand," Ves commented. "Don't be fooled by this display, Ves. This is just the ideal scenario. There is a substantial possibility that the black mechs will not let the Pernicers leave just like that. Even if the hidden force lurking in the depths of Treed N2 cannot contend against our entire expeditionary fleet, they still have a chance of killing lots of Pernicers during a chaotic evacuation. The prestige and reputation of the Larkinson clan was at stake in this operation. Failing or botching the rescue operation would not only affect the attitude of the rescued people towards the clan, but also affect the public's perception of the clan's combat prowess. Therefore, a lot was riding on Melker's shoulder. He assumed the main responsibility of keeping as many Pernicers alive as possible. "What is your greatest worry?" Ves softly asked. Melker pressed his lips. "I have many worries. What if there are 10 times as many black mechs than we anticipated? What if there is a second or third force lurking in the vicinity? What if the Pernicers get eliminated before we even arrive? I have to think about so many scenarios that I can't single out any of them. They are all bad in their own way." "Will you be able to cope?" "Oh, certainly. I trust you, Ves, so I am not afraid to voice what I am really feeling. I'd be lying if I told you that I am not concerned." "If that is the case, why not bolster your rescue force? We still have plenty of enthusiastic Larkinson mech pilots who are jumping to take part in the rescue operation." "No. I've already discussed all of the reasons. The avatars really need a moment to prove their worth. They need to burnish their credentials as elites by completing their mission and defeating any opposition in the most effective manner possible. Bringing along the flagrant vandals is already the limit that I can bear." Ves turned to Melker with a frown. "I recently heard that you have rejected the support of our expert pilots. Are you sure about that? Just one of them in their prime mechs can still serve as a powerful backstop." The air between the two true-blood Larkinsons grew a little tense. "I have not made this decision on an impulse. Even though this will likely lead to greater casualties among my men, it is necessary for them to learn how to stand up for themselves. This is one of the few operations that I can afford to apply additional pressure on my avatars without getting bothered by the additional losses." Ves didn't want to give up, though. "While I am sure that those are good reasons, it makes me feel ill at ease if you don't have any immediate backup within reach. It takes too long for one of our prime mechs to reach the Violet Estates from orbit." "So what?" "At least allow the Bright Beam Prime to ride on one of the combat carriers on reserve. Venerable Devia Stark can instantly intervene from afar if anything goes seriously wrong." Melker frowned. He felt that bringing in a prime mech as a reserve would serve as a safety blanket for his men. He didn't want them to pray for rescue from Venerable Stark when they should have sought to get out of trouble themselves. However, he knew that Ves was making too much sense for him to deny the request. "I will allow it. She should not take action unless we risk getting overturned, though. There is no need for her to go into action to rescue individual avatars." "That's understandable. I think General Vro will be quite happy with your assent." The current Bright Beam Prime was not exactly like the old one. When Ves developed the enhanced version of Luminar crystals, he had already squeezed enough time to fabricate some mech-grade batches before integrating them into the rifle of the Prime Rifleman mech. If it ever had to go into action, the ranged mech would be able to catch many enemies by surprise. After they decided on this topic, Melker asked one more question. "You didn't take the trouble to come all the way over to the graveyard to ask me if I would be okay with bringing a prime mech. You wanted to ask me something else, is that correct?" "You guessed correctly." Ves raised his eyebrow. "To be honest, I wanted to do something for you before you entered the field in person." "Oh?" "I don't have time to design a custom mech that is exclusively tailored for you, but would you be willing to participate in a little experiment of mine? I think it will be quite helpful in making you stronger." Melker looked oddly at Ves. "Why would I possibly say yes? Chapter 3046 Humility. The avatars of myth may have faded from prominence in the Larkinson clan, but they were not out. As the original elites of the Larkinson clan, the avatars all had pride carved into their bones. Sure, the penitent sisters fought like banshees, but were they fighting on behalf of the superior mother or her son? The sword maidens, at least the original ones, truly sacrificed much for the Larkinson clan, but the strong-willed women were only willing to pilot a very limited section of mech types. Right now, the prestige of these two female-dominated mech troops far surpassed that of the avatars of myth, but Commander Melker intended to change that. He knew that the competition was ferocious, but as a Larkinson, how could he back down from a challenge? He did not put his all into this goal just to prove he wasn't a failure of a commander. It was more than that. As a Larkinson, he felt duty-bound to propel a mech force that best represented the Larkinsons in their totality, as their premier elite soldiers. Perhaps the greatest criticism directed towards the avatars of myth was their lack of defining characteristics. Everyone immediately knew what the penitent sisters and the sword maidens were like, but no one was quite able to identify any common labels to the avatars of myth other than that they were elite and made up of Larkinsons. This was quite bad, and Melker had thought long and hard about this problem. He did not wish to rashly define an identity to his men for fear that it would box them into a corner. He eventually constructed a grand if tentative vision for the mech force he led. In his greatest ambition, the avatars of myth distinguished themselves from the other Larkinson mech pilots by living up to their name. Of course, defining what this meant and turning it into reality was incredibly hard. This was Melker's driving mission, and he knew that he would need several decades in order to fulfill his dreams and complete an accomplishment that would allow him to be remembered. What complicated this outlook was that there was no guarantee that Melker would remain as the head of a force that had already surpassed the size and strength of an entire military mech regiment. In the Mech Corps and other professional military branches, the people who were qualified to lead such huge and powerful units were senior officers with the rank of colonel or similar. These leaders had worked hard to stand out from the officer class. They rose up the ranks through merit and expanded their competences through both academic study and learning from experience. Only the best, or the most politically connected, were able to climb over the heads of countless other officers and gain the power and authority to affect the future of an entire state. When Melker thought about the power he wielded, he felt unworthy of the huge amount of responsibility thrust on his shoulders. He didn't deserve his current position. He knew that very well. He originally started off as a dropout from the Mech Corps. Perhaps his original Larkinson heritage allowed him to command a couple of dozen or even a few hundred avatar mech pilots without too many issues, but the current mech force was incomparably greater nowadays. A mech regiment did not just center around its mech pilots. There was a vast hierarchy of combat and non-combat personnel under his command. Numerous officers took charge of essential and highly technical matters such as ship command, mech maintenance, supply management, pilot support services, finances, and many other matters. Did Melker have the experience, knowledge, and competence to lead all of these departments? Nope. Even though he had done his best to study in his free time and build up the vast quantity of knowledge required to lead such a huge and powerful military organization, he was not particularly talented in leadership and management. He was just a mech pilot. If he didn't join the Larkinson clan at the beginning and witnessed its meteoric growth in size and scope, he would have just been serving as a regular mech pilot for a security company or something. This was why he always approached his increasingly more important responsibilities with humility. He distinctly recognized that he wasn't the best at anything. This prompted him to copy V's approach and find capable officers who could do the jobs he could not with skill and confidence. So far, it was working. The avatars of myth remained stable and there were few problems that were truly concerning. Everything was running fine, But that was not enough. Any decent leader could offer stability. A great leader accomplished more. The avatars may function well enough to contribute to the strength of the clan, but they failed to live up to their promise. As long as this was the case, Melkur would continue to look for more solutions. There had to be a way for the avatars to distinguish themselves and adopt a fighting method that was wholly theirs. The upcoming battle was not only meant to bloody the avatars and ignite their fighting spirit, but also served as a trial where they could test some of the new ideas that Melkur had painstakingly worked upon. His mind was almost completely occupied by the surprises he had in store. He did not expect to consider a brand new variable in the form of an offer from Ves. As much as I respect your accomplishments, you do not have a good reputation when it comes to your experiments, he slowly responded to his powerful cousin. Ves looked taken aback at Melkur's skepticism. People talk about my experiments? That's impossible. Much of what I do is confidential. We Larkinsons aren't blind, you know. A few clever clansmen can roughly guess what goes in and what goes out of those labs of yours. I don't know if any of these ridiculous-sounding rumors have any merit, but what I do know is that you have shown fewer and fewer scruples over the years. You're the guy who would gladly push the button to nuke an entire planet if you can accomplish your goal. If every problem could be solved by pushing buttons, then Ves would gladly press them as many times as needed. He was tired of dealing with intractable issues all the time. Look, I'm not trying out something completely new and unknown here, Melkur. I have come up with various ways to strengthen people, and I would just like to give you a gift in return for all of the hard work you have done over the years. The Avatar commander shook his head. I don't deserve any gifts. At least wait until I have completed this mission and come back from Treat N2 before offering me any rewards. That is kind of late. The reason why I came here is because I want to improve your odds of success. I don't need the help. Look, I have personal as well as professional reasons to reject your offer. You know what I think about my current position. I have to prove I am still the right person for the job. I need to prove my own worth without cheating or taking the easy way out. In addition, any changes I experience might affect my performance or distract me from the overall situation in the field. I can ill afford to deal with new variables when I already need to keep track of so many existing ones. All of the arguments that Melkur presented sounded logical, but Ves had a feeling that his cousin was afraid of what would happen if he said yes. To be sure, his fears weren't unfounded, but Ves felt upset that he was being blocked. He looked steadily at Melkur. The Avatar commander calmly made his stance clear and continued to stand his ground without any sign of flinching. Ves could have pushed harder if need be. He was the devil tongue for a reason. Yet, Melkur was more than just an average Larkinson. He was a blood relative and a supportive helper who had always backed Ves up. The least he could do was to reciprocate the respect he received. Fine, Ves replied in a glum tone. Have it your way. We'll talk more about this after we have concluded the upcoming operation. They eventually returned to the main topics at hand. They discussed how to configure the bright warriors taking part in the operation and how to respond against varying levels of resistance. There is a possibility that most of our preparations might go in vain, Melkur mildly remarked. While the Grand Loxic Republic is quite large and very powerful, most of their military assets are concentrated elsewhere. The Treat-N system simply isn't strategic or valuable enough to merit a lot of attention. Whatever black mechs are lurking underwater might only amount to a handful of mech companies or something. There isn't really any need for more to inflict a slow and gradual death upon the Pernes family. Melkur had a good point. Human space turned into a much more dangerous place after the Crown Uprising began. Mechs and mech pilots became the prime guarantees of safety. Many powers tried their best to gather as many of them as possible in order to ensure their own survival in these trying times. who would be stupid enough to dispatch many hundreds if not thousands of mechs to conduct a very slow and sluggish extermination campaign. The Perness family may have been influential once, but according to the latest intelligence, their prestige and importance had fallen off a cliff. The Pernesses wouldn't be able to do anything meaningful for a long time. Ves shrugged. If we don't get the fight we expect, then just treat this excursion as a light exercise. We should show off some of our might in order to make others take us seriously. The further we travel from the Komodo star sector, the less our reputation is able to impress the locals. The news just doesn't radiate well across further distances. It couldn't be helped as the galaxy was too big. There were so many different celebrities and famous organizations in every star sector that the residents all tended to favor local powers. After all, compared to a strange and foreign clan like the Larkinsons, a local organization exerted a lot more influence on their daily lives. The avatars of myth didn't just have to complete the mission perfectly. They also had to look good while doing so. Image mattered, and the Larkinson clan still had a lot of work to do in order to establish their credentials as powerful warriors who should never be provoked. I kind of miss one of the quirks you used to add to your mechs. Do you remember the festive cloud generator you often integrated in your mechs? You imparted all kinds of cool effects to your early mechs with the help of the colorful mist it generates. Ves briefly cast his mind back to the past. I forgot about that myself. I know what you mean, but I've matured since then. My mechs don't need to work so hard anymore in order to attract attention. The modern signature look I've established is a much more elegant and less obtrusive way to brand my mechs. You mean the third eye that is always surrounded by a hexagon for some reason? That last part is Gloriana's signature, not mine. You know that's kind of disturbing, right? Some of my men complain that every time they deploy into the field, they feel like they are parading around while wearing a Hexer brand mark. I thought we were supposed to be a part of the Larkinson clan instead of the Hexadric hegemony. It's just a small design element. There is no underlying message behind this visual element, Ves insisted. You should stop worrying about irrelevant matters and focus on the matter at hand. According to our current schedule, we should be arriving in Tree Den 2 in a couple of stops. If you need to make any further preparations, you need to get everything done quickly because we'll be going into a fight quite soon. Ves looked forward to seeing his men in action again. It always gave him a rush of power to see his subordinates piloting his own mechs in a serious operation. Hopefully, the black mechs that they would likely be fighting against wouldn't get scared off too quickly. His thirst for blood needed to be sated. Chapter 3047 Treatment Editions. So we're actually doing this? Gavin Newman skeptically asked. Yes, we're actually doing this, Ves affirmed with a grin as he looked up at the results of his latest completed side project. While most of our clan has been investing its energy on growing and expanding its combat capabilities, I have not forgotten about our commercial activities. The sales of my mechs continue to support our growing ambitions, but with the way our expansion is progressing, our income is gradually unable to keep up with our expenditures. There were many mech pilots waiting to receive their own mechs. While Ves intended to limit this expansion because he did not want to add more useless subcapital ships to the already bloated expeditionary fleet, there were plenty of combat carriers that had yet to fill up their capacity. The mech models that the Larkinson clan adopted were all premium second-class mechs. Suffice to say, they weren't cheap. For example, the two main mech models that the Larkinsons intended to deploy on Tree Den 2 were the Bright Warrior IB, which cost around 500 million hex credits per copy, and the Ferocious Piranha IB, which cost around 400 million hex credits per copy. The Living Mech Corporation had to sell several hundred if not 1,000 third-class mechs to fund the production of those expensive second-class mechs. With over 20,000 mech pilots and counting, the Larkinson clan had to spend an enormous sum of money in order to equip them all. This did not even take into account the more expensive specialized models such as the Eternal Redemption, which cost a whopping 800 million hex credits per copy. This was not the only major economic pressure that the clan had to cope with. Maintaining and supplying hundreds of ships, including several enormous capital ships the size of cities, had become even more burdensome now that the Larkinsons had to feed the hungry graveyard and the dragon's den. Of course, with several empty capital ship slots, the Larkinsons were obliged to invest trillions of credits in acquiring new capital ships. Whether the Larkinsons ordered the construction of brand new vessels or spent their money in the second-hand market, ships this size that were still space-worthy were never cheap. The surprisingly huge influx of personnel and assets from the Life Research Association and the Heaven's Word Association didn't help either. While Ves was very glad to see the clan double in size and strength in one go, such an explosive expansion also entailed an explosive growth in expenditures. Even if Ves rarely checked up on the business side of the clan these days, he was well aware that the growth of the LMC had reached a plateau. Aside from saturating the market with living mechs, the main cause of this was that the company had set up too many branches in too many star sectors as of late. Not enough time had passed for the LMC's local branches to develop a strong identity and sense of loyalty to the parent company. A lot more time had to pass before the dust settled down. I can't deny these mechs are effective, Ves, but Raymond Billingsley Larkinson looked dubiously at the two latest products that the LMC was supposed to bring to market. These are very different products from the ones we sold before. Ves and a small group of influential Larkinsons had all gathered at one of the large storage compartments of the Spirit of Bentheim. They did so in order to view the two new mech models that were supposed to insert some vitality in the stagnant LMC and direct a lot of much-needed cash back into the clan coffers. It's strange to look at a mech designed by you that isn't designed to fight, Gavin commented. This is a deviation from your usual style, do you know that? Previously, you were all serious and principled about sticking to the primary intent of mechs, which is to make war machines that are explicitly designed to fight. What could Ves say to that? He merely shrugged. Times have changed, Benny. Our circumstances have changed as well. Our clan has grown too quickly and we need more funding immediately. Rather than waiting for at least 2 entire design cycles to come up with a commercial mech design with high earning potential, it's easier and more convenient to design some variants of one of my existing designs. About that, boss, I still think you could have settled with publishing the original Sanctuary design. Our various departments have already prepared for an eventual launch and mass production of the new Sanctuary. While you initially designed it to counter glows, it performs the same functions as one of the variants here. You're not looking at this the right way. My original Sanctuary design is purely designed for combat. Whatever non-combat purpose it might be able to fulfill is secondary. That is not suitable for our current situation since the latter has become a lot more important than the former to the mech market. As a mech designer, Ves couldn't stand his products being used outside of his original intention. A specific need should always be fulfilled by a product meant to address it whenever possible. I think the Patriarch has made the right choices with regards to these new variants. Raymond waved his hand at the pure and wholly white-coated variant and the warm and welcoming green-coated variant. These Sanctuary variants are more long-lasting and more marketable to non-combat organizations. The latter is quite important as many hospitals and medical groups won't even consider the possibility of purchasing a war machine. Repackaging the war-purpose Sanctuary into 2 peaceful variants was mainly meant to encourage the market to treat them differently. The ultimate goal of going through this trouble was quite ambitious. Gavin finally couldn't hold it any longer. Boss. Yes, Benny? Ves curiously turned to his assistant. No offense, But I am growing more and more uncomfortable with the pricing strategy of these new sanctuaries. There's a difference between earning honest pay and shameless profiteering. I know I sounded a bit more supportive in our previous meetings, but now that I look at them, I feel like we are crossing a very big ethical boundary. I won't deny the utility of its different glows, but… VS looked annoyed. I have already compromised on this issue twice. I originally planned to charge 200 million hex credits for a copy of one of these variants, but you guys managed to convince me to pare it down to 100 million hex credits. When that also proved to be too controversial, I agreed to lower it to 50 million hex credits. What do you want now that I have made these concessions? Do you want to lower the price to 25 million hex credits? Our clansmen will soon begin to starve if we sell our mechs that cheap. Both Gavin and Raymond looked at VS with dubious expressions. 25 million hex credits might not sound like much for a second-class mech, but the problem was that the new treatment editions of the Sanctuary product line cost a total of 3 million hex credits to produce. This was actually 1 million hex credits more expensive than the base model. VS had generously allocated extra money to incorporate more durable components, more long-lasting systems, and additional cosmetic finishes. What was important to note was that the so-called treatment edition mechs were still fully combat-capable. Though they were too weak and fragile to take part in second-class mech battles, there shouldn't be too many problems for them to participate in third-class battles. The main complication was that VS had to limit their glows for safety reasons. Have you tested whether the 5-minute interval is both practical and safe enough to make these sanctuary variants usable? The 5-minute interval referred to the times when the glows of all of the treatment editions were active. In order to prevent the glows from being misused or generating too much addiction, VS artificially limited the time they remained active. The rule was very simple. The glows stayed online 5 standard minutes before switching off for 5 standard minutes. After that, it switched back on for the same period of time. Though VS had initially experimented with more complicated timings, he felt it was simpler and more user-friendly for everyone if he stuck to a single, consistent time interval. Tests conducted with the prototypes show no major issues. Raymond steadily responded. It's not really a comfortable middle ground, though. Any shorter and no one ever enjoys the glow long enough to feel satisfied. Any longer, and the delays grow too annoying. 5 minutes is just barely satisfying, and the rest interval is short enough that people can still grow addicted if they insist on staying within range. The CEO of the LMC directed a lot of attention to this matter. Risk assessment conducted by the company showed that there was great potential that these new treatment editions could spark a lot of controversy that could muddy the brand reputation of the company. What was even more dangerous was that the new sanctuaries could even make VS and the LMC liable to any serious injuries or other forms of damage that the new glows could cause. Even though the glows of the so-called tranquility and healing variants were purely meant to be benign, everything turned into poison once they exceeded specific limits. This was a very new and untested business direction for the LMC. While the Larkinsons possessed extensive knowledge and expertise on mechs, entering the alternative treatment industry was like stepping onto a new continent. The small group of Larkinsons test drove the new glows. They spent 5 minutes under the influence of the Tranquility variant before waiting 5 minutes so that they could briefly enjoy the healing variant. Ah! The oldest among them sighed in relief. That feels good. It's like I've reversed my age by a few decades. VS snorted. You aren't that old by today's standards. You might belong to the same generation as my grandfather, but you have access to a lot of new treatments now that we took on a lot of clever lifers. Not even age-prolonging treatment is out of your reach nowadays. Raymond sighed. I am quite aware of that. You sound hesitant. I am not. My grandson will be happy to see me around a few more decades longer, that is for sure. It's just unnatural. Do you know how much time I have spent on contemplating my own mortality? I have lived through a nearly complete life cycle. I have outlived many Larkinsons who are much more deserving than me but died on the battlefield or all kinds of other causes. I have passed on my bloodline and even see one of my greatest grandsons become a hero. I would not feel sorry if I hung up my cap and went to sleep forever. Ves narrowed his eyes at Raymond. Did his brief session with the tranquility and healing put the elder Larkinson into a suicidal mood or something? He did not want Raymond to go too soon. Even if the old man was no longer the best choice to effectively lead the LMC, he was still a familiar relative who was worthy of trust. Don't retire too soon. There is still much more work to be done. For example, is our company ready to bring these new variants to market within the month? Raymond slowly nodded. It will be tight. We have a large number of branches in multiple different star sectors. Every local market and every different locale has different customs and laws, so I cannot guarantee that the sanctuary variants will be available everywhere we can reach. We might need a couple more months to introduce them to the more difficult and less accessible markets. Ves dismissively waved his hand. That's not a big problem. Right now, we need to prioritize earning money quickly. I don't want this to be a problem until we have successfully reached the Red Ocean. Have I made myself clear? Crystals, sir. Chapter 3048 Future Business Concerns. Ves officially published the treatment editions of his unavailable Sanctuary Mech design. Both new variants immediately sparked controversy among market watchers due to the insane prices the LMC listed for the new mech models. A lot of people thought that the Living Mech Corporation had gone mad after trying to sell its new third-class mech models at second-class rates. Everyone with a passing familiarity of mechs could figure out that the product margins of the Tranquility and Healing variants were insanely high. Third-class clients thought that the new mechs were way too expensive for what they claimed to accomplish. Second-class clients were not pleased at all to find out that the Sanctuary was completely incapable of withstanding the pressure of second-class mech combat. Since no one liked the thought of getting scammed, initial sales of the odd new mechs were abysmally low. Ves didn't feel concerned, though. The LMC's reputation had grown more than enough to cultivate a group of diehards who would always try out a new product regardless of its qualities. The Living Star Club is having quite a lot of success in marketing these Sanctuary variants, Kelsey Dornbos reported to Ves during a morning briefing. Though not many of our members have a need for the benefits offered by the two variants, they are still willing to acquire the mechs for reasons other than necessity. Well, as long as our fans are enthused about our new products, they can help drive up the hype. The Living Star Club was an important tool to promote the new and odd mech models. Just like the LMC, Ves hadn't paid attention to the growing club. He initially set it up just to prevent him from paying greater compensation. Yet now that it brought together hundreds of thousands of very loyal customers, it had taken on a life of its own. How is the club doing in general? Do you have any concerns about the future? It's doing well enough, but it will be a lot harder to keep up the enthusiasm once we leave this star cluster, or the entire galaxy for that matter. Once you travel away far enough, there will be fewer and fewer people who will be able to remember that the LMC is native to the Yena star cluster. Eventually there will be more people who think of the LMC as a foreign company rather than one that is native to the region. It's fine. Ves did not look concerned. These matters are trivial compared to the value my mechs can bring. That won't change no matter how far I travel from this star cluster. The mainstream mechs sold by giant transgalactic mech companies are popular here as well, despite the fact that their headquarters are situated all the way in the galactic center. What matters is that my mechs continue to get used and that we keep earning money from doing so. Just do your best to convert our customers into loyal fans. We'll do our best, though I think we need to consider how to break into the Red Ocean's mech market instead. What is your business strategy for the Red Ocean? Kelsey asked. I haven't thought that far yet. I know that others in my company have already viewed this issue from different angles, but the situation over at the Dwarf Galaxy is still in flux. Who knows if the plans we make today are still relevant in a year? Even if that is the case, we should still settle on an overall approach. For example, will you continue to service the third-class mech market once you reach the Red Ocean? Ves leaned back on his chair and thought about his answer. Lucky didn't help much as he floated down to his shoulder and patted his ears for some reason. Meow. You're only saying that because you want us to buy more expensive food. Meow meow. Yes, I know. What is Lucky talking about? Kelsey asked. He thinks it's time for me to sell my mechs to the second-class mech market. I'm very hesitant about that. I think I explained the reason for that during an earlier meeting. You told us that you wanted to avoid encroaching on the interests of other, more powerful mech designers and mech companies. Ves nodded. Those reasons will still remain valid when we reach the Red Ocean. In fact, they will become even more relevant. Do you know why? No. Because competitors in the Yena star cluster must show a lot of restraint when they plan to do something for us. But business rivals in the Red Ocean can just seek us out and destroy us outright. Do you think it is possible for a bunch of pissed-off mech companies to band together and track us down in order to eliminate us entirely? That sounds far-fetched, sir. I think we just have to make enough precautions to avoid getting cornered. You can't hide a fleet as big as ours. I would still like to be able to travel freely in the Red Ocean without needing to look over my shoulder all the time. We could earn vastly more money if we enter the second-class market. We'll be able to use the proceeds to rapidly increase our strength to the point where the scenarios you have painted become infeasible. We would have to grow huge for that to come to pass, Ves skeptically answered. If we had 1 million clan members, then maybe you're right, but we simply can't grow that fast without losing control. Look, it's not that I am opposed to earning more money, but we have to guarantee our safety first before we have the capital to give in to our greed. Our strength must always be proportional to our earnings in order to avoid attracting retaliation from any rivals. This is a lesson that I have deeply carved in my bones. Then what do you intend to do instead? I'm not sure we will be able to fuel all of our ambitions if we sustain ourselves solely with third-class mech sales, she said. The biggest issue is that the Red Ocean's mech market is still very rudimentary and fragmented. It won't be so easy to establish a lot of branches that can serve as reliable sales channels. The Red Ocean was still a frontier in many senses. The Larkinsons would have to get used to operating in a region of space where they couldn't buy and sell the goods as easily as before. Ves had a tentative plan for that, though. I have long been considering the idea of relying on direct sales to pay the bills. He waved across the entire compartment. We acquired the spirit of Bentheim for a reason, Kelsey. Our factory's ship can pump out a steady amount of mechs a month and probably more if we upgrade her production lines with higher tech versions once we reach the Red Ocean. That will allow us to sell substantial batches of high-end mechs to private clients. I am sure that we can convince enough people to embrace our living mechs. He didn't need to state that he would be inserting many safeguards into the living mechs sold to others. He didn't want his clients to turn around and use the mechs he designed against the Larkinson clan. Ves thought quite highly of this strategy, but Kelsey did not seem in favor. I know something about different mech markets ever since I have become the director of the Living Star Club. I believe there is a limit to how many overpriced mechs you can sell by going from customer to customer like an ancient door-to-door salesman. Then what would you have us do instead? I think you should really consider taking a plunge, she recommended. If you are so worried about getting attacked or something, then try and find a backer. There are large trading alliances and other cooperatives that are meant to address these concerns. In fact, our Golden Skull Alliance could grow into such a cooperative union as well if you add in more mech companies. I don't trust easily, Kelsey. We have a history of getting betrayed. I don't want us to depend on others to remain safe. One of the major reasons why we have unshackled ourselves from any state is because we don't want to dance to the tune of others. Ves was being very intractable towards one of his earliest employees. Kelsey's persistent loyalty and contributions from the early days was the only reason why he was willing to be patient enough to explain his arguments. Kelsey wasn't satisfied with that. She was convinced that the Living Mech Corporation and the Larkinson clan could do much more if it adopted a bolder business strategy. The problem was that she wasn't clever enough to find a solution to the various issues that Ves had posed. All she could hope for was to wait until the Larkinsons rescued and integrated the Pernes family. From what she heard, the Perneses were good at making deals, including business deals. Perhaps the business-minded people of the family would be able to present much more tolerable choices to a stubborn leader like Ves. The two eventually concluded their briefing. Kelsey left his office while Ves shook his head before preparing to head to the design lab. Before he was ready to complete another intensive but fulfilling design session, he briefly paused and allowed Blinky to appear from his mind. Mro! The purple cat swished his black-tipped tail with great enthusiasm now that he got out again. His star-streaked purple fur rippled as Ves grabbed his latest cat and brought their faces closer together. Mro? I'm not going to kiss you. That would be like kissing myself. Yuck! Blinky didn't seem very comfortable at the moment, which was strange since the companion spirit was essentially another part of Ves. You've been growing and getting accustomed to your new form for a while. Have you made any substantial progress in figuring out how to control the Warclaw crystal that you've absorbed? Mro. That did not sound like a confident answer. Can you show anything to me that won't lead to injuries or anything? Mro. Blinky squirmed from his grasp and floated higher in the air. The spiritual cat adopted a pensive expression as he tried to channel something. Ves patiently waited as a dozen seconds passed by. Soon enough, the miniaturized Warclaw crystal that was stuck on Blinky's forehead began to glow in a dazzling fashion. The high-level energy cycle inside V's chest began to fluctuate, causing him to grow a little nervous. What are you doing? Blinky was concentrating too much at the moment. Fortunately, the energy cycle still remained under control. What the companion spirit did was not that drastic. As the forehead-embedded crystal became brighter, Blinky was eventually ready to channel his newly invented move. Mro! Boom! A loud and violent thud echoed in his office. Ves immediately dove behind his desk as his past trauma reminded him of an attack. Get down, sir! Nita yelled as she and a handful of bodyguards standing quietly by the sides immediately moved forward in order to cover their charge. It's okay. Calm down. I'm not under attack. Though Ves was incredibly surprised at what had happened, he knew that he wasn't the target. Ves carefully peeked his head over the desktop and looked at a distinctly cat-sized hole in the bulkhead. It was as if someone fired a railgun that was aimed straight at the side of his personal office. This attack? Nita looked astonished as she put down her heavy assault rifle. It looks strong enough to pierce through a mech. Mro. The living projectile responsible for damaging his office slowly flew out of the hole. The cat looked a lot dimmer than before. The crystal on his forehead looked faded, and the star trails running through his body had also dimmed to an extent. Evidently, this primitive but destructive attack took a lot out of the companion spirit. Good job, Blinky! Chapter 3049 New Field of Study. Ever since Ves created Blinky, he developed a hope that he would finally have a way to utilize and solve the hidden dangers of the high-energy cycle in his chest. Though it initially sounded amazing to possess a special organ that was capable of producing the same type of energy as one of the most powerful sentient species in the galaxy, the problem was that Ves was still a human by nature. Not only that, he was also a mech designer, not a gun-toting warrior. Therefore, the warclaw energy running through his body posed a serious long-term threat to his health. Who knew what kind of sick and crazy ideas Dr. Jutland had in mind when he developed his crazy organ? With the man's death, Ves was forced to explore his unnatural capabilities on his own. This was difficult because Dr. Jutland's inventions were so far beyond conventional biotech science that most doctors simply didn't know what to do with them. The main organ that had somehow taken over his heart was such a giant puzzle that the LRA could probably spend centuries trying to figure out its depths. This was why he was glad that Blinky and his Warclaw crystal was able to interact with the energy cycle in some way. As long as there was a solution, it didn't matter if his companion spirit had to start from scratch. He was grateful that he was finally starting to move forward on this issue. I didn't think I would crash headfirst into a bulkhead, though, Ves muttered as his guards slowly relaxed. Ves stepped closer and studied Blinky's exhausted form. When he tried to sense what his spiritual cat had gone through, he only got a confusing mess of unexplainable thoughts and emotions. Whatever his cat did was largely instinctual and devoid of systematic methods. In other words, Blinky had just blindly channeled the Warclaw crystal in some way and let nature take its course. The result of this stupid and reckless approach was apparent. If Ves was the one who became the vessel to all of that expended energy, then maybe his body would have smacked against the side of his personal office compartment. Unlike Blinky, whose body was entirely spiritual and therefore not subject to inertia, Ves suspected that he would not be able to make a clean person-size hole through the solid metal barriers. It depended on what exactly happened when Blinky turned into a cat-sized projectile. Due to Blinky's spiritual form, his body should have phased through the bulkhead without damaging anything material. However, as Ves tentatively brushed his fingers alongside the torn metal, Blinky had somehow been able to affect physical matter. It was unlikely that spiritual energy could accomplish such a drastic result. Warclaw energy was the second energy type that Blinky was able to harness, so this was the only answer that made sense. Ves knew he had made a major discovery. Spiritual energy was good at affecting the immaterial, but not that great at affecting physical reality. While he had witnessed a lot of powerful spiritual entities do so anyway, he was nothing like his mother or a dark god. Warclaw energy therefore provided him with a possible answer on how he could affect the material realm without relying on any external sources. It's just... Ves sighed. This was yet another useless ability. He did not need to possess the capability to pierce through mech armor by using his own companion spirit as a projectile. If he wanted to shoot something down, he could always rely on his trusty Amastendera. Since Ves had disavowed himself from getting embroiled in the middle of dangerous crises, there was no way that he would ever be in a position where he would send out Blinky in this fashion. He had an army of bodyguards and tens of thousands of mech pilots between him and any enemies that wished to do him harm. Good job, Blinky. Ves smiled and stroked his purple cat's head. You can go back and rest now. Mro. When the companion spirit returned to his home and fell into slumber, Ves spent a brief moment of time analyzing the brief event. He pulled up the security footage and any relevant sensor readings and calculated the attack power based on the physical damage dealt to the bulkhead. Though the interior of the Spirit of Bentheim was not made to be as tough as actual mech armor plating, certain sections enjoyed more protection than others. The bridge and engineering bays were good examples. Their importance was so critical to the functioning of the ship that it was worth it to splurge a lot of money on wrapping them up with thick and strong protection. Ves knew for a fact that the grand staterooms were also luxuriously protected. In fact, after he and Gloriana claimed one of themselves, the crew had quietly bolstered its defenses and made sure that anyone who wanted to attack the clan patriarch in his moment of weakness would have a very hard time getting through all of the layers. And now, a single cat nearly managed to burst through all of that in an instant. Meow. Oh, I haven't forgotten about you as well, Lucky. No barrier can stop you from going through. Meow. The gem cat arrogantly lifted his head. In truth, Lucky had a harder time going through energy barriers than physical matter. If every point of entry was surrounded by active energy shields, then Lucky might not be able to go through depending on the energy levels. Ves wondered if Blinky also suffered a weakness against energy shields. He suspected this might not be the case considering the very clear evidence. I should get someone to fix this hole. In the end, Ves dismissed this brief attempt as a preview into the usage of Warclaw energy. From all of the amazing stories that humanity had documented about the mighty Alshar race, he knew for certain that there were a lot more sophisticated ways to channel this potent energy type. It was similar to how he started off with spiritual engineering. He started off with the X factor. Then he moved on to creating rudimentary design spirits. Now he had blossomed to making highly impactful spiritual constructs, spiritual networks. The only factor that made him feel a bit depressed was that he was at the starting line when it came to exploiting Warclaw energy. It would probably take years or decades for him, or rather Blinky, to develop any useful applications. Fortunately, Ves himself did not need to spend much time and effort on this matter. Blinky could figure most of it out himself. Even if his companion spirit mainly had to resort to trial and error, and using himself as his test subject, all of this would eventually bear fruit. Once he wrapped up his brief analysis, he left his office and went down to the design lab. Though Gloriana looked upset that Ves was slightly tardy again, she soon went back to business. Out of the 6 expert mech design projects that we are working on, we agreed we would prioritize the Disruptor project first. It's the smallest expert mech and its compact dimensions means that it takes less work to complete it. I've just finalized the final draft for its design after Master Willix got back to me with her proposal on how to integrate the resonating exotics into the expert mech. Oh? Let me take a look. Ves had observed expert mechs before. He even had the opportunity to study partial or complete ones as well. His gains were limited though. While he was able to figure out the more conventional design aspects of these powerful machines, the ones related to resonating materials and other abnormal elements were no different from black boxes in his eyes. When Gloriana projected a fairly detailed and thorough draft design, he meticulously scanned through every wireframe detail. He already recognized the changes that Master Willix had made. He was surprised that she managed to limit her influence on the design to a very high degree. As a rational mech designer, she possessed the capability to dampen her passion to a very low degree. One of the consequences was that Master Willix was able to tinker with any mech design without imposing her design philosophy on the work. This was quite impressive as masters were usually too strong to eliminate their powerful influence. Just touching a mech design a few times was enough for them to leave an unremovable imprint behind. Ves wasn't here to study this method though, so he quickly turned his attention to the design elements of the draft design. It largely matched up with the earlier drafts that Gloriana had made with input from others. The only major difference was that a considerable proportion of the original structural materials used in the design were replaced by resonating substitutes. Perfidious steel featured prominently in the inner structure of Venerable Tusa's future expert mech. This treacherous-sounding material would enable the expert mech to evade a lot of long-ranged attacks by distorting the perception of its actual coordinates. "What the eye can see is a lie," Ves muttered to himself. "This is a powerful ability, though a costly one as well." The cost of perfidious steel was not the highest, and only a couple of 100 kilograms were enough to impart the Disruptor project with a powerful resonance ability. However, the availability of this resonating alloy was rather low. Only specific companies made this product, which meant that perfidious steel could only be found in the areas where those companies operated. This was a common downside to many resonating alloys. Special niche products were often localized because they weren't developed and marketed by huge transgalactic corporations. It was extremely hard to push any product onto the galactic market, so most smaller companies didn't even try. Besides, the raw materials required to make specialty products like perfidious steel were rarely available in every star sector. "I'm a bit concerned about the robustness of the inner structure of our expert light skirmisher," Ves spoke after he had made some estimates based on the draft he was looking at. "Perfidious steel is not the hardest or toughest material. It is actually weaker than the briar alloy and all of the other materials that make up the internal architecture of our mech." His wife pointed her finger towards some key components. "We have some key structural components made out of unending alloy to make sure the mech won't collapse too easily on the inside." "I can see that, but this is a limited solution, honey. The fact of the matter is that our light mech is weaker on the inside than before. It used to be a hard-boiled egg. Now it has turned into a soft-boiled egg." Gloriana looked unfettered. "You don't think I know that? I don't like this trade-off either, but we have to live with it. Don't forget that the Disruptor project mainly relies on evasion to avoid getting hurt. Enhancing this aspect at the cost of suffering more damage if it receives a powerful knock is worth it most of the time. I even took the trouble of making detailed calculations based on all kinds of battle scenarios. I discovered that Master Willix has struck the right balance." Was it worth it to sacrifice 10% defense in exchange for 50% better evasion? What about giving 20% of the former in exchange for 150% of the latter? These were the kind of trade-offs that they had to contemplate when working with a resonating exotic like perfidious steel. In the end, Ves did not object to this implementation. Master Willix herself was responsible for establishing the current balance, and she must have good reasons to select this particular compromise. The implementation of the other key exotic was not as controversial. Bissonite paired well with the daggers. Unending alloy still remained as the main material for the weapons, but combining it with bissonite allowed Venerable Tusa to empower his blades with a very sharp cutting edge. "Keddies will be happy to work on the daggers," Ves smiled. Chapter 3050 Gloriana Therapy. Perfidious steel and bissonite weren't the only resonating materials that Master Willix integrated into the Disruptor project. They were the most potent and prominent ones that would determine how the expert light skirmisher fought and became known for. They were the reasons why the work on the project would result in a middle-tier expert mech rather than a low-tier product. "The materials we invest in, not just the Disruptor project but all of the other ones as well, are not common at all," Gloriana self-satisfyingly explained. "Though our expert pilots will have to endure greater challenges in mastering their upcoming machines, in time they will realize the potential that we are painstakingly trying to add to their designs." Their approach differed from convention. Military organizations like the Mech Corps and the Hex Army always started off with designing an easy and basic expert mech for newly promoted demigods. Though it would be nice to hand over more powerful machines to them, the cost and effort required to do so was excessive at a larger scale. Therefore, expert pilots had to make do with lower expert mechs and steadily train until they outgrew their first expert mechs. As long as they survived and performed well enough to prove they deserved a greater machine, the military would eventually come around and provide them with a middle-tier expert mech. Though this was not the most luxurious treatment, it ensured that the military and the state did not waste an excessive amount of money on an expensive expert mech only for it to get trashed in the first battle. There were many differences between expert pilots. While they started off at roughly the same level of strength at the beginning, their growth over time might have followed wildly different trajectories. One of the reasons why Venerable Foster received so much attention was because her talent was exceptionally high compared to the vast majority of other mech pilots. Even advancing to expert pilot was not enough for her to exhaust her potential. In those cases, it was not a mistake to hand her a better expert mech. The expert pilots of the Larkinson clan were not as talented as Venerable Foster, though. Their genetic aptitudes definitely did not come close to matching her A grade. Even if this factor became less relevant after undergoing apotheosis, the advantages that the most talented mech pilots enjoyed in the past did not disappear so easily. What all of this meant was that Ves and Gloriana had no guarantee that the expert pilots they were servicing would ever live up to the potential of the expert mechs in development. Still, Ves had his own thoughts on the matter. Unlike their peers who served in other organizations, the expert pilots of the Larkinson clan had the benefit of receiving special assistance. Whether they powered up with the help of V's spiritual engineering or other forms of aid from his helpful design spirits, the Larkinson expert pilots did not have to figure out everything on their own. As Ves and his wife continued to discuss different aspects of the Disruptor project, they did not see much reason to reconsider the major design choices that they had already made. Sure, they had plenty of disagreements about the smaller details, but they could steadily work them all out when they commenced with the main phases of the design project. What mattered most at this point was to lock in all of the essential, high-level decisions that could not be changed once the project progressed past this point. The lack of defenses can be excused by the fact that it is good at evasion and is clad with a layer of unending alloy. Gloriana eventually concluded. This is not a mech for the faint-hearted, which Venerable Tusa is definitely not. From the moment he chose to specialize in piloting light mechs, he committed himself to a career where he needed to dance on the edge of a knife every time he deployed into battle. That won't suddenly change now that he has become a lot more valuable than before. He wants this. He thrives when he knows that his mech cannot afford to take too many hits. Ves sighed. I know all of that. I guess I'm just too nervous about dispatching one of my relatives to battle in a relatively fragile shell. He recognized that he was being irrationally worried about this issue. Unlike many other light mechs, the Disruptor project was clad with sufficient unending alloy to fend off most attacks. The biggest concern was that enemies might come up with all kinds of strange and unusual attacks that could bypass the protection of this hardy material. Gravitic weapons, for example, could completely ignore physical defenses and deal substantial internal damage unless protected by special materials. Fortunately, gravitic weapons that were effective enough to be used in battle were not common in second-class mech battles. The wielders of these fragile and expensive weapons had to get very close to their targets in order for them to be lethal enough, and that was quite dangerous. Expert mechs were able to wield other strange effects. Humanity had lots of different resonating materials at its disposal. Both natural and artificial ones could achieve amazing effects when they resonated with the right expert pilots. One of the main reasons why the combination of expert mech and expert pilot earned such a high regard was that it could break the rules. Common sense and the regular laws of nature no longer applied as strictly as before once expert mechs began to clash. Though the strong willpower of expert pilots granted them some protection against reality-defying effects, Venerable Tusa would definitely get into a lot of trouble if he faced a high-tier expert mech. You need to trust in your men, Gloriana softly said. As mech designers, we can implement as many safeguards as we want, but all of them come at a cost. It is not our purpose to surround our customers with dozens of layers of protective materials. You'll just end up with a big, fat ball of metal that is so unwieldy that it is slower than the shield of Samar. The established design conventions exist for a reason, and there is no reason why we should deviate from them for this project. Ves closed his eyes and pressed his fingers against his face. I know you are correct, but we are talking about family here. Each and every decision we make will directly affect whether Venerable Tusa will be able to survive a future battle. If he inadvertently falls against a strong opponent because of a compromise we made or a vulnerability that we have overlooked, I don't know if I will be able to forgive myself. He thought he had lost the ability to feel guilt. It turned out that he was wrong. Gloriana recognized that Ves was going through a difficult moment. Her expression softened further. She sat down next to Ves and pulled him into a warm and loving embrace. Her pleasant fruity scent peppered him up a bit. I know what you're going through, Ves. I feel the same way whenever I prepare to work on my brother's expert mech. The work we do have an enormous influence on the performance and the survival chances of the people who use our work. That has always been a part of a mech designer's life. You never felt this way when you designed Larkinson exclusive mechs like the Bright Warrior and the Transcendent Punisher, but the outcome is similar. Why do you not feel nervous when you worked on those past projects? Ves shrugged as he enjoyed his wife's attention. I guess it's more personal this time. Back when I designed both versions of the Bright Warrior, I always had a more abstract audience in mind. Sure, I was designing a mech that would have a huge influence on the lives of a lot of Larkinson mech pilots, but when I treat them as a group, it is kind of hard to imagine the consequences to any single individual. I mean, just think about the last round of design projects we completed. Tens of thousands of clansmen will be piloting our Larkinson mechs while millions of hexers are depending on the new mechs we designed for their use. In contrast, our current round of design projects will only service 6 individuals. 7 if we count in my brother. Ves nodded. Exactly. We will spend months, maybe even a year on just a small number of mechs. No other copies will be made after we have created the originals. I don't know about you, but I don't want to invest so much time in trying to design an expert mech only for it to be an outcome that I have tried my best to avoid. Gloriana smiled and grasped his hands with her own tender fingers. You're not wrong for having this worry, Ves. The fact that you are worrying yourself sick means you care. That is an important quality to have for a mech designer, especially one who designs custom mechs for individual mech pilots. Don't think you are wrong to doubt yourself. You just have to push yourself harder in order to minimize the possibility that your fears come true. She had gone through a similar moment as well in her career. It was quite frightening to realize that one's work on war machines would have far-reaching consequences to the survival of those who operated them. Yet mech designers and any other weapon developers for that matter could not allow these fears to cripple them. From the moment they chose their professions, they threw away their right to feel guilty about this issue. Empathy was important, but what mattered more was performing their jobs. At this point, it was too late for people like Ves or any other mech designer to feel guilty or concerned about the consequences of their decisions. Gloriana did not say anything more, but her silent presence provided enough comfort in itself for Ves to get back into gear. Though he had not managed to get rid of all of his concerns, he resorted to a solution that had often worked for his problems. He shoved them to the back of his mind and tried his best to forget about them. As long as he didn't actively think about any unpleasant thoughts, his mood no longer deteriorated. Are you ready to get back to work? Gloriana asked. Sure. Ves kissed Gloriana's cheek, causing her to release a pleasant giggle. She soon switched back to work mode though as she returned to studying the latest documents on the Disruptor project. I have already gathered enough feedback from Juliet and Keddies to know what we have to watch out for when we design this expert mech. In general, we always have to make sure we prioritize its mobility, but not to the extent of sacrificing too much in other areas. That's easy to say, Ves scoffed. We have very wide ranges to consider, especially since the performance of expert mechs are so good. Who determines what level of performance is good or bad? Gloriana smirked and crossed her arms. That's my job. You don't need to worry about that. I already ran a lot of numbers and have set some overall guidelines on the performance of every expert mech in development. Don't dip any lower than the minimum specifications that I have set and you'll be fine. Just try and do your best to exceed them if you can. Anything extra that we can get will give us a lot more leeway. At the end of the day, the Disruptor project was the first one to pass to the next design phase. While Ves and the others aimed to progress the other expert design projects as well, there was no doubt that they wanted to complete the expert light mech design first. According to Gloriana's estimates, they might be able to finish the design in just 4 months if they poured all of their attention on it. However, a more realistic completion date was 6 months, as they could not afford to neglect their other design projects.